Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Knock. 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 A series of knocks echoed through Tong Yu's bedroom. The doors unlocked. Come in. Without even turning around, Tong Yu kept his attention fixed on the drawing board before him. His pen glided effortlessly across the page, and with a few precise strokes, the outline of another manga panel came to life. The room was packed with drawing tools. Manuscript pages covered the desk, while neatly stacked finished drafts occupied one corner. It looked more like a professional studio than a student's dorm room. Tong Yu-kun, is your manga finally finished? The door opened, and a cheerful young man wearing a pink apron stepped inside. Tong Yu completed the final line on the page before setting his pen down. Stretching his stiff fingers, he let out a quiet sigh. The first volume is basically complete. All that's left is the coloring. He turned toward his visitor with a smile. Is there something you needed, Ishiki-senpai? The young man was Ishiki Satoshi. Despite his carefree personality and unusual habit of wearing nothing but an apron around the dorm, he was actually one of Totsuki Academy's Elite 10, currently holding the prestigious 7th seat. Beneath his easygoing smile hid one of the Academy's strongest chefs. Totsuki Academy. The legendary culinary school where only the finest young chefs gathered. It was also the stage where the story of food wars unfolded. And now, it was the world Tong Yu found himself living in. Because he was a traveler. Tong Yu was 16 years old. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary manga artist on Earth. After years of drawing for others, he finally decided to create something he genuinely enjoyed. Unfortunately, his very first passion project happened to be an unofficial manga based on his favorite anime. For reasons he still couldn't understand, it somehow spread across the internet overnight. The anime's diehard fans were outraged. They accused him of insulting their beloved heroine. That night, he was chased by an angry mob. The next thing he remembered was opening his eyes in an entirely different world. Now he was a first-year student at Totsuki Academy and a resident of the famous Polar Star dormitory. Even now, Tong Yu couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Isn't fan content normal? Every popular series has it. He had long since given up trying to figure it out. Since he couldn't go back, he might as well enjoy his new life. Like most protagonists blessed by fate, Tong Yu possessed a cheat ability. His was called the Great Mangaka System. Its purpose was wonderfully simple. Draw manga. Publish manga. Gain readers. Earn rewards. The more fans his works attracted, the greater the rewards became. Those rewards weren't money alone. He could obtain cooking skills, special abilities, legendary utensils, rare items, and even powers possessed by characters inside the manga he created. At the highest level, the system could even open gateways connecting this world to the worlds within his manga. Naturally, the system also provided every tool a manga artist could need. The brushes practically painted by themselves. As long as Tong Yu imagined the scene, the pen automatically transformed his thoughts into perfect illustrations. Coloring worked exactly the same way. Because of that, one person alone could complete an entire manga volume in an astonishingly short time. The series Tong Yu was currently drawing was China 1. I've been waiting for this. Ishiki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I finally read it? Of course. Tong Yu handed over the manuscript. Go ahead. Ishiki eagerly picked up the thick stack of pages. Although the artwork hadn't been colored yet, the expressive line work was more than enough to pull readers into the story. Before long, the room became completely silent. Only the sound of turning pages remained. 6 flavored magic mapo tofu. Ishiki muttered unconsciously. What an incredible dish. The rules at Yangchuan restaurant are so strict. I really hope Lu Subaru gets to stay. Page after page disappeared beneath his fingers. Before he realized it, he had reached the final chapter. That's it? He blinked in disbelief. Looking up at Tong Yu, who was calmly sipping tea nearby, Ishiki couldn't help asking. Did Lu Subaru really pass the special chef examination? Tong Yu smiled mysteriously. You'll have to wait for volume 2. Ishiki stared at him for several seconds before laughing helplessly. You actually ended it on a cliffhanger. What do you think of it? Tong Yu asked. Ishiki answered without hesitation. It's amazing. The pacing is excellent, the characters are memorable, and every cooking battle keeps you hooked. But the best part is definitely the dishes. They're imaginative, dramatic, and somehow feel completely believable. At that moment. Ding! A mechanical notification echoed inside Tong Yu's mind. New fan acquired. Current fans, 1. Tong Yu smiled inwardly. His very first reader. His very first fan. Ishiki Satoshi. The system had officially acknowledged him. Now only one problem remained. Finding a publisher. Looking toward Ishiki, Tong Yu asked. Senpai, do you know any manga publishers? I'd like to release the first volume before school starts. Since Totsuki was still on holiday, releasing a new manga now would attract far more attention than during the busy school term. Ishiki nodded. Actually, Totsuki has its own publishing club. If you're ready, I can arrange a meeting. Tong Yu's eyes brightened. Really? That would help me a lot. Thank you, senpai. Ishiki waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. If you insist. He grinned. Just hurry up and draw volume 2. I really want to see Lu Subaru challenge the Super Chef examination. Tong Yu laughed. It's a deal. Over the next 3 days, Tong Yu completed every remaining page. The first volume of China 1 was finally finished. The story followed Lu Subaru's rise after defeating Shaoan, inheriting the kitchen of Juxia restaurant, and journeying to Yangchuan restaurant to sharpen his culinary skills. Just as Lu Subaru was about to take the prestigious special chef examination. The volume ended. A perfect cliffhanger. Tong Yu knew exactly how to keep readers desperate for the next installment. With the manuscript complete and Ishiki having arranged a meeting with Totsuki's manga publishing club, everything was finally in place. The journey of the world's first gourmet mangaka at Totsuki Academy was about to begin. Daxia 1, is this a gourmet show that introduces Wuxia cuisine? In the manga club, the editor-in-chief Shinji Haotian was watching carefully the manga drawn by Tong Yu. Totsuki Academy, as the world's leading culinary school, not only has advanced facilities and complete facilities, but also has everything under its umbrella. Among them, Totsuki Manga Club is one of the departments. Don't look at it as a manga club in Totsuki School, but there are many cooperation channels. In recent years, the more popular manga are published and distributed from here. Egg fried rice that glows, mapo tofu with 6 flavors, and shinlong dumplings that stand up. It seems exaggerated, but it's refreshing, and the characters and storyline are also very good. After reading a few words, Haotian Shinji was attracted by the content of Daxia 1, he put it down a little reluctantly and then set his eyes on Tong Yu and said, "These comics are all from your own hands?" "Yes." Tong Yu nodded. Haotian Shinji was very surprised when he heard it, and said, "You drew it alone. It must have taken a lot of energy. I thought this kind of masterpiece was made by a team, but I didn't expect you to do it alone. It's really amazing." After Haotian Shinji finished speaking, Tong Yu heard the system prompt again. The original number of fans, 1, has also become 2. Fortunately, it didn't take much time. Are you interested in collaborating on this comic? Tong Yu asked. Cooperation, definitely cooperation. Please be sure to give the distribution rights of this comic to our comics. Haotian Shinji looked at Tong Yu excitedly, and said, sign a contract to publish this comic immediately. Don't worry, since it was introduced by Ishiki, we will never treat you badly in terms of remuneration. Tong Yu doesn't really care much about the remuneration for comics, as long as it's okay. He just wants to accumulate more fans now. As long as there are more fans, he can receive system rewards. You must know that Tong Yu does not only have the comic Dashia 1, there are many comics he can draw. The main purpose of releasing Dashia 1 first is actually to accumulate popularity and fans. After everything was negotiated and the contract signed, the next thing Tong Yu had to do was wait patiently. 3 days later, news came from the Totsuki manga that Zhonghua Ian was officially released. Tong Yu's manuscript to the Totsuki Manga Club has 30 chapters, and the Manga Club is divided into the first volume and the second volume to be released successively. On the day of its release, the manga was sought after and loved by many people, and the 200,000 copies originally prepared were sold out at noon on that day. This shocked the people of the Comics Club. Even if they predicted that this comic might be popular, they didn't expect it to be so popular. Hashida Shinji contacted the printing factory to increase production immediately after learning that the comics were sold out. In just 24 hours, the sales volume of Dashia 1 has reached a terrifying 50 volumes, and the major comic stores are also in short supply. In 3 days, the circulation has exceeded 200 and the major comic stores are still in short supply. Generally speaking, it is not bad for a newly released comic to have a sales volume of 20 in the previous week, and this comic just broke through in the morning. And this is only the first volume. I can't imagine how popular this comic will be when it is fully released. Nowadays, people can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys holding the comic book Dashia 1 in their hands. Inside the small restaurant called Yukihira. Dad, try the magic mapo tofu I made. Yukihira Sōma brought a plate of mapo tofu that was just out of the pot in front of Tsaiwa Joichiro. Magic mapo tofu? It's just ordinary mapo tofu, there's nothing special about it, right? Joichiro stared at Sōma's cooking. Don't worry about it for now, just try it first. Sōma grinned. Seeing Sōma's confident look, Joichiro picked up the spoon beside him and tasted it. Well. Joichiro felt the unusualness of this mapo tofu as soon as he ate it in his mouth. Hey, although there is nothing special about the taste of this mapo tofu, the taste is not the same as ordinary ones. Joichiro was a little surprised. Hahaha, isn't Dad very surprised? Because this mapo tofu has a crisp texture. Sōma looked at Joichiro's surprised look and said proudly. Joichiro is also a first-class chef, and he immediately understood after listening to it. So, ordinary mapo tofu only has 5 flavors, spicy, fragrant, color, hot, and numb, but this mapo tofu has more ground meat. Taste. This dish is really interesting, but why are you suddenly interested in wuxia food? That's because I read this manga. Sōma said and took out Dashia 1 piece. Zhonghua, is this a food comic? That's right, this is a food comic that was released recently. There are many interesting dishes in this comic, and I'm going to make every one of them. Really, let me see it now. Joichiro took the manga from Sōma's hand, and read it with great interest. Not only Yukihira and his son, there are many people who have been influenced by the manga of Zhonghua Ian. They also tried to reproduce the dishes that appeared in the manga, but many people failed to have such cooking skills as Sōma. There are only a few people like Sōma who are simply interested in the dishes that have appeared in the manga, and most of them go for the content of the manga. Some people also think that the dishes described in the comics are too exaggerated, and dishes like Phoenix Crystal can't be cooked at all, they are just grandstanding. Some people even think that this comic is completely made up, misleading people's understanding of food. Of course, such people only account for a very small number of people, and 95% of readers feel that Dashya 1 is a gourmet comic worthy of being sought after. Tong Yu, who is a comic author, doesn't care about the influence of comics. He just hopes that the number of fans will be more, so that he can unlock more privileges in the system. Status, released. Number of fans, 512552. Unlocked perk, recipe. The next stage of privilege, cooking skills, the number of fans needs 1,500,000. Tong Yu opened the system panel and looked at the number of fans that had increased in the past few days. At present, there are more than 600,000 fans, and only one of the privileges has been unlocked, and there are a total of 5 privileges open to the comic, Dashya 1. Recipe, this privilege allows Tong Yu to master all the dishes that appeared in the manga, Zhonghua Ian, and reproduce them perfectly. The same is true for the cooking skills in the next stage. As long as he reaches the specified number of fans, Tong Yu will be able to master all the cooking skills that have appeared in this anime. As for what the third stage privileges are, you can only view them after unlocking the second stage privileges. Although the sales of comics have reached more than 3 million in the past few days, the number of fans is only 1/10. This is not surprising, because there is a difference between readers and fans. Readers just buy it on a whim, and after reading a volume, feel boring and stop reading. Fans, they really like comics, they are looking forward to the continuation of the following plot, and they are willing to continue to pay for comics. Tong Yu is not in a hurry. According to the current popularity of comics, it is only a matter of time before all the bonus privileges are unlocked. What he has to do now is to draw all the remaining comics in Dashya 1. In half a month, Totsuki Academy will officially start school, and he may not have so much time to draw after the official start of school. Tong Yu also thought about dropping out of Totsuki and becoming a full-time manga artist. After all, it is not a problem to have a system and the sales of this manga to live comfortably in this world. However, as a traveler, since he came to Totsuki Academy, he should make a name for himself and become a manga artist of salted fish who eats and waits to die. This is not his ideal. And the most important point, there are so many girls in Totsuki Academy, wouldn't it be cheaper for others to leave? In recent days, the Totsuki Manga Club has also been pressing harder, so that Tong Yu can hurry up and drive out the story after the Super Chef, because many fans are pressing for updates. Tong Yu doesn't want to lose his fans, and this is also a good opportunity to increase his fans. Therefore, Tong Yu did not leave Polar Star Dorm these days, and stayed in his room to catch up on drafts. After another week of drawing, Tong Yu drew more than 30 drawings and handed them over to the manga club. Like last time, these 30 episodes are divided into 2 volumes. In addition to the previous 30 episodes of Dashya Ichiban, a total of 60 episodes were released. The plot just ended when the protagonist Lu Subaru and Ren had a God Swordsman showdown, and won the victory and was recognized by the Yonling sword. After all the 30 episodes were released, readers and fans alike shouted that they enjoyed it, and urged Tong Yu to fill in the following plots as soon as possible. They were even more looking forward to the battle between the protagonist Lu Subaru and the dark cooking world. Within a week of the release of the new 30 episodes, the total sales of Dashya 1 has reached a terrifying 3,000 W+, and it has only been half a month since the release of the comics. This level of popularity has never appeared in any comics before, and Tong Yu's number of fans has risen to more than 1 million. Now he has unlocked the 2 system privileges of the comic Dashya 1, and also opened another function of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host's number of fans reaching 1 million, now you can designate a fan to become a hardcore fan. Hardcore fan? What's the situation? Tong Yu asked the system with doubts. Hardcore fans, for every 1 million fans, you can set up a fan and establish a relationship through comics, the system and the host. After specifying a die-hard fan, he can also learn the cooking skills and recipes in the comics drawn by the host. When the cooking skills of die-hard fans reach a certain level, they will gain the privilege of entering the comic world under the conditions allowed by the host. The system explained. Tong Yu didn't understand it very well, and asked again, what are the requirements to become a die-hard fan? Or I just need to specify it directly. There are no conditions, the host can be bound in person. However, the system suggests that the host should appoint someone with a certain cooking talent. If the cooking talent is too low, some recipes and cooking skills cannot be mastered, and special kitchen utensils cannot be used. The better the talent, the better the entry. The better the comic book world is. Wait, what if this die-hard fan learned the recipes and cooking skills from the comics and ran away without listening to me? Don't worry about the host, the binding of a die-hard fan is based on the willingness of the other party. Once you become a die-hard fan of the host, as long as the host doesn't do anything special, he will not betray you. Every time you get the support of a die-hard fan, the host and the die-hard fan will not betray you. Fans can get a reward. And the most basic condition to enter the comic world requires at least 3 hardcore fans. There are still rewards to claim, so this die-hard fan must find one as soon as possible. However, it is not easy to choose a cooking talent, and it must be done willingly. Just when Dashya 1 became popular in the whole Neon country, Totsuki Academy was also approaching the opening of the school. The transfer student assessment is also held as scheduled. Every year, there are many transfer students who want to enter Totsuki Academy, and this year is no exception. In an exam room. What about the announcement from the admissions department? Nikiri Arena folded her hands and glanced at the people who were preparing to take the transfer student assessment in front of her with arrogant eyes. Yes, I will read it now. Arado Hisako, who was standing beside Nikiri Arena, immediately stood up and read a piece of paper. First, according to the application materials, a group interview will be conducted in groups of 10, and then there will be a 3-course practical test. Those who pass will be. So boring. Before Arado Hisako finished reciting, Nikiri Arena interrupted, it's going to waste time, just use this. Speaking of which, Nikiri Arena came to the place where the ingredients were placed, picked up an egg, and said, I just use an egg to make a dish. Anyone who can satisfy my tongue, I will allow him to enter the Totsuki Academy. Moreover, it is only allowed in the next abandon the exam within a minute. After saying this, almost all the candidates turned around and fled to the door of the classroom. Nikiri Arena's reputation as God's tongue has a considerable deterrent effect. Since she was a child, she has been entrusted by famous restaurants all over Japan to serve as the role of taste appraisal. One of her comments can influence the future of a restaurant. If a poorly cooked dish is delivered to her, the consequences can be imagined. So, many people just ran away, giving up the idea of entering Totsuki. However, only one spiky-headed boy stood there dumbfounded, not understanding why the others suddenly fled. Is it all you need to make a dish with eggs? The spiky-haired boy asked Nikiri Arena. Nikiri Arena frowned slightly, she didn't expect anyone to stay here. Are you sure you want to do it? Any dish made with eggs is fine, but if you want to give up, show it up. Nikiri Arena looked at the spiky-haired boy out of the corner of the eye and said. Hey, I learned a good egg dish recently, just in time to try it out, please wait a moment and it'll be right away. The spiky-headed boy said and tied the headband that was originally tied around his wrist to his forehead. It's really tasteless to bring such a ridiculous dish like egg fried rice in front of me and let me taste it. Nikiri Arena angrily walked out of the classroom where the transfer students were assessed. That's right, the egg dish that the spiky-headed boy made just now was an egg fried rice. Nikiri Arena has been exposed to luxurious dishes since she was a child because of her family's environment and education. In her eyes, dishes like fried rice with eggs are common people's dishes that are not in the mainstream. Influential chef. How can an inexperienced chef enter Totsuki Gakuen, a sacred place for chefs? So, Nikiri Arena didn't even have a bite of the spicy boy's egg fried rice and declared him a failure in the exam. But Miss Arena, the candidate called Yukihira Sōma just now seems to be making golden egg fried rice instead of ordinary egg fried rice. Arato Hisako said in front of Nakiri Irina. Is there any difference between golden egg fried rice and egg fried rice? Nakiri Irina asked angrily. In the comics, it is said that golden egg fried rice is the essence of Wuxia cuisine. It seems that it is not easy to make it well. It requires precise control of the heat. Arato Hisako said. Nakiri Irina couldn't help but stop when she heard this, turned to look at Arato Hisako and said, Manga? Miss Irina, don't you know? There is a very popular food manga called Dashya Iban recently. This manga describes a lot of Wuxia dishes. I think Yukihira Soma's golden egg fried rice just came from this manga, said Arato Hisako. Manga school recipes? Nakiri Irina sneered, nonsense, ridiculous. If you can learn recipes from manga, what would you do at Totsuki Academy? This kind of vulgar food manga should be banned. Ms. Irina is right. I have read this manga a bit. Many things are too exaggerated, and it will indeed lead many people to go astray. I heard that the author of this manga is a student of our Totsuki. Arato Hisako said. Our student of Totsuki? Someone who can draw this kind of manga must not let him stay in Totsuki. Nakiri Irina, as a Totsuki Elite 10 and a member of the Nakiri family, would never allow such a person to stay in Totsuki. Vulgar manga, vulgar authors, must be eliminated from Totsuki. Continue to make this manga popular, and I don't know how many common people's dishes will appear on the table in the future. This is something that Nakiri Irina will never allow. Tong Yu also didn't know that he had been targeted by Nakiri Irina, and at the moment he was chatting with Gigi's old friend in Polar Star Dorm. Because the school is about to start, everyone who is boarding in Polar Star Dorm is also returning to school one after another, and Polar Star Dorm, which had few people, also became lively. Hey, the author of Dashya 1 is actually someone from our Polar Star Dorm. It's amazing, to be able to draw such wonderful cartoons, we are all your fans. In the lobby on the first floor of Polar Star Dorm, a petite girl with double ponytail stared at Tong Yu in surprise. Next to this girl, there was another beautiful woman with a slender figure and long wine-red hair. Tong Yu is very impressed with the two of them. The girl with long wine-red hair and Wanisan face is Ryoko Sakaki, and the double ponytail is Yoshino Yuki. Both of them were surprised to learn from Ishiki Satoshi that Tong Yu was the author of Zhonghua Yifan. This is the first time Tong Yu has seen the beautiful girl in the original book, especially Sakaki. Ryoko can't help but let him take a second look. I won the prize, I just painted casually. I didn't expect it to be really popular. Tong Yu said modestly. I'm a big fan of yours, tell me about the story behind, it's too slow to wait for you to update. Yoshino Yuki stared at Tong Yu with a lot of adoring little stars in his eyes. I can't tell you the story for a while. If you want to watch the story later, wait in my dormitory to read the original. The original has more than 70 words. Great, thank you, great writer. Yoshino Yuki was so excited that he just rushed to Tong Yu and gave him a big hug. He was a loyal fan. Judging from the understanding of the original work, Yoshino Yuki's cooking talent is at a medium level, and it is inappropriate to bind her as a hardcore fan. Sakaki Ryoko is a good choice. Although the cooking level is on the same level as Yoshino Yuki, it is also worth training. No, it is worth training. While Tong Yuiy was in, Fumio Daimato, the host of Polar Star Dorm, opened the door and walked in. Tong Yu, someone is looking for you outside. When Su pointed to the outside of the gate. Someone looking for? Tong Yu walked out of the door suspiciously, and saw a blonde-brown girl standing outside the door. I saw that she was wearing a very stylish Western-style clothing, showing her perfect figure. Mito Ikumi. Tong Yu recognized the hot girl in front of him at a glance. But why did Mito Ikumi come to find him? Although they were in the same grade, they didn't speak at all. Tong Yu was puzzled in his heart, but with a smile on his face, he said, Mito classmate, do you have something to do with me? Well, do you know me? Mito Ikumi was also a little surprised because it was the first time she met Tong Yu. Hihi, Mito Ikumi, a meat cooking expert, you've already heard of your reputation as a student of the same class. Don't say anything polite, I came to tell you on the order of Irina-sama, let you stop the sale of manga, and don't bring these vulgar manga to Totsuki Academy. Mito Ikumi said straight to the point. Pulp cartoons. Tong Yu still did not change his face, with a slight smile on his face. Dasha 1 is a serious food comic, and there is number 18 banned content. That's not what I said. Mito Ikumi blushed unexpectedly, and hurriedly said, a lot of common people's dishes appearing in the comics will mislead diners and Totsuki students' view of food. The most excessive thing is the transfer student assessment a few days ago, and some people actually put eggs such as fried rice. The food was brought in front of Irina-sama because it was influenced by your manga. Tong Yu was startled when he heard this, and then he thought of the plot in the original book and immediately understood what was going on. Nakiri Irina was in charge of the assessment of the students who were transferred in the plot of the original work. The content of the assessment was to cook a dish with the theme of egg. Originally, according to the development of the original work, Soma would cook raw egg bibimbap, but because of the influence of Zhonghua Ian in this anime, he made golden egg fried rice. Let's not talk about whether the golden egg fried rice made by Soma shines and how it tastes. In the eyes of Nakiri Irina, raw egg bibimbap and golden egg fried rice are common people's dishes. If Soma was making Yukihira's raw egg bibimbap this time, Nakiri Irina would target him everywhere like the original. But now Soma is doing the golden egg fried rice in the Zhonghua Ian comics, and Nakiri Irina's spearhead naturally turns to Tong Yu. After thinking about this, Tong Yu was a little speechless. Does this count as being shot while lying down? Tong Yu didn't expect to cause such trouble, which made him feel like he was being shot while lying down. So this is Seeing Tong Yu's thoughtful look, Mito Ikumi thought he realized his mistake and couldn't help but say, it's too late to regret it, as long as you stop selling the manga, I believe that Irina-sama won't embarrass you. Mito misunderstood. I have no regrets about publishing the manga, Zhonghua Ichiban, let alone the idea of stopping it. I was just thinking about a question, does Nakiri Irina know what cooking is? What are you talking about? Nakiri Irina-sama is one of the elite 10, she knows cooking far better than you. Tong Yu chuckled and said, really, all the dishes in Zhonghua Ian are representative works of Wuxia cuisine, but the essence of these Wuxia cuisines is said to be common people's cuisine. Nakiri Irina, she really is don't know what real food is. You. Mito Ikumi wanted to retort, but didn't continue talking after thinking of something. In the past few days, Dasha 1 has become popular in the entire Tokyo area, and Mito Ikumi also bought it privately and read it. As a chef, she also likes this gourmet anime, and from a personal point of view, she doesn't want such manga to stop selling. She came here only under the orders of Nakiri Irina, and she was a little helpless. Forget it, my words have been conveyed. As for what you want to do, that's your business. Mito Ikumi wanted to leave after he finished speaking, but after hesitating for a moment, he looked at Tong Yu and said, but I want to remind you that anyone who goes against Nakiri Irina-sama will eventually end up dropping out of school, and some even lose their chefs. Qualification, be careful yourself. After saying that, Mito Ikumi turned and left. Indeed, Nakiri Irina has the tongue of God, the ability to dictate the future of a restaurant with a single word. Add in her being a Totsuki Elite 10 with a Nakiri family behind her, and it's really easy for her to drop a person out of school. If other people were threatened by her like this, they might have really compromised. However, it is a pity that Tong Yu doesn't worry about these things. He stayed in Totsuki just because of some interests. He took a step back and said that even if he dropped out of school and couldn't be a chef, he could still live a carefree life in this world with the help of the system. Thinking of this, Tong Yu ignored the matter and returned to the Polar Star dorm to chat with the two fans, Ryoko Sakaki and Yoshino Yuki, and then returned to the bedroom to continue drawing manga. Lord Irina, that's what Tong Yu said. After Mito Ikumi returned, he told Nakiri Irina what had just happened. Nakiri Irina was furious after hearing this. A food manga author who only draws pompous and common people's cuisine, actually said that she doesn't understand food? Sir Irina, don't be angry, or force him to drop out of school with the method of eating halberds. Mito Ikumi said. It took Nakiri Irina a while to calm herself down, and after thinking for a while, she said, let's leave the matter of Tong Yu aside for now. There are many useless seminars in Totsuki Academy, and they have achieved nothing in recent years, only sing songs. With a glorious past, Totsuki doesn't need these seminars. The abolition of the seminar was something that Nakiri Irina had planned for a long time, and she thought that unnecessary seminars should be wiped from Totsuki. So for Nakiri Irina, the priority is to fix this. After these things are done, she will definitely give Tong Yu a look. Time soon came to the opening of Totsuki Gakuen. April is a beautiful season for cherry blossoms in Neon Country. The 92nd freshman ceremony was also held as scheduled. Tong Yu and other first-year students gathered on the playground of the opening ceremony. After the lecturer came to the stage, Nakiri Irina, the representative of the first grade, came to the ceremony stage and started to speak. Nakiri Irina is the most outstanding student in all aspects of this period. She came to the stage to speak and cheered. Almost all the boys were her admirers. Standing in the crowd of freshmen, Tong Yu looked at Nakiri Irina, who was speaking on the ceremony stage, with a faint smile on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Nakiri Irina. It is a great honor to speak on this stage on behalf of the New Year students, and I am proud to be a member of Totsuki Academy. Totsuki Academy, as a sacred place for chefs, cannot be defiled or violated. But recently Totsuki has been introduced to vulgar manga works. I hope everyone will not be misled by these manga. Although Nakiri Irina did not bluntly say which anime it is, the only popular one recently is Dasha 1, and everyone knows it well. Tong Yu couldn't help laughing at this. He didn't even forget to slander his comics at the freshman ceremony. How much hatred is this? But Tong Yu doesn't find it strange, because he knows that Nakiri Irina's resistance to dishes like golden egg fried rice is related to the education she received when she was a child. Her father, Azumi Nakiri, forcibly distorted her food concept at a very young age. In the end, although it was stopped, this food concept was difficult to eradicate and remained in her heart. After Nakiri Irina spoke, Nakiri Senzaman, the commander of Totsuki Academy, also took the stage to give a speech. The words said are exactly the same as the original, nothing more than 99% of people are abandoned stones, only 1% of people can succeed, nonsense. After Nakiri Senzaman finished speaking, the main event came. As expected by Tong Yu, the spiky-haired boy Yukihira Sōma appeared on the stage. Introduce a transfer student from the high school, classmate, please say a few words. Nakiri Irina on the side of the ceremony table was dumbfounded when she saw Yukihira Sōma appearing on the ceremony table. Isn't this the guy who brought vulgar dishes like egg fried rice to her during the transfer student assessment? At that time, he was judged to be unqualified. Why did he still appear here? Before Nakiri Irina could figure out what was going on, Yukihira Sōma started his bold speech, and the content of his speech was also very simple, which probably meant, I'm not targeting anyone, I mean that everyone here is hot chicken. After these words were spoken, Sōma received a gift from everyone in the audience. Soda bottles, confetti, watermelon rinds, and even flip-flops. Sōma managed to attract the hatred of almost everyone in the first grade. It has to be said that Sōma does have one-handed means of pulling hatred. The opening ceremony ended, and all the freshmen of the first grade also ushered in the first class of the school. There are 5 main courses in Totsuki Gakuen, namely cooking theory, nutrition, public health, introduction to cultivation, and business management. These 5 subjects are compulsory, and if they fail to meet the specified standards, they will be ordered to drop out. Today's first class is cooking theory. Tong Yu took the textbook and found the classroom for the class. There were many other students in the classroom at the moment. Isn't Dasha 1 updated yet? Hey, this author is really slow. Come on, other people have updated 60 episodes in half a month, and the speed of this update has already crushed other comics. This comic should be popular based on this. Speaking of the last few words, Beastly Bull and Qinglong Cut is really handsome. It would be great if I could also have this kind of cooking skills. Hey, wake up and stop dreaming, how could that kind of skill really exist? When he walked into the classroom, Tong Yu heard such discussions. Obviously, these people are also fans of Dasha 1. Tong Yu, the author, is still very happy that his comics are loved by everyone. Tong Yu found a random spot in the back of the classroom and sat down, quietly waiting for the class. As the class time approached, the number of people in the classroom gradually increased. You can also see several students holding the newly released Zhonghua Ian comic in their hands. However, upon hearing the conversation of these students, the corners of Tong Yu's mouth could not help but rise slightly. As of today, Tong Yu's number of fans has finally reached 150W, and he has successfully unlocked the second privilege, cooking skills, which means that he can perform all the cooking skills that have appeared in the comics, just like what these students discussed just now. Ferocious Bull and Green Dragon Slash. At present, Tong Yu has mastered all the recipes and cooking skills of the anime Dasha 1, which is enough to crush most of Totsuki's students. However, this is not enough, because the recipes are all fixed, and the themes of eating halberd or assessment are not fixed, and it is inevitable that you will encounter topics other than the recipes you have learned. Therefore, it is necessary to unlock the third perk, character ability, as soon as possible. The unlocking conditions for the third privilege are more stringent than the first and second privileges, requiring at least 500W fans and at least one hardcore fan. Tong Yu is also thinking about it in his heart, and the first task is to identify a hardcore fan first. Just as Tong Yu was thinking about this, a girl sat down beside him. This girl has short purple hair, and like Mito Ikumi, her upper body is well developed. Even wearing a student uniform can't hide her good figure. After the purple-haired girl sat down, she put the textbook on the desk, and then took out a comic and read it. This comic is impressively Dasha 1, and he is also a fan. Student Hojo, do you like this manga too? That's right, the purple-haired girl in front of her is Hojo Miyoko. Hojo Miyoko glanced at Tong Yu, as if wondering why Tong Yu knew her. Yep. Hojo Miyoko responded with a voice and continued to focus on the comics in front of him, saying, the content of the comics is very interesting, especially the process of cooking is very detailed, it is worth watching. Oh. Tong Yu was a little surprised to hear Hojo Miyoko say this, and couldn't help but wonder. I take the liberty to ask classmate Hojo, don't you think the cooking described in this manga is a bit exaggerated? Many people talk about the dishes that appear in this manga, thinking that the author it's an exaggeration, and it simply cannot be reproduced in reality. Wuxia cuisine is broad and profound, and it is normal for superficial people to not understand. Most of the dishes introduced in this comic are in line with the characteristics of Wuxia cuisine. The comic also emphasizes the essence of heat of Wuxia cuisine many times. I know cooking very well. Hojo Miyoko said. Whether Ogawa Etsuji knows Wuxia cuisine is unclear, but what Tong Yu didn't expect was that Hojo Miyoko had such a high evaluation of Zhonghua Yifan. Thinking about it carefully, Hojo Miyoko's field of expertise is Wuxia cuisine, and it is only natural that she can understand some of the essence of cooking in this comic. He is good at Wuxia cuisine, and at the same time has a very good cooking talent. Hojo Miyoko has the potential to become a hardcore fan. Student Hojo really has his own unique opinion, unlike some people who only pay attention to the appearance of cooking. Hojo classmate, I think we can be friends, because I also know a lot about Wuxia cuisine, and we can discuss it together if we have the opportunity. Tong Yu said to Hojo Miyoko with a smile, and extended his right hand with a smile. You are quite interesting. You have to make friends with others in less than 2 or 3 sentences, but I don't hate this way of making friends. Hojo Miyoko also held out his right hand with a smile on his face. Please advise, my name is Tong Yu. Hojo Miyoko, please advise. Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko got along very well. After all, both of them are good at Wuxia cuisine, and there are many topics to talk about. Tong Yu hopes to make Hojo Miyoko his own die-hard fan, but if the two just met, they would definitely get the other party's disgust if they made such a request. I can't remember this kind of thing, I can only take it step by step. After the course, Tong Yu was about to return to Polar Star dorm when he heard another message as he left the teaching building. Have you heard? Nikiri Arena-sama is abolishing the redundant research societies in the academy. Of course I know about it. I also heard that her next goal is the Sumo Hot Pot Research Society. The Sumo Hot Pot Research Society is the old school of Totsuki Academy. Can this be abolished? Who knows, I'm not going to have a good life after being targeted by Nikiri Arena-sama in Totsuki Academy. Tong Yu didn't stop when he heard this, turned and left and walked in the direction of Polar Star dorm. Nikiri Arena's abolition of major research societies was also mentioned in the original book, but it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Tong Yu returned to Polar Star dorm, and as soon as he entered the gate, he saw Ishiki Satoshi in a naked apron talking to 2 other Polar Star dorm roommates. The 2 Tong Yu knew each other, Aoki Daigo with black hair and Sato Shoji with blonde back. I'll be on time for tonight's welcome, and I've informed the others. Ah, there's another banquet. I remember that we only got together once last week. It's too much trouble to bring your own rations. When Ishiki Satoshi saw Tong Yu coming over, he immediately said to him, Tong Yu is just in time, we are going to hold a welcome party tonight, everyone from Polar Star dorm is back, you can come too. Welcome? Who do you want to welcome? Tong Yu asked. Ishiki Satoshi still smiled with fox eyes. Tonight, a new classmate will be staying in Polar Star dorm. We will prepare a welcome party to welcome the new members. When Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji heard this, they secretly despised Ishiki Satoshi in their hearts, because they both understood that Ishiki Satoshi just wanted to party and that welcoming new students was just an excuse. Tong Yu also remembered that according to the development of the plot, Yukihira Sōma will be staying in Polar Star dorm. Yukihira Sōma, the guy who has the pig's foot halo in the original book, is also one of the objects that can be designated as a hardcore fan. Okay, I'll be there on time. Tong Yu nodded without thinking and agreed. As evening approached, Yukihira Sōma appeared at the gate of Polar Star dorm dragging a suitcase. After a lot of tossing, he finally passed the check-in test and got Wensu's permission to officially move into Polar Star dorm. At about 20 o'clock, Tong Yu, who was rushing to the house, heard a knock on the door. Mr. Tong Yu, the welcome party is about to start, come here quickly. Ishiki Satoshi shouted from outside the door. Come here now. Tong Yu put down the paintbrush in his hand and walked out of the bedroom to the meeting place with Ishiki Satoshi. The Polar Star dorm meeting place is selected by default in Marui Zenji's room at number 205. The reason everyone gave is that the room is big enough and clean at the same time. Although Marui Zenji strongly opposes each time he can only compromise. At this time, 7 or 8 people were already gathered in the house. Yoshino Yuki, Ryoko Sakaki are among them, and Yukihira Sōma, the spiky-haired boy who was called here just after staying at Polar Star dorm just tonight. Our great writer is here too, Yoshino Yuki waved at Tong Yu and shouted. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of others in the room, all of whom turned their attention to Tong Yu. Great writer? Yoshino, what do you mean by that? You don't know yet, Mr. Tong Yu is the author of the recently popular food comic, Dasha 1. After saying this, several people in the room who didn't know it looked at Tong Yu with surprised eyes. You are actually the author of Dasha 1. Idol, you must sign with me, I am your loyal fan. Both Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji were very excited. Yukihira Sōma hesitated for a moment, and then said, I thought the author of Dashya 1 was an old man, but I didn't expect to be about the same age as me. Tong Yu looked at the surprised people and said with a smile, Thank you for your support for my comics, but I hope you don't publicize the fact that I am a comics author, otherwise I will have no clean life, and I don't know if I will. Sent blades by some fans. Tong Yu didn't plan to reveal the author's identity at first, but because of Ishiki Satoshi, several people in Polar Star Dorm knew about it, and now he can only tell everyone in Polar Star Dorm not to spread the matter. The people at Polar Star Dorm also promised not to spread the matter out, and after chatting some more about comics, a group of people began to get into the topic of this evening. We welcome a new member to Polar Star Dorm, let's toast everyone. Ishiki Satoshi took the lead and raised his glass and said loudly. What everyone's cups contained was not wine, but wheat juice brewed by Sakaki Ryoko himself. After 2 or 3 drinks, everyone knew each other's names during the chat. The one with blue double-twisted braids who didn't speak much since entering the house was Tadakoro Megumi. Ibusaki Shun, an autistic boy with his hair covering his eyes, also rarely speaks. The only Marui Zenji with glasses. Then came Ishiki Satoshi, Ryoko Sakaki, Yoshino Yuki, Aoki Daigo, Sato Shoji, and Yukihira Sōma and Tong Yu. There are definitely more than these members living in Polar Star Dorm, but since Ishiki Satoshi called everyone to meet every now and then, many people were tired of choosing not to come. But at present, the people who come here are people who like to do things, and they also have their own skills. For example, Sakaki Ryoko is good at koji cuisine, and is very good at fermented ingredients and condiments. She brewed the wheat juice everyone drinks tonight. The smoked jerky on the ground is by Ibusaki Shun, who is best at smoked dishes. Because of this, he often made his room so smoky, and was scolded by Wensu a lot. Marui Zenji, who seems to be weak, is actually a hidden scholar who has studied various ancient food literature. Yoshino Yuki, who specializes in game and farms at Polar Star Dorm. Aoki and Sato from the group of friends are very good at cooking related to fried. The ration they brought today is fried assortment. As for Ishiki Satoshi, I won't say much for the time being. Being the 7th seed of the Totsuki Elite 10 naturally has his strength. However, his hobby is also obvious, that is, he likes all kinds of exciting costumes. Finally, Tadakoro Megumi, who blushes after saying a word or two, doesn't seem to have any specialties at the moment. But only Tong Yu knows that Tadakoro Megumi has huge potential, but it has not been stimulated yet. After getting to know each other, everyone became more casual, and a closer look at several people's faces showed varying degrees of ruddy. Only then did Tong Yu realize that the wheat juice had a certain amount of alcohol, no wonder he felt a little dizzy after drinking too much. After chatting and chatting, the topic of everyone returned to the comic Dashya 1. Tong Yu-kun, the dishes in your comics are so interesting. Can these dishes be made according to the comics? Yoshino Yuki asked Tong Yu such a question. Tong Yu had long thought that some fans would ask him this kind of question, so he answered directly, of course it can be done. Every dish in the comics represents the essence of Wuxia cuisine. Of course, if the cooking level does not reach a certain level at this point, it will also fail. Hey, that means that all the dishes that appear in this comic, Mr. Tong Yu can cook. Ryoko Sakaki said in surprise. Well, that's about it. Tong Yu said. Then what are you waiting for? Mr. Tong Yu will show us a hand immediately, we want to taste Wuxia food. It happens that the dishes are finished, let's add more dishes. Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji coaxed together like this, and others also asked Tong Yu to show his hand. Then you wait for us, I'll see if there is anything to cook in the kitchen. Tong Yu stood up a little helplessly and said. Tong Yu came to the kitchen on the first floor alone, and when he walked into the kitchen, he saw Mrs. Wenxiu leaning on a chair and eating leisurely. I saw that she was still holding a glass of beer in her hand, and she felt a little drunk on her face. Every time Ishiki Satoshi called on everyone to gather, he would cook some dishes for Wensu in advance, which was also considered a benefits fee for the dormitory. So every time the people of Polar Star Dorm get together, she turns a blind eye. As long as she doesn't make too much noise, she doesn't care. The party is over. Tong Yu, who Wensu saw, walked into the kitchen and asked. "No, let me make some after the food is finished." Tong Yu said and came to the side of the platform. It's really unfortunate that there are no ingredients available in the kitchen. The last bits of bacon and cans were used by the transfer students who moved into Polar Star Dorm today. Wensu said while drinking the wine in his glass. Is there nothing left?" Tong Yu looked around the kitchen and found that there was really nothing but seasonings and a carton of eggs. There are leftovers from noon in the pot. If they are really hungry, they can eat with kimchi. Have leftovers? That's enough. Although it's not an overnight meal, it's good enough to make a golden egg fried rice. Tong Yu didn't talk too much, and started doing it right away. Wenshu has been a dormitory at Polar Star Dorm for decades. He has eaten many dishes made by elite 10 students. He is considered a half gourmet. Hearing Tong Yu say this, he also guessed that he is cooking egg fried rice. Egg fried rice, for many people, this is an ordinary dish that cannot be cooked in an ordinary way, and it is not even a dish in the eyes of some people. Wensu didn't pay attention to Tong Yu, who was beside him at first, until she heard the sound of dumping the pot and the scent that irritated her nose, and she immediately stood up from the chair. The rice and eggs are fused together, and then the aroma of the two is completely released through the high temperature of the iron pan. Such a fragrance made Wensu, who was a little sullen, a burst of energy. Wensu turned his eyes to the cooking table, and saw Tong Yu holding the iron pan with one hand and quickly tossing it. The golden rice flew up like a wave, flipped a somersault in the air, and then fell back to the pot exactly one grain. Middle. After tossing the pot 5 or 6 times in a row, Tong Yu removed the iron pot from the stove with a low voice, and placed the prepared egg fried rice on 2 plates. At this moment, Wensu vaguely saw the golden light of the egg fried rice. Well, is the wine a little too high today? Wensu thought that he was drinking too much, but he didn't know that it was the egg fried rice that really glowed. Yes, this is not an ordinary egg fried rice, but a golden egg fried rice with glowing properties. Miss Wenshu, I made some for you, you can try it. Tong Yu brought the prepared egg fried rice to Wensu, and then walked out of the kitchen with another serving. Not long after Tong Yu left, Wensu's delicious exclamation came from the kitchen. 205 bedroom. After waiting for a long time, the kitchen has limited ingredients and only made this. Tong Yu delivered the ready-made golden egg fried rice to the crowd. Hey, it's egg fried rice. But the color of this egg fried rice is like gold, shiny. Wait a minute, the dish that appeared in the first episode of Zhonghua Yi Fun is egg fried rice. Is that what Mr. Tong Yu cooked? Tong Yu nodded and said, that's right, this is the golden egg fried rice. Sōma, I heard that you also made golden egg fried rice when you were taking the transfer exam. Now you come and try the difference between what you and I do. Hey, how do you know what I'm cooking is golden egg fried rice? Sōma asked curiously. I don't want to know. Someone deliberately said this in front of me. Ignore this for now, the egg fried rice should be eaten while it's hot, so let's try it first. Saying that, Tong Yu handed the prepared spoons to everyone's hands. Because the leftovers in the kitchen were limited, and a portion was distributed to Wensu, the portion in front of everyone was not much, and 1 or 2 spoonfuls alone would be gone. Ishiki Satoshi, Sōma, Sakaki Ryoko, Tadakoro Megumi and others all picked up the spoons and scooped up the golden egg fried rice and slowly put it into their mouths. After eating, everyone's expressions changed for a while. After a while, boom. The taste buds are like the eruption of a volcano, and the word delicious keeps popping up in my mind. This is really just egg fried rice, why is it so delicious? The ingredients are extremely simple, only eggs and rice, but the taste is better than cooking with a lot of ingredients. Delicious. Hey, Ibuzaki, don't eat it all without a word. In less than half a minute, the bowl of golden egg fried rice cooked by Tong Yu was completely eaten, not even a grain of rice noodles was left. After Yukihira Sōma finished tasting it, the look of surprise on her face still couldn't go away for a long time. Mr. Tong Yu, how is this egg fried rice made, and why is it so delicious? Yoshino Yuki asked with a rosy face. Tong Yu said with a smile, isn't it very clear in the manga how to do it? Golden fried rice is just mixing rice with eggs, but grains of rice must be thoroughly mixed with eggs. This will give the egg fried rice a golden glow. Hey, even though you said that, we still don't quite understand. Wait a minute, I did what the manga said, but why can't I make it taste like this? Could it be that you hid your hand and didn't draw it in the manga? Sōma stared at Tong suspiciously. Sōma is very confident in his cooking skills. He can't believe that there is such a big difference between cooking with the same method. That's because you didn't understand the essence of fire. The essence of fire? Simply put, it is the mastery of the heat. The collision of the heat and the seasoning further stimulates the deliciousness of the ingredients themselves, and the combination of the three can form the best taste. In fact, it is easier to understand. The difference between Sōma and Tong Yu's golden egg fried rice is the difference between glowing and not glowing. Glowing cuisine, this is also a unique setting in Fushia Ichiban. Glowing dishes will increase the taste by 50% or even 100% on the basis of the original deliciousness. Sōma can't glow without understanding the essence of fire, and the taste is naturally much worse. Tong Yu looked at Sōma, who lowered his head and seemed to understand, and smiled lightly, and did not explain much on this topic. Soon the welcome party also came to an end, and everyone who had eaten and drank was very tired, and regardless of the endgame of the room, they returned to their dormitories to rest. Tong Yu also went back to the room to rest after taking a shower. Asterisk. The next day, Tong Yu, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a knock on the door. Hurry up, Mr. Tong Yu, I have something to ask you. Yukihira Sōma shouted outside the dormitory door. Sōma. Tong Yu just hesitated for a moment, and then immediately guessed the purpose of Yukihira Sōma coming to him. After getting dressed and opening the bedroom door, Yukihira Sōma immediately walked in. Although Tong Yu guessed the purpose of Sōma's visit, he still said, Yukihira, are you busy with me? Mr. Tong Yu, teach me the essence of cooking of Fushia cuisine right away, I want to make fried rice with golden eggs like you. Sōma said to Tong Yu with a serious face. It is as expected. It seems that last night's golden egg fried rice had a great influence on Yukihira Sōma, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to find Tong Yu so early. Although the two did not have a formal competition, Yukihira Sōma knew very well that there was a big gap between him and Tong Yu. The taste of the dishes made by the same method is very different, which is enough to show that Tong Yu's cooking skills are far superior to him. He has been rolling in the kitchen of Yukihira restaurant since he was a child. He has absolute cooking experience. Before he came to Totsuki Academy, he was confident that his cooking skills were rare among his peers. But I didn't expect to meet an opponent so soon, and the gap in strength is still so huge. At the same time, Sōma gradually understood why Joichiro sent him to Totsuki Academy. Yukihira, mastering the essence of fire, is not an overnight process, it is a long-term accumulation process. However, I can use other methods to improve your cooking skills, but I have one condition. As long as I can improve my cooking skills, I can do anything. Tong Yu looked at Sōma's serious face and couldn't help but smiled and said, don't be so nervous, it's not for you to do terrible things. My condition is very simple, to become a hardcore fan of my comics. Hardcore fans? What is that? Sōma said with a confused expression. Well, to put it simply, you always support my comics, and then occasionally help me with a little help. You can also understand that you are my assistant. Tong Yu said. Sōma rubbed his head in confusion. Is there any connection between being a die-hard fan and improving my cooking skills? This doesn't seem to be related, but I can guarantee that your cooking skills will definitely improve in a short time. When he heard this, Sōma agreed without thinking much. At this time, the voice of the system prompt also came from Tong Yu's mind. Ding, detected that Yukihira Sōma is willing to become a die-hard fan of the host. Do you establish contact immediately? Yes. When Tong Yu made sure that the connection was established, Yukihira Sōma suddenly looked dazed. But within a second, Yukihira Sōma was back to normal. At this time, an attribute panel about Yukihira Sōma also popped up in Tong Yu's consciousness space. Hardcore powder. Name, Yukihira Sōma. Talent type, all-round chef. Cooking talent, S, from low to high D, C, B, A, S, S plus 6 levels. Recipe, no. Cooking skills, none. Ability, none. System suggestion, the all-round talented chef, who also has a very high cooking talent, is a target worthy of training. He will become a powerful arm for the host to explore the world of comics. Before Tong Yu could figure out what was going on in the attribute panel, the sound of the system prompt came again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully owning the first hardcore fan. The host will get the reward, 7-star knife. The hardcore fan, Yukihira Sōma, has learned the designated recipe *1, and the designated cooking skill *1. Tong Yu couldn't react to the continuous sound of the system. In order to understand what happened, he decided to leave Yukihira Sōma first. Yukihira, that's all for now. After today's class is over, we'll talk about other things. Tong Yu said to Yukihira Sōma. Okay. After Yukihira Sōma left, Tong Yu started asking the system some questions. The system responded to Tong Yu's questions in detail one by one. The first is about the attribute panel of Yukihira Sōma. This panel lists some of Sōma's information, cooking talent, talent type, as well as recipes and cooking skills learned from the manga system. The first is cooking talent, which is the system's evaluation of the bound hardcore fans. The higher the evaluation, the greater the potential of this person, the huge room for improvement, and the easier it is to learn recipes and cooking skills. There are 3 types of talents. They are all-round, single, and special. All-round chefs, there are fewer people with this talent, they are often good at more fields, and they are involved in various skills. Such a chef can develop in many directions, and there are not too many restrictions on learning skills. Single-type chefs, most chefs belong to this type, have a special ability or are very good at a certain field of cooking. Special chefs have unique talents and abilities, which are very rare. The system gives such a panel, that is, Tong Yu can better cultivate die-hard fans. And the 7-star knife that was rewarded just now has been placed in the system backpack space, and Tong Yu's control mind can be taken out at any time. As for Sōma's 2 designated rewards, Tong Yu will designate it. After the assignment is completed, you can learn immediately. Of course, the specified recipes and cooking skills must have appeared in *1. Tong Yu was not in a hurry to arrange recipes and cooking skills for Yukihira Sōma immediately. After washing up and getting some food in the kitchen, he rushed to the teaching building with his textbooks. Today's class is about nutrition, and when Tong Yu walked into the classroom, he felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that the classroom should be chattering and noisy before class is not in session, but the classroom is very quiet, and only occasional whispers can be heard. I saw that everyone in the classroom was looking at the long chestnut-haired girl sitting in the front row with fearful eyes. This girl has delicate facial features and an excellent figure, but her face is cold and cold. Yukihira. I didn't expect to meet her in this class. Interesting, go up and say hello. Tong Yu's mouth curled into a smile, and he walked directly to a seat next to Yukihira and sat down. Due to Nikiri Arina's strong family background and her own excellence, many students are afraid to approach her easily. In addition, she defeated second-year Kobayashi Kiyoshi in the halberd yesterday. After winning, the Sumo Hot Pot Research Association was abolished on the spot, which made her famous. The mention of Nikiri Arina's name in the first grade can't help but evoke a sense of awe. Therefore, the seats beside Nikiri Arina were empty, and no one dared to step forward to sit, and everyone was afraid of offending this big man accidentally. But Tong Yu was better, and sat directly beside her. This surprised the other students in the classroom. Asterisk. Tong Yu sat beside Nikiri Arina under the surprised eyes of the other students. Who is this man? He sits next to Nikiri Arina-sama nonchalantly. I don't know this guy, is it a friend of Nikiri Arina-sama? Everyone in the classroom whispered like this. Nikiri Arina, who was looking down at the textbook, also noticed that someone was sitting beside her, so she couldn't help but look up at Tong Yu. Nikiri Arina knew that the author of Zhonghua Yifan was Tong Yu, but had never met Tong Yu himself. After giving Tong Yu a cold look, she continued to look down at the textbook. Seeing that Nikiri Arina didn't seem to know him, Tong Yu took the initiative and said, Nikiri, can I bother you for a few minutes to ask you a few questions? Hearing this, Nikiri Arina raised her head again and set her eyes on Tong Yu. What question do you want to ask? Nikiri Arina didn't refuse, but her tone and eyes were still cold. It's not a problem. Recently, I encountered some troubles when I was studying cooking, and I always felt that the dishes I made were not satisfactory. So I wanted to ask Nikiri-san, what kind of cooking can be called a real food? Nikiri Arina frowned slightly. In her opinion Tong Yu asked a very strange question. Real food, every ingredient used is meticulously crafted, through the hands of skilled chefs in several processes, and finally presented to the table. Even if this kind of food is in front of you, it can make you feel very happy, this can be called real food. It's not the kind of common people's dishes that make people sick at a glance. Nikiri Arina said that her voice was a little low at the end, and she seemed to hate certain dishes. Tong Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. I understand, it turns out that this is the real food in Nikiri's eyes. However, I still have to remind Nikiri that the more gorgeous the dishes are, the more delicious they are. Sometimes the simple dishes can bring unexpected deliciousness. Yep. Nikiri Arina frowned again, her eyes fixed on Tong Yu. Don't you think the words you say and the questions you ask are strange? Not strange at all, because my name is Tong Yu. It was you. Nikiri Arina couldn't help but shouted loudly, causing the rest of the classroom to focus their attention on this side again. Nikiri Arina sensed her gaffe and returned to normal. You are the author of the Hushia Ichiban manga. Nikiri Arina lowered her voice. Yes, it's me. Tong Yu looked at Nikiri Arina's gritted teeth and couldn't help but feel amused. Before you asked Mito to remind me, I also asked her to speak to you. But when I meet you here today, I still personally let me tell you. I'm not going to stop selling comics, not only that, but I'll make you recognize my comics, and the dishes described in the comics. B********************* D, I won't approve of such vulgar cartoons. Ha, is that so? Let's wait and see. Tong Yu said, stood up and left, then habitually found a seat in the back row of the classroom and sat down. Rather than defeating the enemy directly, Tong Yu prefers to let the enemy submit to himself, which is more fulfilling. What's more, the opponent is a small tsundere like Nikiri Arina. Tong Yu was looking forward to it, and wanted to see this little tsundere blushing in recognition of the dishes that appeared in Zhonghua Ian and the comics. Nikiri Arina was also very angry because of what Tong Yu said just now, and she vowed to make Tong Yu disappear from Totsuki in her heart. Tong Yu also returned to Polar Star dorm after a long day of classes, and today's class was as boring as yesterday. Think about it too, now Tong Yu has mastered all the recipes and cooking skills of Zhonghua Ian. These courses are as simple as elementary school arithmetic for him. But at the end of the get out of class, Tong Yu heard another news, precisely about Nikiri Arena. After Nikiri Arena abolished the old-fashioned research society, Sumo Hotpot Research Society, he turned his attention to other research societies. Her next goal is the study on rice bowls. After Tong Yu heard the news, he immediately thought of this episode of the original work, and a very interesting idea came to his mind. Hey, it's interesting just thinking about it. Tong Yu found Sōma as soon as he returned to Polar Star Dorm, and was about to start implementing his plan. By the way, he tried to see if the system would work as a reward for hardcore fans. Sōma, the essence of fire needs to be learned slowly. I will teach you this later. Today, I will teach you something more interesting. Tong Yu called Sōma to the open space behind Polar Star Dorm's dormitory, which was now the only two of them. There was a table in the open space, and on the table were several silver and sharp kitchen knives. Sōma didn't know what Tong Yu was going to do, but there was an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Tong Yu, are you trying to teach me a very powerful technique? Well, that's about it. Sōma, have you read all the plots of Dasha 1? I've read it a long time ago, and I'm still waiting for you to update it. Then, do you remember that there is a character named Ren in the comics? His knife skills have reached the pinnacle. He holds the famous kitchen knife, 7-star knife, and has the knife skills that can dismember a whole head in an instant. While saying this, Tong Yu walked over to the table and picked up one of the kitchen knives. It was only then that Sōma noticed that the kitchen knife on the table was unusual. After a closer look, he was surprised to find that this was not the kitchen utensils that appeared in the comics. This is the 7-star saber. It actually exists. Sōma said in shock. The 7-star knife is divided into 7 handles, each with its own use. It can handle different ingredients and perform various knife skills. The origin of the name of the 7-star knife is derived from the 7-star position, namely, Pasaber, Lianjian knife, Lutsuan knife, Wenshu knife, Juman knife, Wutsu knife, and Greedy Wolf knife. Each kitchen knife corresponds to a cooking skill, and the biggest saber-breaking knife corresponds to Ferocious Bull and Green Dragon Slash. Tong Yu ignored Sōma's surprise, picked up a wolf knife from the table, and then went to a nearby vegetable and pulled up a white radish. Okay, this is the cooking skill I want to teach you. After speaking, Tong Yu threw the white radish in his hand gently into the air, and almost at the same time his right hand holding the knife also raised. 7 stars cut in slices. Tong Yu let out a low voice, and swung his right hand with the knife towards the white radish in the air. Swish swish. Such a voice was heard in Sōma's ear. This. Sōma was speechless in surprise, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. I saw the afterimage of Tong Yu's right hand wielding the knife quickly appearing, the white radish in the air was instantly cut open, and slices of white radish as thin as cicadas' wings slowly fell from the air. In an instant, the white radishes with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters were all cut into slices of equal size. Tong Yu withdrew the Greedy Wolf saber, and some slices of white radish were still floating in the air, before they landed on the ground. Such knife skills and such speed made Sōma beside him dumbfounded. Did you see it clearly? Did you learn it? Tong Yu said to Sōma, who had not recovered. Only then did Sōma come back to his senses. Although it's a bit incredible, I seem to understand. Ding, successfully taught the hardcore fan Yukihira Sōma's cooking skills, 7 stars shun slices. Tong Yu knew that Sōma's ability to learn directly has a lot to do with the system, but he still praised, you can learn it after reading it once. As expected of you, Sōma. Now that you have learned it, try to use it. Tong Yu handed the Greedy Wolf sword to Sōma. Sōma took the kitchen knife and pulled a daikon from the vegetable field. However, instead of using his cooking skills like Tong Yu, he put the white radish on the table beside him. After a low whimper, Sōma's right hand swung out instantly. 7-star cut. Swish. There was a rhythmic cutting sound, and slices of white radish, which were only the thickness of a sheet of paper, danced on the table. Success! It's amazing! Sōma looked at the daikon slices piled up on the table, and still couldn't believe it was his knife work. It's too easy to learn. Tong Yu will continue to teach me. I also want to learn ferocious bull and green dragon cut. That move feels more handsome. Sōma looked at Tong Yu excitedly. There is only one reward for cooking skills that the system gives Sōma. Without the system as a medium, it is difficult for Sōma to learn by his own abilities. You won't be able to learn it for the time being. You can't learn how to slash the ox and the blue dragon. You'll have to master the 7-star slicing first, and that's it for today. All right. Sōma is not insatiable, and he is quite satisfied to learn this trick today. By the way, Sōma, if someone is looking for you to eat a halberd recently or you want to eat a halberd, try to choose the theme that your opponent is best at. Tong Yu suddenly said to Sōma. Why? Don't ask why, just do as I say, and then I can teach you an interesting recipe. Although Sōma was very puzzled, she nodded and agreed without thinking much when she heard that she could learn a new recipe. In this way, 2 days have passed. During these 2 days, the number of Tong Yu's fans has continued to rise, and the number of fans is about to exceed 300,000. At the same time, he has almost completed the 3rd volume, and it can be handed over to the comics for sale this week, when the number of fans will increase even more. On this day, Tong Yu returned to Polar Star Dorm after a day of class as usual, but as soon as he walked to the lobby on the 1st floor, he saw Sōma, Tadakoro Megumi, Yoshino Yuki, Sakaki Ryoko and others gathered together to discuss something. Really, Yukihira, you are too fond of being in the limelight. You made such a big talk at the opening ceremony, and now you are risking dropping out of school and eating halberds with others. Yoshino Yuki complained. It's really irrational this time, and the opponent is Mito Ikumi. Ryoko Sakaki worried. These are not the key points. The key is to choose the theme meat dishes that the opponent is best at. This time you are really finished. I heard that Mito Ikumi's cooking grades in meat are all A grades, and there are almost no rivals in the same grade. Yukihira, what are you going to do this time? Both Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji also thought that Sōma was dead this time, and there was no chance of winning against Mito Ikumi. When Tong Yu heard these words, he knew that the scene in the original book happened. Mito Ikumi was ordered by Nikiri Arena to abolish the Donburi Research Association, and happened to meet Yukihira Sōma, who went to the Donburi Research Association to find inspiration. Sōma's newborn calf is not afraid of tigers and wants to stop Mito Ikumi from abolishing Gaon, and then the two agreed to eat halberds. In the original plot, the theme of the confrontation between the two was originally dawn, but because Tong Yu said something to Sōma in advance, the theme changed. Yoshino Yuki saw Sōma's face without worry, and then saw Tong Yu walk in, and couldn't help saying, Tong Yu-kun, let's talk about Yukihira, he is too reckless this time. With a calm expression on Tong Yu's face, he came to look at Sōma in front of the crowd. How long does it take to eat the halberd? This Saturday, as you told me, I chose the subject that my opponent is best at. Sōma grinned. Everyone in Polar Star Dorm was stunned when they heard this. Did Mr. Tong Yu let Yukihira and Mito eat the halberd? Wait, what's going on? Everyone was puzzled, but Ashiki Satoshi, the fox, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I'll explain this to you later. But don't worry about this halberd, just wait and watch the show. Oh, by the way, Yuki, I'll have to ask you a favor then. Help. Time quickly came to Saturday, the day of Yukihira Sōma and Mito Ikumi. The news that the two were going to eat the halberd caused a wave, and many students came to watch the battle. The main reason for this is because of what Yukihira Sōma said at the opening ceremony. No, this large group of people came here to see the moment when Sōma was dropped out of school. Tong Yu also came to the scene of eating halberd with everyone from Polar Star Dorm. In Totsuki Academy, eating halberd is a very important process, and every halberd eating has been approved by the Eating Halberd Administration. Therefore, at the scene, you can also see the notaries of the Food and Halberd Administration, as well as a professional master of ceremonies and 3 reviewers. As the time to eat the halberd approached, the audience around the auditorium was constantly increasing, and even Nakiri Arena, one of the Elite 10, came to the scene. The arrival of Nakiri Arena caused quite a stir. How come Nakiri Arena-sama is here? How can she come to watch such a small-scale halberd? Mito Ikumi is the arena faction, so come to watch the game because of that. Just as Nakiri Arena was about to enter the VIP room to watch the game, a figure appeared in front of her. Yo, I didn't expect Nakiri-san to care about this kind of snack. It's you. In fact, Tong Yu had already guessed that Nakiri Arena would come to see the halberd, and deliberately waited outside the VIP room. Yes, it's you. When Nakiri Arena saw Tong Yu's complexion, she became unpleasant. Yes, it's me, classmate Nakiri, we meet again. But this time I'm not here to ask you a question, I just want to tell you that this meal is very interesting, and it may subvert your ridiculous food view. Tong Yu's words were a bit mocking, making Nakiri Arena's face even more ugly. It's rude to say that to Lord Arena. Arado Hisako immediately stood up to protect the master and scolded Tong Yu, please get out of the way, don't get in the way. Tong Yu ignored Arado Hisako, turned sideways, walked a few steps and stopped, look forward to it, there will be things you can't imagine in this halberd. After saying this, Tong Yu left, leaving only Nakiri Arena with a livid face. Who is this rude fellow Arena-sama? Tong Yu, that vulgar comic writer. Hey, he is the author of Dasha 1. Nakiri Arena didn't speak, and silently walked into the VIP room. While Tong Yu and Nakiri Arena were talking, the players from both sides of the halberd had also entered the cooking area. When Mito Ikumi entered the venue, there was applause, and when it was Soma's turn to appear, everyone around the audience threw the melon confetti that had been prepared at him. The MC Kawashima Rei was talking nonsense, determined the conditions and themes of eating halberd, and introduced 3 judges, and eating halberd officially started. As many would think, Mito Ikumi came up with the top ingredient A5 beef. A 5-grade beef is very hard for others to get, but Mito Ikumi's family runs Mito Meat, which is a leader in the beef industry, and she can easily get this grade of beef. As soon as the high-grade ingredients were taken out, it immediately attracted the exclamations of everyone around the auditorium. A5 beef appeared. Awesome beef, I've never seen frosted beef with such fine stripes. The fat and lean meat are very shiny, and the meat just looks like this and it's hard to bite into. Tong Yu doesn't take it seriously. Although he doesn't deny the value of high-grade ingredients, he can only cook decent dishes with high-grade ingredients. This is not a qualified chef. Mito Ikumi may also be influenced by Nakiri Arena's food concept, and believes that delicious dishes must require high-end ingredients, so he will come up with such very high-end ingredients. In contrast, the ingredients used in Sōma are not so high-end, but they are not stall goods. I saw that the ingredient used by Sōma was a duck, or polar star duck, to be precise. That's right, this is a duck bred by Yoshino Yuki, and it definitely tastes much better than the feed duck sold in the supermarket. In addition to the main ingredient duck, Sōma also prepared taro, high-concentration white wine, 3 boxes of eggs, and a lot of salt. The ingredients used by this transfer student are so strange. Wait, I seem to have seen this combination of ingredients somewhere. Is it because you want to cook something weird? However, there is already a huge difference in taste between ordinary duck meat and A5 beef. The outcome of this shurji is obvious. This is the idea of many people at the scene. They all feel that the gap in ingredients is difficult to make up for in other places. When Mito Ikumi glanced at Sōma and took it out, he also smiled secretly. Then she started to cook the A5 beef, put the beef into the pot and started frying. The temperature of the oil forced the gravy of the beef out, and the fragrance that emanated suddenly filled the surroundings, making people intoxicated. The beef is fried to a certain extent, and when it is placed in the oven, the temperature is well controlled to fully stimulate the deliciousness of the beef itself. At this moment, someone exclaimed. I remembered, the dishes that the transfer students are going to cook are the phoenix eggs that appeared in the Hushia Ichiban comics. At this time, many people saw that Sōma had made a huge bird's egg and placed it on the base covered with taro. Hey, just kidding, you really take the food in the food comic seriously, and you have to cook it on such an important food? After all, Zhonghua Ichiban is just a comic, and the dishes on it are just things that the comic authors imagined out of thin air, and they don't exist at all. A group of people are sneering at Sōma, thinking that he has nothing to do, but he actually moved the comic's recipe here. Tong Yu, who was somewhere in the auditorium, had a smile on his face when he heard the people around him talking like this. Laugh at it, laugh as much as possible, the longer you wait for the reversal, the better. Time passed bit by bit, and the cooking stage ended at the order of Rei Kawashima, and then we entered the exciting judging stage. Let's start the judging session, please serve the dishes from both sides, starting with the Mido contestants judging. After Kawashima Rei finished speaking, Mido Ikumi confidently presented the cooked dishes to the three judges. Due to the change in the theme of the showdown, Mido Ikumi did not cook rice bowls like the original, but cooked dishes similar to roast beef. A 5 beef has been processed in multiple processes, and the aroma is overflowing. Well, it's delicious. I thought it was just ordinary roast beef just by looking at it, but after taking a bite, I realized it was unparalleled. And even the angle of the fire was calculated for this meat, and the beef was evenly heated during the roasting process in the oven, which made the gravy of the beef more comfortable. As expected of an expert in meat cooking, such details have been taken into account. Top-level ingredients and this superb cooking technique can make such top-level deliciousness. The three judges were full of praise and were very satisfied with Mido Ikumi's cooking. The outcome is already divided, you can see the expression of the transfer student losing immediately. Some people in the audience started to gloat over the misfortune, and Nikiri Arena, who was sitting in the VIP room, finally showed a smile on her face. This is real food, and it's not comparable to those vulgar dishes. Nikiri Arena thought to herself. However, Nikiri Arena was not happy for a while, and a golden light suddenly reflected in the cooking area. Is this light? Everyone at the scene was shocked, and many people rubbed their eyes hard and thought they were dazzled. Asterisk. Phoenix egg, a dish created by talented chef Lu Subaru. Mix the egg whites and salt into a ball, then wrap it around the prepared duck to make the shape of an egg. In addition, put the shredded taro into a bird's nest and spread it in the pot. After pouring in the concentrated wine, add the egg, and finally light the fire to let the wine burn. With the burning process of high-concentration wine, its aroma will gradually penetrate into the egg, and the salt can heat the food evenly, which is equivalent to the role of a steamer. Salt is the leader of food, and wine is the leader of 100 medicines, which refers to this cooking method. The seemingly simple production method actually requires quite high skills. The first and foremost is to grasp the heat, which is the essence of heat. Sōma learned this recipe, but it doesn't mean that he has completely mastered the essence of heat, it can only be said that he has mastered the heat control of this dish properly. Slap. As Sōma knocked the phoenix egg open with a hammer, a golden light actually shot out from it. The golden light only lasted for a while and then disappeared, which made many people think they were dazzled. The eggshell was completely shattered, and a stream of hot air came out of the cracked gap. Boom! There is a powerful breath of life about to break out of the shell. The three closest judges felt the deepest, and their faces were all surprised. I feel the vitality in the eggshell, it's endless. Hey, hurry up and take your food out of the eggshell. The three judges had already smelled the strong aroma, but Sōma said calmly, don't worry, it's a bit unsightly to put the whole duck in front of you, this phoenix egg still needs the last to process. Saying that, Sōma put on disposable hygiene gloves and took out the 3 ducks in the big egg, and then picked up the kitchen knife on the side. Wait, wait, no need to slice it, we can just tear it and eat it. That's right, slicing will definitely make it delicious. However, before the judges could finish speaking, Sōma picked up the kitchen knife and waved it at the 3 ducks in front of him. 7-star cut. The cooking skills unfolded, and the duck slices flew side by side in the air as Sōma swiftly swung the knife. The 3 judges were speechless again. What kind of knife work is this? The people in the same auditorium were also surprised. They couldn't believe that the engineering skills of a transfer student had reached such a terrifying skill. No, I seem to have seen this kind of amazing knife work somewhere. Wait, is there a similar knife skill in Dasha 1? No, it doesn't matter if you learn the cooking from the comics, can you also learn this knife crafting skills from the comics? Amid the amazement of the judges and the crowd, Sōma quickly sliced all the duck meat. 3 plates of duck slices were placed in front of the 3 judges, and they were still steaming. From making this phoenix egg, to using Qixing Shun slicing to slice the duck, Sōma did not make any mistakes in the whole process. The deliciousness of this dish can be imagined, and the glow of opening the dish just now is the best proof. After the 3 judges ate it, the whole person was also greatly shocked. Delicious, top delicious. This is even more delicious than the A5 beef just now. This feeling is amazing, the whole stomach. No, the whole person seems to be reborn. Eat it full of energy, like a phoenix reborn from ashes. The judges complimented and devoured all the duck meat on the plate. After eating, the 3 judges looked satisfied. It's unbelievable that the deliciousness of duck can be stimulated to such an extent. And the method of making it is also unheard of. One of the judges seemed to be immersed in the delicious food just now, and then looked at Sōma and asked, "By the way, Yukihira contestant, I heard from the people around you that you learned this recipe from a food comic." "That's right." Sōma showed a magical smile, and conjured up a copy of Dasha 1 from behind him, saying, "Everyone, the recipe I just made was learned in this comic, which records many interesting details in detail. The recipes can be made according to the method, which is much more interesting than the individual recipes, and I strongly recommend everyone to buy them and see." This wave of advertisements caught everyone off guard, which also made Nakiri Arena in the VIP room unable to sit still. At the same time, her face was hot, as if she had been slapped in the face. "Is it Dasha 1? Well, I remember the name of this comic. I will definitely buy it and read it after work is over. It's a bit interesting to learn the recipe from the comics. The result of this halberd meal is also obvious. Well, the taste of the 2 dishes is very different." The 3 judges quickly voted, and the results could not have been more obvious. All 3 chose the phoenix eggs made by Yukihira Sōma. Yukihira Sōma defeated Mito Ikumi 3-0. The results were announced, and the crowd at the scene was boiling again. Mito Ikumi actually lost to the transfer students in the field of meat cooking, which he is best at, and it is even more incredible that the dishes made by the transfer students are actually the recipes in the comics. This made some people begin to wonder whether Zhonghua Ian is a comic or a recipe book. Mito Ikumi ran out of the cooking venue after the results were announced, and she couldn't accept the failure for a while. And as her master, Nakiri Arena's heart is not much better. She was boycotting Tong Yu's cartoons before, calling them vulgar cartoons. However, someone has now used the cooking in this comic to defeat her most proud subordinate. Isn't this an indirect slap in the face? This was even more uncomfortable than humiliating her directly, but at this time, she kept recalling what Tong Yu said before entering the VIP room. Damn it! Annoyed, Nakiri Arena slammed out the door, startling Arato Hisako next to her. Arato Hisako had followed Nakiri Arena for so many years and had never seen her so angry. Tong Yu, who was in the auditorium, saw Nakiri Arena leave the scene in a huff and couldn't help laughing. "Huh, this little tsundere is P****************. But in the end, you might have to thank me for letting you understand what real food is." Tong Yu murmured as he watched Yukihira leave. Asterisk. Sōma, who won the halberd victory, became famous. The many black fans he had provoked at the opening ceremony gradually changed their views on him. At least everyone has seen his strength and no longer thinks that he is just a mere big talker. With Sōma winning this halberd, the popularity of the anime Dasha 1 has risen again. Due to this wave of advertisements by Sōma, the original food comics have been advertised as God books, and many Totsuki students have begun to study and try out the recipes that appeared in the comics. The day after Sōma and Mito finished eating halberds, Tong Yu sent the completed 30 chapters to the manga club. Only in the afternoon of the same day, the third volume of Dasha 1 was also released. This volume mainly tells the story of Lu Subaru and his party looking for legendary kitchen utensils and fighting the dark cooking world. This volume can be said to be the most exciting climax of all the comics. There are about 10 episodes left in the remaining plot. Tong Yu is also preparing to complete the final plot in half a month. In this way, the animation Dasha 1 is officially finished. After this comic is over, Tong Yu is not going to release a new comic right away, he is going to delay it for a while. Because it will take some time for the 5 privilege rewards of this comic to be fully unlocked, and there is only one hardcore fan at present, and it is still in the cultivation stage. It's also obvious what Tong Yu is going to do now. First, wait for the number of fans to rise to unlock new privileges. Second, cultivate more than 3 die-hard fans to prepare for entering the world of comics. The rewards for unlocking the system by growing fans are fixed rewards, and some special abilities and kitchen utensils can only be obtained by entering the dungeon world. Therefore, it is also necessary to enter the world of comics, and it is a matter of time. With the release of the third volume of Dasha 1, the popularity of this comic has also reached a peak, and I don't know if it was because of Sōma's halberd. In just 1 week, the number of Tong Yu's fans has increased by 200W, and it is still increasing. The number of fans exceeded 500W, which allowed Tong Yu to successfully unlock the third privilege, character ability, of the system. As the name suggests, this privilege is to designate a character in the comic world of Zhonghua Ichiban, to obtain all its abilities. Tong Yu didn't think much about it at all, and directly chose the role of Lu Subaru. As the protagonist of Zhonghua Ichiban, Lu Subaru has a super talent that no one else can match, and every ability can be called a bug. Ding, do you want to choose the character Lu Subaru to get all his abilities? Yes. After Tong Yu was confirmed, a golden light enveloped Tong Yu. The next second, powerful energy poured into Tong Yu's body, and this energy swept through every part of the body from head to toe. Tong Yu could clearly feel the changes happening in all parts of his body, which made him feel at ease and closed his eyes involuntarily. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. If someone was beside Tong Yu at this time, they would find that there was an impenetrable aura on his body, especially his eyes were deep and unpredictable. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully integrating all the abilities of Lu Subaru. The reason why Lu Subaru is a genius and can defeat countless powerful enemies at the age of 10 is because he has 4 major abilities. Super Taste, Lu Subaru's sense of taste is extremely sensitive, and can quickly analyze the materials used in what he eats. This ability is similar to Yukihira's God's Tongue, but who is better will only be known after a test. Taste Memory, as long as it was a taste, Lu Subaru could remember it clearly no matter how long it was in the past. It is also this ability that has helped him many times and reminded him of the smell of his mother, when he was a child. Unrestrained imagination can create dishes that no one has ever imagined. Now that Tong Yu has incorporated this ability, he can also create his own recipes. Taste Image Deduction, this is Lu Subaru's unique ability. By deducing and integrating the tastes he has eaten in his mind, he can determine whether the new dishes he has created are feasible or not. Each of the 4 talents can be said to be very perverted. Moreover, these 4 abilities can complement and help each other, which greatly enhances the ability, and has the infinite ability to create amazing recipes. Now that Tong Yu has completely absorbed these abilities, the increase in strength can be imagined. Not to mention the current Totsuki Academy, even the top chefs in this world are not necessarily the opponents of Tong Yu. However, Tong Yu's vision is not just the world, his ultimate goal is the captive of food in the top food world. In this top culinary world, chefs with the talent of Tong Yu currently abound. It can also be said that everything Tong Yu does now is to prepare for entering this world. Tong Yu is also a chef now, and he is looking forward to the day when he can taste the magic ingredients. Cartoon, Dasha Ichiban. Status, released. Number of fans, 521-2552. Unlocked privileges, recipes, cooking skills, character abilities, Lu Subaru. The next stage of privilege, kitchen utensils, needs for the number of fans ***, 2 hardcore fans. Sure enough, the number of fans of the fourth stage privilege is 10 million, which is not a small number. Even at the current growth rate of fans, it will take about a month. As usual, nothing special happened recently. Tong Yu was busy in the dormitory and the teaching building every day. Occasionally take time to teach Sōma some recipes and cooking skills. However, without the system reward as a medium, teaching Sōma directly like this, he will not be able to master it right away. Think about it, you can master it just by reading the comics, so what else does this system need to do? This also makes Sōma unable to understand. It is obvious that he can see it before, but now he can't learn it after repeated practice dozens of times. Tong Yu could only fool Sōma into saying that the time had not come, and he would learn it when the time came. However, Sōma was still not reconciled, and practiced impossible movements repeatedly every day. This also makes Tong Yu admire Sōma's perseverance, but the effort pays off. Even in this case, Sōma has mastered a recipe perfectly with his own efforts. Without the help of the system, there are a few recipes that can indeed be mastered, but for example, cooking skills such as cow and green dragon / Sōma must not be able to learn. This cooking skill requires more than just perseverance to learn. Asterisk. Okay, that's it for today's class. I hope everyone will review the knowledge points mentioned in this class in their spare time. The lecturer of cooking theory announced that the get out of class was dismissed, and the students in the classroom also stood up and walked out of the classroom. Tong Yu also stretched and glanced at Hojo Miyoko next to him. Hojo, do you have any activities today? After getting along for half a month, Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko have become closer, and are no longer called classmates. Hojo Miyoko put away the books on the desk and stood up, and replied, I'm going to the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association to have a look. Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, hey, are you going to join this research society? You won't necessarily join. Let's go and see it first. Do you want to go and see it together? Tong Yu remembers that the chairman of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association is Teruki Kuga, the 8th seat. I still have a certain impression of Yuga Teruki Tong Yu. His specialty is Sichuan cuisine in Wuxia cuisine. However, it can be seen from the original work that he only knows a little about Sichuan cuisine, and has not grasped the essence at all. Teruki Kuga just blindly emphasized the numbness and spicy in Sichuan cuisine, which strongly impacted the taste buds of diners in this way. Although this can leave a deep impression on diners, it also goes against the original meaning of Sichuan cuisine. It is impossible for Tong Yu to join such a research society, and there is absolutely no need for it. But if Hojo Miyoko wants to go see it, he should go with him. After thinking about it, Tong Yu said, the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, it sounds very interesting, so let's go and see it together. Soon Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko came to the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association. As expected of the 8th Research Society led by the Elite 10, this base used for daily activities is different from other research societies. This is an ancient building with a strong celestial style. The arches are staggered and the roof is covered with blue tiles, just like the palace of the ancient emperors of the Celestial dynasty. There are also several huge stone pillars at the main entrance, on which are carved the lifelike Dacia dragon. A huge plaque is placed directly above the gate, Wuxia Cuisine Research Association. Standing at the gate of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, Tong Yu sighed, "It's really impressive, it's full of celestial style." Hojo Miyoko is very calm, it seems that this is not the first time here. Then the two walked into the research meeting together, and when they walked in, they heard a neat shout. "Hey, hey!" Tong Yu heard the sound and looked around, only to see a dozen or so bald heads in white jackets, practicing tossing pots in front of the cooking table. In front of the dozen or so bald heads stood a short-statured young man who was also wearing a long gown. The young man has brown hair, but there is another pinch of yellow hair on his forehead, which has the sense of killing Matt. Needless to say, this person is the leader of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, Yuga Teruki. Yes, that's the rhythm. I ordered everyone in front of me according to the discipline. Looking at the uniform and tidy techniques of the members in front of me, I nodded according to the rules and was very satisfied with the training results. Indeed, under the guidance of Teruki Kuga, the bald members of this group of Wuxia Cuisine Research Association can indeed improve in some aspects, but they are only tool people. Because after Yuga Teruji has trained their basic abilities, they will only let them cook Sichuan cuisine according to the recipe, which is shown in the school festival in the original book. The dishes produced in this way lack soul, and they can only fool ordinary diners. Yep. It took a long time for Teruki to notice that two people had entered the seminar. Since the two of them were raw faces, and they didn't wear the unique costumes of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, Yuga Teruki immediately saw that Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko were not members of the Research Society. "Aren't you from the Research Society? What's the matter here? Is it to join the Wuxia Cuisine Research Society?" "Hello, Senior, we are interested in joining the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association. We came here today to find out." Tong Yu said. It turns out that the two junior brothers and sisters really want to join our research group. Welcome. Yuga Teruji clapped his hands with an exaggerated expression, then stopped and said, "But the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association does not accept incompetent people. Do you have any specialties?" Tong Yu couldn't help laughing. Are there any requirements for membership?" "Look at what this junior said. Our Wuxia Cuisine Research Association is one of Totsuki's old research societies, and I personally lead it. Of course, it is different from other trash fish research societies. We only need to be able to screen the elite." I said with his right hand spread out. Long-term Zhaoji's heart is not bad, but the way he speaks is too stinky, and his flat expression is really annoying. Tong Yu wanted to turn around and leave, but Hojo Miyoko said, "Both of us are good at Wuxia cuisine, is this a specialty?" When I heard this after a long time, Zhaoji showed his exaggerated expression again, pretending to be surprised. "Yeah, it turns out that the genre that the junior and junior are good at is Wuxia cuisine, then I want to congratulate you. If the members are good at Wuxia cuisine, they can apply to join our research group unconditionally. Come, fill out a form here. After the information form, you are a member of the research society." After a long time, I took a few steps forward according to the discipline, and pointed at the place to fill in the form not far away with a diligent expression on my face. However, Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko stayed where they were. Tong Yu glanced at Hojo Miyoko next to her, and found that she had a hesitant expression on her face, as if she was considering whether to join the seminar. In the original work, Hojo Miyoko did not join the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, which has a lot to do with Kuga Teruki's character. Yuga Teruki also saw that Hojo Miyoko was hesitant. He folded his hands and said, "It seems that the two of you have doubts about the strength of our Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, so let's show it a little bit." Snapped. After a long time, I snapped my fingers according to the discipline, and the dozen or so tool people who were practicing tossing the pot suddenly stopped. "Serve a dish to the junior brother and junior sister." "General, what are you going to do?" the 10 tool men asked in unison. Just make a mapo tofu. Okay. There was another neat answer, and then I saw 10 bald heads set up a pot on the cooking table in unison. Click. The valve of the gas stove was opened, and a blue flame rose. Set the pan, pour the oil, and stir-fry the ingredients. During the entire process of cooking, the actions of these 10 people were surprisingly consistent, and even the timing of adding seasonings such as salt and pepper was almost synchronous. Along with the cooking process, a pungent smell such as chili and pepper spreads in the air. Spicy aroma. These 10 people are making mapo tofu in Sichuan cuisine. Tong Yu wasn't surprised by this scene, but Hojo Miyoko, who was beside him, had a look of surprise on his face. It's amazing, everyone's cooking techniques are quite proficient, and the movements are also perfectly synchronized. Hojo Miyoko couldn't help but say. Of course, they are all students trained by me. Don't worry, the surprise is still to come. After a long time, I Zhaoji said and clapped my hands, and said to the 10 bald students, okay, it's almost time to cook. Drink. Another neat voice came, and the 10 tool people moved the mapo tofu prepared in the pot into the white plate prepared by the side. Soon, the 10 plates of mapo tofu were delivered to Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko. Junior, come and taste Sichuan's signature dish, mapo tofu. After hesitating for a moment, Hojo Miyoko picked up the spoon beside him and scooped a spoonful of tofu mixed with red-hot sauce into his mouth. The first sip felt hot, and then the pungent spicy taste and numbness spread on the tip of the tongue. The whole mouth was occupied by this strong and stimulating taste, and the cheeks were also hot and red. So numb, so spicy, so delicious. The strong spicy taste stimulates the taste buds and makes the saliva secrete rapidly, but the more spicy it is, the more I can't help it. Layers of spiciness enhance the taste of the whole dish. And the most surprising thing is that the taste of the dishes made by 10 different people is almost the same. What kind of method did I use to train this group of people for a long time? Hojo Miyoko looked at the mapo tofu in front of him and said in surprise. I saw Hojo Miyoko's surprised look, and smiled proudly. Sister, the mapo tofu made by our research group members is delicious, right? Indeed, very few people can make mapo tofu with this taste. Hojo Miyoko has to admit that even the chefs of her restaurant don't necessarily make such a taste. Yeah, so what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and join the research club. The senior promises you can make such delicious dishes. Hey, junior brother, why don't you try these mapo tofu? Being proud, Zhaoji turned around and looked at Tong Yu, only to see that he had already put down the spoon in his hand. It's not that Tong Yu didn't taste it, but he put down his spoon after taking a bite. Sorry for a long time, my senior, this mapo tofu is not to my taste. Oh, I see. Can't you eat too spicy food? No, but these dishes are hard to eat. When Tong Yu said these words, Juga Taruki's original laughing expression immediately froze. Hojo Miyoko was also stunned for a moment. Although these mapo tofu are not truly delicious, they certainly have nothing to do with unpalatable. It wasn't that Tong Yu was talking nonsense or deliberately trying to find fault. But after he integrated Lu Subaru's 4 abilities, his body has undergone tremendous changes, especially his taste ability is in a very sensitive state. As long as there is a slight flaw in the food, he can taste it. These mapo tofu, tasted before he has no fusion ability, he may also marvel at its deliciousness, but it is really difficult to eat now. Junior, you said that the mapo tofu I made was unpalatable. Then tell me what it is. Although Juga Taruki said this to Tong Yu with a smile, his tone was somewhat low. Tong Yu chuckled and said, traditional mapo tofu pays attention to the 5 characteristics of numbness, spicy, hot, fragrant, and color. However, the mapo tofu in front of me just blindly highlights numbness and spicy. Hearing this for a long time, Taruki's face became even more gloomy. In other words, the flavors of numb and spicy are too prominent, and instead cover up the other characteristics of Mapo tofu. Tong Yu paused for a moment when he said this, and then fixed his eyes on the 10 bald heads behind Kuga Teruki, and said, "And the food cooked according to other people's instructions like a machine, can it have a soul? It's just a replica." "That's it. You kid, are you deliberately picking on?" "Master, blast this kid out. Yes, he is so arrogant that he doesn't approve of our dishes." The 10 subordinates of Juga Teruji were also annoyed by Tong Yu's remarks. "You're right, Junior, it seems that you can make Mapo tofu more delicious than this." For a long time, I kept laughing without anger. I smiled and put my cheeks in front of Tong Yu. The next second, my face suddenly turned grim and said, "If you are just a b****************** D who can talk big, please get out of here." There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Seeing this, Hojo Miyoko came to Tong Yu and lowered his voice, "Tong Yu, let's go, there is no need to say these ugly words if you don't want to join the seminar." "No, I'm just telling the truth." With a smile on Tong Yu's face, he looked at Zoji and the others for a long time before him, and said, "Although it sounds a bit ugly, it is true. But don't worry about getting angry, if you say that I can make a more delicious Mapo tofu, do you agree with what I just said?" "Hey, did you hear that? He said he wanted to make a more delicious Mapo tofu." Kuga Teruki let out continuous laughter, and the 10 bald heads behind him also sneered. The 10 people behind Kuga Teruki are the elite members he has trained for a long time. Although the culinary skills of these people belong to the upper middle level in the same grade, they have obtained the true inheritance of Juga Teruki in the field of Sichuan cuisine. Although the Sichuan dishes they make are not as good as Aijiaoji for a long time, they are not far behind. So, he laughed when he heard Tong Yu say that he wanted to make Mapo tofu that was more delicious than this. He doesn't think that the mere first-year students have the level to beat his elite men, and they are still the best at Sichuan cuisine. If you can really make a more beautiful Mapo tofu than this, I will not only agree with what you just said. I can also give you the position of the leader of the Huxia Cuisine Research Association. If you can make a more beautiful Mapo tofu, I will not only recognize you, but also give you the position of the leader of the Huxia Cuisine Research Association. But if you can't make it, please get out of here, okay? For a long time I said harshly to Tong Yu, "Let me be the master of Huxia cuisine. Let's forget this kind of tiring work." But for a long time, my senior wants to see my cooking skills, so I will make a Mapo tofu. After Tong Yu finished speaking, Hojo Miyoko came to the cooking table with bald heads just now under the surprised eyes of Hojo Miyoko. There are all kinds of condiments on the cooking table, as well as the main ingredient that is indispensable for making Mapo tofu. The tofu is placed in the mold, the surface is smooth and the color is like white jade, and the quality is very good. Not only the mold for cooling tofu, but also a stone grinding plate in the corner. These are all tools used to make tofu. As expected of my senior, the tools for making tofu are readily available. In order to ensure the taste of tofu, a traditional stone grinding plate is actually used. Tong Yu couldn't help but praise. In the modern world, the traditional way of making tofu is almost completely replaced by mechanization. For example, the process of grinding soybeans is basically replaced by machinery such as soy milk machines. The advantage of using machinery instead of labor is very obvious, that is, it saves time and effort, but the tofu made with modern machinery is always a little worse than the taste made with traditional tools. Kuga Teruki was very clear about this, so he got a stone grinding disc in the research meeting. "Stop talking nonsense, and cook quickly," Jiu Aijiaoji said coldly, clasping his hands. Tong Yu was not in a hurry, his eyes glanced around, and soon he found a large vat next to the cooking table, and soaked many soybeans in water in this vat. Sure enough. Since I will make tofu by myself according to the rules for a long time, the raw material for making tofu must also be soybeans. The two key ingredients are sufficient, and the auxiliary ingredients are also available, so let's start. Tong Yu came to the sink first and washed his hands. His expression was reverent, and his hands were kept clean and tidy. This is a habit Tong Yu has picked up recently, and he sees it as self-cultivation as a chef. Of course, in the eyes of Kuga Tsurugi and his subordinates, this is just a pretense. After washing his hands, Tong Yu picked up the kitchen group that was temporarily unused and surrounded him, and then started the official production. The mappo tofu that Tong Yu is going to make is naturally different from the one made by Yuga Tsurugi. There are a total of 3 dishes related to tofu in the Zhonghua Ichiban comics. The first course, 6-flavor magic mappo tofu. The second course, giant panda mappo tofu. Third course, tofu trio. In order to let Yuga Tsurugi and others understand the essence of mappo tofu, Tong Yu chose to make the first one. The 6-flavor magic mappo tofu is similar to the ordinary mappo tofu, but the most important point is the soybeans used. Soybeans are used instead of ground meat, resulting in the 6th taste of crisp, which is the essence of this dish. Tong Yu first puts the soaked soybeans into a large pot and adds the stock to cook. The production of ordinary mappo tofu does not have this process, so when Yuga Tsurugi and others saw this scene, they suddenly became suspicious. In the process of cooking the soybeans, Tong Yu prepared the necessary ingredients for making mappo tofu. When the preparation is almost complete, the soybeans here are almost cooked. Tong Yu took out all the soybeans in the pot, then placed them on the chopping board and flattened them with the back of a knife. Yuga Tsurugi looked surprised, but then frowned again, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Yuga Tsurugi's subordinates also found something and exclaimed, "I see, what this kid wants to do is magic mappo tofu." Magic mappo tofu? What is that? You don't know. This is a dish from the recently popular food comic, Dasha 1. He wants to make food comics. Is this kid sick? No, this food anime is different from other manga. I heard that all the dishes introduced in this manga can be made. Just last week, a transfer student successfully reproduced the food of this manga on Shurji, and he great victory. Hey, there is such a thing. Hojo Miyoko is a loyal fan of Zhonghua Ian, and she has long seen that Tong Yu is going to cook the dishes introduced in the comics. The only thing that surprised her was that Tong Yu, who usually behaved like the tail of a crane, now showed his superb cooking skills. In the more than half a month of contact, Tong Yu's strength is very average. Even in the cooking class, the two formed a team, and Tong Yu was making soy sauce almost all the time. Is this guy hiding his strength on purpose? Hojo Miyoko thought to himself. Tong Yu soon entered the formal cooking stage. Click. He also opened the gas stove valve, and the flames suddenly rose. With a calm expression on his face, Tong Yu heated the huxia iron pot first. Tong Yu didn't start pouring in a little oil until the bottom of the wok was a little red. Hot pot, which is often used in huxia cuisine, especially in Sichuan cuisine. After the oil temperature rises to a certain temperature, add minced meat, bean paste, red pepper and a little sweet noodle sauce. A pungent smell suddenly appeared in the cauldron, spreading around. A heat wave hits the nostrils, and this is the first taste of mappo tofu, spicy. After stirring and mixing, the sauce turned piping hot red. Tong Yu picked up the soup stock prepared on the side and poured it into the pot, seasoned with salt, and added tofu immediately after it boiled. Place the tofu in the pot and use the back of the spatula to gently push the tofu to coat the tofu evenly with the sauce. Bring the water to low heat and cook, season with soy sauce, and sprinkle with the young leaves of garlic. A scent of garlic and chili mixed together and wafted out of the pot. Fragrant, this is the second flavor of mappo tofu. The red of the pepper, the white of the tofu, and the green of the young leaves of the garlic are the third color. The next three thickenings are done in order to concentrate the soup so that each piece of tofu is coated with the flavor of the sauce and seasoning. Finally, turn on the fire to collect the juice, and at the same time raise the temperature of all the ingredients in the iron pot. When it reaches the highest temperature, it is also the most delicious tofu. The heat generated is the fourth taste of hot. After the juice is collected, the tofu is quickly poured out of the pot, and a sufficient amount of sesame pepper is drizzled, and the dish is officially announced as complete. At the same time, mushan pepper has a pungent and spicy taste, which is also the fifth flavor of mapo tofu, ma. As for the sixth flavor, crisp, it has been done before cooking. 6 flavors in one, this is the magic mapo tofu. When Tong Yu put the mapo tofu from the iron pot onto the plate, Totsuki Kuga and others suddenly saw a golden light lingering around the plate. Glow. No, it's blinding. How can cooking shine? I thought I would make some kind of peculiar mapo tofu, but I just replaced the beef with soybeans to make ground meat according to the comics. The other production methods are almost the same as the mapo tofu we make. Sure enough, it's just a kid who can play tricks. After a long time, my commander, I don't think I need to eat his food, just throw him out. Commander, commander. Several bald heads called out for a long time, but he didn't respond at all. However, seeing Jiao Aizhaoji's eyes fixed on Tong Yu's finished cooking, his expression trembled slightly. Impossible, how could a first grader reach that level and cook like that? I must have misunderstood just now. Juga murmured. At this time, Tong Yu also sent the finished dishes to Totsuki Juga and Hojo Miyoko. Senior Juga, Hojo, let's try it. This is the magic mapo tofu, made according to the method of Zhonghua Ian. Each of the two will have one share. As for the subordinates who have been taking care of me for a long time, just let him watch it. Tong Yu first handed the spoon to Hojo Miyoko. Hojo Miyoko took the spoon, his eyes fell on Tong Yu and he said, "So you were pretending in class before?" What are you talking about, classmate Hojo, I don't quite understand." Tong Yu pretended to be stupid. Hojo Miyoko glared at Tong Yu fiercely, and did not pay attention to Tong Yu at this time. She set her eyes on the mapo tofu that was out of the pot in front of her. From the appearance alone, this mapo tofu is really no different from what I have just made by my subordinates for a long time. However, in terms of fragrance, Tong Yu's is better. Long time my senior, don't be in a daze and eat while it's hot. Tong Yu shouted. It took a long time for me to follow the discipline and then I regained my senses, with a somewhat unnatural look and picked up the spoon. Soon, Totsuki Kuga and Hojo Miyoko put a spoonful of tofu mixed with sauce and a little minced meat into their mouths. The first bite was still hot, followed by the spicy and numb taste lingering throughout the mouth. Hot, spicy, and numb complement each other. The three kinds of tastes are integrated and layered, and the wonderful taste is lingering in the mouth. Gollum. After swallowing, both Totsuki Kuga and Hojo Miyoko were startled. Then, Jiao scooped up the second and third spoons according to Ji. Hojo Miyoko was about the same, completely unable to stop after the first bite. The two did not stop until the tofu on the plate was eaten clean. Seeing this, Jiao Aizhaoji's subordinates were also surprised. Snapped. After a long time, the spoon in my hand suddenly fell to the ground. Tong Yu raised the corners of his mouth when he saw this. Long time my senior, did you find something? I didn't expect that the taste of beef with ground soybeans is so different. The crisp taste of ground soybeans enhances the taste of the whole dish. Is this the magic mapo tofu, with 6 flavors in one? Juga Tsurugi's voice was hoarse, his right hand clenched into a fist and trembled. This mapo tofu is indeed much more delicious than Juwo mapo tofu. Saying this, Juga Tsurugi still has a look of unwillingness on his face. Despite wanting to deny Tong Yu's cooking, as a chef he knows he can't trick his tongue. It is unacceptable that there are still a few subordinates who have spent a lot of time learning the recipes, but they will actually lose to the recipes of a food comic. This is ridiculous too. After a long time, I looked up according to the discipline and looked at Tong Yu again. First grader, what's your name? Tong Yu. After a long time, I heard Tong Yu's name, and my face changed slightly. So you are Tong Yu. Well, Senior has heard of me before. Juga Teruji did not explain this issue, and said, Tong Yu, from now on you are the Chief General of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, and I am the Deputy Chief. I will announce this news to everyone in the Research Institute immediately. After hearing for a long time that I was really going to give up the position of the Chief General of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, a few bald heads panicked and objected. The leader can't, how can we make a mere first-year leader of our research club? He must have made this Mapo tofu by mistake. He is not qualified to lead our research group. Several idiots shut up, don't you understand that this kid's cooking skills are better than mine? I reprimanded according to the rules. After hearing what Zhaoji said for a long time, a few bald heads were startled again. His cooking skills are better than those of my general. How is this possible, Master? You are the 8th seed of the Elite 10. Tong Yu didn't say a word from beginning to end, and looked at Teruki Kuga and his subordinates with a smile on his face. For a long time, my senior, why are you so sure that my cooking skills are better than yours? If it is really the same as what these bald-headed brothers said, I just made a good meal by mistake. Tong Yu laughed said. Zhaoji shook his head and said, the difference in the taste of the cooking will be directly reflected in the cooking skills, and the cooking you just cooked. When I said this for a long time, I stopped according to the rules, and after hesitating for a while, it seemed that I had made up my mind. If you can, please teach me the essence of Wuxia cuisine. Juga Teruji said, bending down to Tong Yu. This once again made several of Kuga Teruki's subordinates stunned. He is so arrogant on weekdays that even the other Elite 10s don't look down on him, but he bowed his head to a first-year student. Also surprised is Hojo Miyoko, the 8th seed of Wuxia cuisine, Juga Zhaoji, just voluntarily admit defeat? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. After a long time, I bowed my head suddenly, which Tong Yu did not expect. Tong Yu touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, I'm a senior, I think we should talk alone. I guess you also want to know something. After a long time, Zhaoji bent down and nodded. 10 minutes later, in the dedicated office of the chairman of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association. It turns out that, I didn't expect my senior to know for a long time that I am the author of Daxia 1. Tong Yu nodded and understood why I was so surprised when I heard his name just now. I have been paying attention to your comics for a long time. Every recipe described in the comics is very well founded and it is entirely possible to make them in reality. Therefore, it is speculated that the author of this comic must be a top chef who is proficient in Wuxia cuisine, and the dishes in the comics are his own recipes. I didn't know until later that the author of this manga was actually a first-year Totsuki. I thought I was inferring wrong, or that the comic book author of this grade was just borrowing a recipe from a certain chef. It now appears that my conjecture was completely correct. It's just that people can't believe that at your age, you have mastered the highest level of Wuxia cuisine, luminous cuisine. When I said this, Teruki had a bit of bitterness on his face. Before he came to Totsuki, he thought that his culinary talent had few rivals. However, after he came to Totsuki, he realized the truth of, there are people who are outside the world. Until today, when he met the freak Tong Yu, his pride was shattered. Tong Yu became puzzled when he heard Zhaoji's words. Asterisk. Junior Senior, you know the existence of luminous cuisine, is it because you read my comics? Tong Yu asked in confusion. Teruki Kuga glanced at Tong Yu with an odd look. Luminous cuisine is the highest level of Wuxia cuisine, and it is the dream of all chefs. It is rumored that this kind of cuisine is refreshing, allowing diners to experience unprecedented deliciousness and deliciousness. Happy. At first I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect to taste it today. Tong Yu was puzzled when he heard this. Isn't the setting of luminous cuisine only in Zhonghua Ian? How can there be in this world? Never mind. Tong Yu didn't think too much, looked at Jio-I and said according to the discipline, "Gee, I'm senior, let's get down to business. I have no problem with letting me be the leader of the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association, but I'm just pretending because I don't have anything to spare. Time. Of course, if you have something big that you can't handle, I can help." For a long time, Totsuki also knew that Tong Yu was busy with comics, so he nodded and agreed without saying anything. "As for you want to learn cooking techniques from me, that's also conditional." "What conditions?" Jojo asked hurriedly. "It's very simple, be a die-hard fan of my comics and listen to me in the future," Tong Yu said. In fact, Tong Yu didn't plan to take Jio-I Zhaoji as a die-hard fan at first. The impression of him from the original book is a bit bad, and I don't like this person. But after what happened just now, Tong Yu changed his opinion on Totsuki Kuga. In addition, Totsuki is good at Wuxia cuisine, which will definitely help to enter the world of comics in the future. You must know that in the comic world of Zhonghua Ian, there are a group of Wuxia cooking chefs, and one more chef who is good at Wuxia cooking must be beneficial. After listening for a long time, I hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed, saying, "I promise you." After saying these words, the voice of the system prompt came from Tong Yu's mind. "Ding, I detected that Zhou Zhaoji is willing to become a die-hard fan of the host, do you want to establish contact immediately?" "Yes." Long after the confirmation, I was in a trance, and after 2 or 3 seconds, I returned to my normal color. Immediately, in Tong Yu's mind, there is also a property panel about Zhou Zhaoji. Hardcore fan. Name, Jio-I Zhaoji. Talent type, single chef. Cooking talent, A, from low to high D, C, B, A, S, S plus 6 levels. Recipe, no. Cooking skills, none. Ability, none. System suggestion, chefs with a single talent are best at Wuxia cuisine, and they can be cultivated with high cooking talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully owning the second die-hard fan, the host will get the item reward, Memory Stone, and the die-hard fan, Zhou Zhaoji, will get the ability of Sichuan Cuisine Essence *1. Well, prop reward? Tong Yu checked the obtained props with curiosity. Stone of Memory. Introduction, the more precious system props are only used by hosts and die-hard fans. After using it, it can awaken the memory of food in the depths of the heart, and it is possible to create unprecedented recipes or cooking skills. The props that can create recipes and cooking skills are a bit interesting. But what the hell is this high probability, which means failure? Tong Yu didn't care about the props he got for the time being, he was going to teach him the rewards that Jio-I got according to the discipline first. The system rewards obtained every time you bind with a die-hard fan have a certain randomness and are not fixed. Cooking skills, recipes, abilities, kitchen utensils are all possible. It can only show that I have good luck according to the discipline for a long time, and I have randomly drawn the reward of ability. Once the reward of the ability category is selected, the system will preferentially select the most deficient part of the object. His area of expertise is Sichuan cuisine, of Wuxia cuisine, but his understanding of Sichuan cuisine is not complete, so the system selects this Sichuan cuisine essence as a reward. The essence of Sichuan cuisine, ability class. After the fusion, you can immediately understand the essence of Sichuan cuisine. Now that he has established a relationship with a die-hard fan, Tong Yu did not hesitate, and immediately called Jio-I Zhaoji into the kitchen to teach him his natural abilities. Originally, I have good cooking skills for a long time. After integrating this ability, my strength will be greatly improved. After the successful integration, Juga Totsuki admired Tong Yu even more when he was amazed at the magic. After everything was done, Tong Yu returned to Polar Star Dorm. At the same time, the news that the Wuxia Cuisine Research Association has replaced the new leader gradually spread. However, because Tong Yu specifically instructed me not to reveal his name for a long time, only a few people knew that the new master would be Tong Yu. The next day, Hojo Miyoko took the initiative to find Tong Yu. "Don't you think you should explain something to me?" Hojo Miyoko said with a pair of eyes fixed on Tong Yu. Today, Hojo Miyoko is wearing a sports suit, which highlights her bumpy figure. "Sorry, I haven't had a chance to tell you before, but I'm actually the author of Dasha 1. Tong Yu still told Hojo Miyoko about it. Hojo Miyoko was prepared, and there was still a little surprise on his face after listening to it. "It's no wonder that you can make the dishes in this comic. You are the author himself." "That's right, a writer who can create such a comic is naturally a chef who is proficient in wuxia cuisine and has superb cooking skills." Hojo Miyoko raised his head and glanced at Tong Yu, then turned his head back and said, "I thought you didn't know anything about cooking before, but now it seems that the clown is me." Hojo, don't be angry. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I just didn't have the right opportunity to tell you these things. Don't get me wrong, I'm not angry, and there's no need to be angry. Alright Lord, I'm going to basketball class. Hojo Miyoko turned and left after saying that. Not angry yet. Why is this woman always duplicitous? However, Tong Yu didn't catch up to explain. Too much explanation made him feel strange. After all, the two are just ordinary friends now. In the following period of time, Tong Yu's life became calm and nothing special happened. He put most of his energy on the upcoming Dasha 1. The popularity of Dasha 1 continues to rise. It has been more than a month since its initial release, and the total circulation of this comic has reached 60 million copies. A new work has a circulation of 60 million in just 1 month, which is unprecedented in the comics industry. The people at Totsuki Manga Club are also very happy, and they are also glad that such a masterpiece is released in their own manga club, which brings huge profits to the manga club. The editor-in-chief of the manga club also treats Tong Yu like a god. He also proposed to let Tong Yu move out of Polar Star Dorm and find a place with a good environment for him to live in to facilitate his creation. Tong Yu declined the request. Staying in Polar Star Dorm was fine and didn't make him uncomfortable. Totsuki Manga Club made a lot of profits from Zhonghua Ichiban, which made some people jealous. Driven by huge financial interests, someone finally couldn't help but start taking action. In the open space behind the Polar Star Dorm dormitory, Tong Yu is instructing Sōma in knife crafting training. At this time, Sōma was practicing a certain action with the largest, breaking saber, among the 7-star knives. I saw that he was holding the handle of the broken saber in both hands, his back was slightly arched, and his posture looked very strange. This made Tong Yu clutch his forehead and shook his head vigorously. Really, it's been said that fighting bull and green dragon is not suitable for you at the moment. You don't even have the physical strength to perform this cooking skill, and the method of holding a knife is also wrong. This isn't the first time Tong Yu has spoken to Sōma, but this guy is dead brains and has to learn this trick. The reason is that it looks cool. Tong Yu couldn't stand it anymore and came to Sōma and took the saber from his hand, saying, "Sōma, listen carefully, if you really want to learn this trick, you must first train your physical strength." "Hey, what kind of exercise?" Tong Yu thought about it and said, 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, 20 squats, and a 2-kilometer long-distance run every day. After a month, I'll come back to teach you formally. Tong Yu threw Sōma a reduced Saitama workout. This seemingly ordinary exercise method is actually the most effective way to improve physical fitness. Sōma didn't even doubt Tong Yu's words, and started doing push-ups on the spot. Tong Yu's current idea is also very simple. First give Sōma such a training method for physical fitness. Adhering to this for a month will definitely improve physical fitness, and by then, the privilege of entering the world of comics will almost be opened. Entering the world of comics is the real grind, and the best way to improve your cooking skills, and at the same time you can get some good rewards. As for Juga Teruki, Tong Yu taught him the ability of the essence of Sichuan cuisine, and let him comprehend it on his own. Tong Yu went back to the dormitory and picked up the remaining 16 episodes, ready to go to Totsuki Manga Club. Dasha One Piece was all painted the day before yesterday, and at the same time, the editor of the Comics Club was also invited to submit the manuscript today. The number of fans has also risen more in recent days. There are already 700 fans, and it will not be long before the 4th stage privilege is unlocked. Just as Tong Yu was on his way to the manga club with the remaining manuscripts, a few students dressed as gangsters blocked his way on a remote alley. After a few people surrounded Tong Yu, one of them, Huang Mao Tu, walked towards Tong Yu. "You are Tong Yu, come with us to save face." Tong Yu glanced at these people and secretly guessed their identities. Is it Nikiri Irina's subordinate? Because he was not angry with the last time he ate the halberd, he was going to find someone to repair himself. No, it's not her style. Although Nikiri Irina is very opposed to common cuisine, she is still a lady, and she will not use such villain methods at all, and it is even more impossible to mix with these gangsters. After excluding Nikiri Irina, Tong Yu can no longer think of who he has offended. "You can go with you, can you tell me who is looking for me?" Tong Yu asked. "The 9th seat Ruishin Jijin is also looking for you. If you understand, just go with us." The leader Xiao Huangmao said impatiently. "Aizen Idzuya. It is impossible not to know about this person Tong Yu. One of the Totsuki Elite 10, who is in the 2nd grade with Ashiki Satoshi, Teruki Kuga and others, currently ranks 9th, and is known as an alchemist because of his strong cooking skills. Although he has a very high talent, his mind is all on how to make money. It was mentioned in the original book that if he devotes all his energy to cooking, everyone in the Totsuki Elite 10 will be eaten up by him, which is enough to show that his cooking talent is very high. It's just a pity that his biggest hobby is making money, and cooking is just a tool to make money for him. However, Tong Yu and Aishin Jijin are completely unfamiliar, and they have never even met, so why do they want to meet him? Tong Yu was puzzled in his heart, and in order to find out what was going on, he decided to meet Aishin Jijin with these little yellow hairs. After following a few gangsters, Tong Yu quickly came to a villa area. This villa area is usually used to receive important guests of Totsuki and the office of Totsuki faculty members. "It's here, let's go in." Xiao Huang put his hand in his trouser pocket, pointed his right hand at a villa behind him, and said, "Boss Ruishin is in the 2nd room on the right after entering the door, don't make a mistake." Tong Yu walked into the villa without saying a word, went to the designated room as Xiao Huangmao said, and pushed the door open. Opening the door, Tong Yu saw a boy with square glasses and a white shirt working on some documents in front of his desk. There is no doubt that this person is Aizen Idetsu. This outfit of Aishin Ijin also gives people a gentle feeling, and it is easy to make a good impression when they meet for the first time. But Tong Yu knows this guy very well, he is not a good bird. Aizen Ijin also noticed that someone was walking in, so he put down the pen in his hand. "Are you here? You are Junior Tong Yu, you can sit down as you like." Aishin Jijin pointed at the sofa beside him and said politely. Tong Yu sat directly on the sofa, looked at Aishin Jijin and said straight to the point, "Senior Aishin, you specifically asked your subordinates to please me here, what's the matter?" Aishin Jijin also stood up from the chair and walked slowly towards Tong Yu. "I called my junior here, mainly to talk about cooperation." "Cooperate?" "Yes, it's the comic book Dashia 1, created by you." Tong Yu wasn't much surprised to hear this, because it was exactly what he thought. On the way here, Tong Yu had already guessed that Aizen Jijin, who had never met before, was the only one who found this. "Senior Aizen, since you know that I'm the author of Dashia 1, then you should know that I have already cooperated with Totsuki Comics." Tong Yu looked at Aizen Jijin and said indifferently. Aishin Jijin also smiled, "It doesn't matter, you can hand over the rest of the comics to me, as long as you cooperate with me, I can guarantee that the profit you can earn is several times what it is now. This is really an attractive offer, but I'm not a perfidious person, so forgive me for not being able to agree to your request, Senior Aizen. I'm sorry, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first." Tong Yu said and stood up. "Get up and walk towards the door." For people like Aizen Ijin, Tong Yu didn't have any good feelings at all. This kind of guy who can only do anything for money with small means will only make him feel sick. Even if the manga didn't work with other people, he wouldn't choose to work with Aizen Ijin too. Although this guy is indeed very business-oriented, some of his actions are downright mean-spirited. Tong Yu doesn't bother to talk nonsense with people like Aishin Jijin, and he hates such people from the bottom of his heart. Sorry, Senior Ruishin, I have no interest in your cooperation at all. Don't ask your subordinates to find me. I may not be so friendly next time. Tong Yu said with a cold voice. After saying that, Tong Yu turned around and left. However, before taking a few steps, Aizen Itsuya's slightly low voice came. Junior, don't you really think about it? If you refuse, your career as a chef will most likely come to an end. Tong Yu suddenly stopped and turned around. I saw Aishin Jijin was also staring at him, with a pair of ferocious eyes under the glowing white spectacles. Senior Aizen, are you threatening me? Tong Yu's tone was very flat. Aishin Jijin also stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose and walked towards Tong Yu again. You can think so too. Junior, there is a saying in your dynasty, those who know the times are the best, and I can make you make more profits, so you won't have a hard time with things like money. Aizen Edema also said with a smile. Senior Aizen, not everyone is like you and is only interested in money. Oh. That means, you still refused. The two looked at each other, and the air was filled with the smell of war. This atmosphere only lasted for a while, and Tong Yu's expression suddenly calmed down, and said, Oh, Senior Ruishin is right, who would have trouble with Chien. It is not impossible for me to cooperate with Senior, I have a condition. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? In addition, I can tell you in advance that this year's autumn audition is arranged and operated by me, and it is only a matter of my words to make you selected. Showing that rogue smile. Actually, there are no special conditions. With a warm smile on his face, Tong Yu looked at Aizen Jijin and said, Can Aizen-senpai give me the 9th seat of the Elite 10? The Elite 10 looks like a lot of fun. Are you kidding? Aizen Jijin's face suddenly darkened. It was the senior who made the joke first. Tong Yu's expression darkened as well, and he said, But if there is a way, I'm trying to get Aizen-senpai to roll down from the 9th seat of the Elite 10. AB************ D like you is not worthy of being an Elite 10, right? Tong Yu said so, and Aishin Jijin also knew that this cooperation was completely broken, and he did not expect Tong Yu to be a hard bone. Aizen Edijinya's complexion became more and more hideous, but it returned to normal after a moment, with a smile on his face. If you want my Elite 10 position, you are not qualified. Even if you use the halberd, even if I agree, but you can't come up with something equivalent, the administration will not agree. Before Aizen Edison could finish speaking, the door of the office was pushed open. If the condition of the bed is my seat, Aizen, you will agree, right? Tong Yu and Aishin Jijin were also stunned, and their eyes fell on the gate. For a long time, why did you come in? That's right, the person who came here is Juzhaji. I'm sorry, because the door of your office was not completely closed, and I happened to pass by here and heard your conversation, so I couldn't help but come in. Kuga Taruki said that, but there was no regret on his face. Brother Tong Yu, if you want to eat halberd with Ruishin, just use my seat as a bet, so that the conditions can be completely equal, and the halberd can also be established. I came to Tong Yu's body according to the rules for a long time. Bypass. Hearing this, Tong Yu's mouth twitched into a smile. At this time, Aizen Ijinya's face became gloomy, the appearance of Juga Taruki surprised him, and he even said such words. For a long time, this matter has nothing to do with you, you'd better not meddle in your own business. Aishin Jijin also said with a gloomy face. Aizen, what are you talking about? Tong Yu is my junior, how can this be called nosy? And Juga Taruji said that there is also a terrifying look here, staring at Aishin Jijin and said, Tong Yu is now the leader of my Huxia Cuisine Research Association, isn't it because you don't give me face when you trouble him? Aizen Jijin also heard this, and his expression changed again. Before asking Tong Yu to come here to talk, he conducted a detailed investigation of Tong Yu's identity information. Information from various investigations shows that Tong Yu is just an ordinary student who can no longer be ordinary, regardless of family background or academic performance at Totsuki. In terms of personal connections, he is also very thin, and there are few people he knows. That's why Aishin Ijin used such a threat to force Tong Yu to submit. But now Juga Teruji says that he is the leader of the Huxia Cuisine Research Association. Tong Yu became the leader of the Huxia Cuisine Research Association, and this happened only in the last few days. In addition, Tong Yu specially instructed Juga Teruji and others not to spread the news, and it was normal for Aishin Jijin to not know. I thought Tong Yu was just a soft persimmon, but now I have been helping Zhaoji for a long time, and Aishin also felt that this time he kicked the iron plate. Tong Yu also saw Aishin Jijin, whose face was constantly changing. Senior Aishin, now there is a suitable chip as a bet for eating halberds, shouldn't you be afraid? It's okay, I won't laugh at Aishin. Senior, after all, you are afraid of being deprived of your seat. The blue veins on Aizen Ijin's forehead bulged out, obviously very angry. For a long time, do you really want to go to the muddy waters for this kid? Aishin Jijin also asked again in a low voice. That's right, if you're afraid, apologize quickly, I won't laugh at you. Jio Haji spread his hands and looked very arrogant. For Aizen, it is already a difficult situation to ride a tiger. If he doesn't agree, it will be rumored that he will not be able to raise his head in front of Teruki Kuga and other Elite 10, nor will he be able to continue to stand in Totsuki. Agreed, but he felt something was wrong. He is not afraid of Tong Yu's cooking skills, because the investigation data shows that Tong Yu is just a very ordinary student. The only thing that makes Aishin Aizen a little worried is why Teruki Kuga would rather bet on the seat for Tong Yu. Even if Tong Yu is really the leader of the Huxia Cuisine Research Association, he doesn't have to fight like that. After thinking for a while, Aishin Jijin also made a decision. Very good, very good. I'm short, since you want to be strong, I will fulfill you. But you don't regret it. Four-eyed boy, I'm afraid it's you who will go back on it. It's best to go to the Halberd Food Bureau for certification now and settle everything down. In this way, a bet on the 8th and 9th seats of Shurji was determined, and it was certified by the Shurji administration on the same day. The news spread, shocking everyone in Totsuki. Asterisk. Great news, the 9th seat Aishin Jijin also and the 8th seat Jojo I will bet on the seat of the halberd according to the minutes. I heard about this yesterday, but it took a long time for my senior to bet on the seat and let another first-year student go to eat the halberd with senior Aishin. Hey, is that so? Why does it sound so strange? It's actually a first-year student who wants to eat halberds with Aizen senpai. Who is this person? Tong Yu, a Huxia student. Tong Yu. I never heard of such a person in the first grade. How dare he challenge the Elite 10? Besides, my senior has stood up for him for a long time. What is the relationship between the two of them? Who knows, anyway, there must be a good show by then, but the time to eat the halberd has been postponed to half a month later. In the past 2 days, the news that Tong Yu is going to eat halberds with Aishin Jijin has spread throughout Totsuki, and many people are talking about it. People who don't know it all think that Tong Yu is out of his control to challenge Aishin Jijin, because Tong Yu's performance is very average on weekdays, and there is nothing special about him. Compared with this, what makes many people curious is why I am willing to bet on my seat and let Tong Yu eat the halberd. Many people are also speculating about the relationship between Jio Teruji and Tong Yu. Relative? Even if it is a distant relative, this relationship is also very good. Everyone knows the gold content of Totsuki Elite 10. However, in fact, Tong Yu was also very surprised by this matter, and he did not expect that I would take care of him for a long time. For this question, Tong Yu also asked me privately for a long time. There are a few reasons why I have given it in good faith for a long time. First, in order to repay Tong Yu for teaching him the essence of Sichuan cuisine. Second, Aizen Jijin also had a holiday with him in the first place. Although Ishiki Satoshi, Aishin Jijin, and Ji Jiguaningning are all at the same level and are also Elite 10, their relationship is very bad, and they often have disputes over some things. Third, I want to learn more cooking skills from Tong Yu, and finally reach the highest level of Wuxia cuisine, the Shining Realm. For Kuga Teruki, Tong Yu's victory in this halberd eating game is the best. In that case Tong Yu will owe him a big favor. Taking a step back, Tong Yu would owe him a favor even if he lost. The Elite 10 seat is important to Yuga Kuga, but becoming an Elite 10 is only for the convenience of improving your cooking skills. So no matter what the result is, it is the same for Teruki Kuga. It turns out that, no matter whether I win or lose this halberd meal, I will owe my senior a favor for a long time. I didn't expect you to be a careful person. Tong Yu looked at Jiu-I in front of him and smiled. Juga Teruji turned his head to the side. This can be regarded as the equivalent of the skills you taught me, but I don't think you will lose to a lowly guy like Aizen unless you play fake games. Tong Yu was amused by Jiu-I Zhaoji's words again. Jiu-I, senior, you are really confident in me. It is impossible to play fake games. I am afraid that Senior Aishin will make some small moves. After all, the time for eating halberd is in the dorm training. Later. Well, you must be more careful. I know Ruishin very well, and he will do anything to achieve his goals. Jiu-I reminded me as expected. Tong Yu also understood Aizen Ijinya's personality, and nodded after hearing this. That's right, the time to eat the halberd is half a month later. Since the first-year freshmen have to prepare for the assessment of residence training immediately, there is no way to eat the halberd. Topics will be in the form of random selections on site. As for the bet, it is the 8th seat of Kuga Teruji and the 9th seat of Aizen, but Tong Yu's personal assets have been added. Personal assets refer to the copyright of Tong Yu's Daxia 1. Tong Yu doesn't want to let others know that the bet has the copyright of Zhonghua Ian, let alone let others know that he is the author of this comic. In the establishment book of Shurji, the words, personal assets, were used to cover up and replace it. That is to say, if Tong Yu loses in the halberd, he will lose the copyright of the comics. At the same time, Yuga Teruki will also lose the 8th seat and be replaced by Aizen. On the contrary, if Tong Yu wins the halberd, he will replace Aizen as the 9th seat, and not only that, Aizen himself will be expelled. The halberd on the tip of the tongue, the loser will lose everything. This matter has already caused a lot of uproar in Totsuki, and everyone who is a Polar Star dorm under the same roof as Tong Yu has naturally heard of it. At first, they were also extremely shocked. Sōma had only eaten the halberd half a month ago, and this time it was Tong Yu again. And Tong Yu is even more fierce, and the opponent chosen is directly one of the Elite 10. Although the people at Polar Star dorm were a little worried, they couldn't take care of others for the rest of the time, because the notice of accommodation training had been handed out to every first-year student. Accommodation training, the full name is Friendly Exchange Accommodation Training. It sounds very friendly, but it has been called Hell Training by previous students. This is the first shuffle that all first-year students face after enrollment, and is held annually as scheduled. The training program lasts for 6 days and 5 nights, and cooking-related topics will be arranged every day. The content of the topics varies from year to year, and the time is not fixed. The reason why it is called Hell Training is because if one round of assessments fails, they will be immediately ordered to drop out of school. The intensity of this assessment is very high, and many first-year students have failed in this assessment and lost their qualifications to stay in Totsuki. Everyone at Polar Star dorm is also worried about the upcoming accommodation training, and they have no energy to pay attention to other things for the time being. In this regard, Tong Yu is not worried at all. If his current strength is eliminated in this test, then he is really sorry for Lu Subaru's 4 abilities. However, Tong Yu still won't take it lightly, and he has to prevent Aizen Jijin from using this accommodation training to do some small tricks. Because it was written in the establishment book of Shurji, if he was expelled from the school before Shurji had started, it would be equivalent to losing Shurji. This is not for Tong Yu, but also for Aizen. In addition, Tong Yu handed over the last dozen or so episodes of Dasha Idea to the manga club, and this manga is officially over. Tong Yu also made a public announcement in the last episode, and the new work will be released in about a month. As for which comic to release, Tong Yu has no idea for the time being. Asterisk. Where's Yukihira? Only Yukihira Sōma was missing from the halls of Polar Star Dorm. The first-year students such as Tong Yu, Sakaki Ryoko, and Yoshino Yuki gathered together and prepared to leave for the meeting point of the residential training. That's right, today is the day when the residential training begins. All the first-year students will meet at the gate of Totsuki Academy and take the bus to the assessment site on time. Everyone packed their luggage, but when they were about to leave, they found that only Sōma was missing. Aren't you still sleeping? This idiot, sleeping late on such an important day. Yeah. I shouldn't be sleeping late, I saw Sōma-kun exercising outside just now. Tadakoro Megumi said softly. Everyone remembered that Sōma seemed to be exercising recently, and he was often seen doing push-ups and squats in the bedroom or in the open space. Tong Yu also guessed that Sōma might still be training somewhere, so he said, forget it, we won't wait for him. Let's go to the meeting place first. Just as everyone was about to leave the Polar Star dorm with their luggage, hurried footsteps came from the second floor. I saw Sōma running downstairs with his luggage. Come on, let's keep you waiting. Yukihira, you are so slow, everyone is waiting for you. Yoshino Yuki complained when he saw Sōma. Because I finished today's training tasks ahead of time, it took a little more time. Sōma explained. Yukihira, is this training method effective? Come back and teach me. Aoki Daigo was very interested. This method was given to me by Tong Yu, and it is very effective. Recently, I have obviously felt that my physical strength has improved. Sōma said excitedly and showed off his biceps. Over the past 10 days, Sōma has completely adapted and become addicted to this Saitama training method, and has developed into a muscle chef. Seeing this, Tong Yu also felt ashamed in his heart. He didn't dare to think that Sōma had become big and thick, with muscles all over his body. A little episode passed like this. All Polar Star dorm members arrived. After saying goodbye to Ishiki Satoshi and Wensu, everyone left Polar Star dorm and came to the place where the first-year students meet. We got on the bus smoothly, and at 9:20, all the first-year students arrived at the Totsuki Resort, the destination of the accommodation training. Totsuki Resort, a property owned by Totsuki Culinary Academy, is a well-known 5-star hotel in the area, as well as a tourist and summer resort. Here you can enjoy the best service, and it is also an entertainment place integrating dining, leisure, and entertainment. The service is first class, and every dish is also from the hands of star chefs, but the consumption here is also very high. It costs 80,000 yen for just one night's stay, so it's not a place that ordinary people can spend. Even so, countless people come to spend here every year. However, it is not open to the public all year round. Only in April and May each year, the resort will start to receive tourists, because this is the day when the accommodation training of Totsuki High School freshmen begins. After getting off the Totsuki bus, Tong Yu and other first-year students followed the instructions to the Totsuki Grand Hotel. Standing in front of the Totsuki Hotel, which could barely see the top of the building, the Polar Star dorm group couldn't help but sigh. Very stylish, the height of this hotel has exceeded 300 meters, right? As expected of a part of Totsuki, it's full of local tyrants. Does this mean that we can live here for free these days? Of course, Totsuki Resort is more than just this hotel. There are other building facilities nearby, such as the Totsuki Palace, used for entertaining VIP guests. There are more than 10 restaurants in the vicinity. Graduates of Totsuki also choose to work here. If only I could play here for a few days, sleep on the deluxe meal, eat the deluxe meal. Yoshino Yuki dreamed. Don't think about it, it will cost tens of thousands of yen just to live here for one night, not to mention other expenses. Ibusaki Shun's sudden remark made Yoshino Yuki's dream completely shattered by the reality of money. Tong Yu was about to say something when a sound of a radio announcement came over. Notice, all students are requested to go to the hotel front desk to collect their room cards, and gather at the Totsuki Palace, next to the hotel before 10 o'clock. After the announcement of the broadcast, all the students in the first grade received a room card for free with the student Zhang. After Tong Yu got the room card, he put his luggage away, rested in the room, and arrived at the Totsuki Palace just before 10 o'clock. When Tong Yu arrived at the designated meeting point in the Li Palace, almost all the students had already arrived. Nearly 1,000 people gathered in one place, so it should be very noisy. However, it is surprisingly quiet here, the air is filled with a strong sense of oppression, and most of the students have solemn expressions on their faces. Tong Yu knows that most of the people are worried about the next training, and those who are not confident in their own strength have already retreated. Tong Yu didn't feel much. After knowing that the original work had a certain understanding of the next assessment, he felt a little bored. Looking around, I saw a familiar figure. Hojo, I haven't seen you these days, what are you doing? Tong Yu waved to Hojo Miyoko not far away. Tong Yu's voice was normal and he didn't deliberately raise his voice, but the banquet hall where he gathered was too quiet, and his words immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. Is he Tong Yu? Yes, he is out of his own power to challenge Aizen-senpai. TSK, it doesn't look like anything special, just a pushy guy. Although the identity of Tong Yu's cartoonist has not been revealed, the fact that he and Aishin Ijin are going to eat halberds has spread throughout Totsuki, and many people in the first grade now know Tong Yu. Tong Yu didn't pay any attention to these whisperers, but Hojo Miyoko frowned when he heard these remarks. Hey, don't chew your tongue behind your back, I hate people like you the most. Hojo Miyoko came to the two students who were gossiping. I'm sorry. The two students were frightened by Hojo Miyoko and hurriedly apologized, then ducked aside. Don't be afraid, Hojo Miyoko's violence is well known among the first-year students. She can easily control a 7 or 8-pound huxia iron pot with one hand. Not only that, but she can also dunk upside-down rebounds in basketball class. Whether it is physical strength or explosiveness, it is different from ordinary people. Hojo Miyoko came to Tong Yu after scaring the two students who were chewing their tongues behind their backs. Master General, you have become a famous Totsuki in the past few days, and people are discussing you anytime, anywhere. Hearing the tone of Hojo Miyoko's words, Tong Yu knew that she was probably still angry about what happened last time. Don't make fun of me. It's not good to talk about me all the time, and it's not my intention to be famous. Tong Yu said helplessly. Hojo Miyoko snorted softly and said, I really don't understand you, why are you challenging Elite 10 and betting on your work? Once you lose Shurji, don't you have nothing? Ha, so don't lose. You guy. Just as the two of them were talking, the lecturer Roland Chappelle, who was familiar to everyone among the lecturers, appeared on the podium in the banquet hall. Good morning, all the students who are studying, let me briefly explain the itinerary of the accommodation training. Chappelle put a serious face without a smile on the podium, and the originally tense banquet hall became even more tense. This assessment is a total of 6 days, and the content of the cooking assessment will be arranged in 3 time periods every day. Students who fail the assessment will be dismissed from the school. With these words, there was a burst of restlessness in the banquet hall. Silent. After Chappelle scolded, he added, as for the review, we have invited special invited teachers. They are the graduates of Totsuki Academy who took time out of their busy schedules. A graduate of Totsuki? The people who were already restless couldn't calm down after hearing this. What? Special guest. And a graduate of Totsuki. There are very few people who can survive until graduation. The people who graduated from each class can be counted with one hand. The graduates who have defeated a terrible single number will be the examiners this time. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the graduates walked towards the podium with their heads held high. These graduates, Tong Yu, all know something from the original work. Walking in the front, the person with a long and proud face is Kojiro Shinomiya. Gray hair and petite Fuyumi Mizuhara. Inui Hinako wearing an apron and smiling peacefully. Guan Shuping with squinting eyes, Donato Gotoida with double chin. As for the remaining graduates, Tong Yu, I don't know. As soon as Shinomiya Kojiro came to power, he gave all the students a disgrace. He pointed to a hapless person in the crowd and found a very lame reason to drop him from school. After the group of graduates came on stage, Dojima Jin, who was also the chief chef of Totsuki Resort, also appeared on the podium. His presence immediately silenced the scene. Dojima Jin, the chief chef of Totsuki Resort and a member of the Totsuki Board of Directors, is known as the strongest graduate in the history of Totsuki. Welcome to our Totsuki Resort. The graduate students who are here today are all chefs who have their own stores and their own portals. During the 6-day stay and training, they will treat you as their own clerk's work. People, do you know what that means? Dojima Jin said that there was a deliberate pause here, and then he wiped his neck with his hand. If there are guys who can't satisfy them, they will be expelled. These remarks continue to increase the pressure of many students invisibly. Okay, I wish you good luck. I announce that the accommodation research has begun. Next, please follow the group and go to the first assessment place. After the announcement of Dojima Jin, everyone disbanded temporarily and headed for the randomly assigned assessment location. Everyone in Polar Star Dorm was also scattered in different exam rooms, and everyone did not forget to make an appointment before leaving. It's about to start at last, see you later. Yep. Goodbye, I hope to see you when I go back to the room at night. Hey, I brought playing cards, let's play in Marui's room at night. Don't party in my room even at times like this. In the first 3 days of the residential training, most of the assessments are rotational, and many candidates will rotate back and forth in several fixed assessment locations. After a short farewell to the people of Polar Star Dorm, Tong Yu also came to the assessment site. The graduate in charge of Tong Yu's morning assessment is Donato Gotoida. The content of his assessment is very simple. He uses the ingredients already prepared in the classroom to cook up main course. This kind of assessment is too simple for Tong Yu, and it only took less than 20 minutes to complete the subject. The assessment in the afternoon continued. This time, Tong Yu was assigned to an isolated area. Tong Yu walked into the classroom and, as expected, saw Inui Hinako as the chief examiner. Inui Hinako sits on a bench with a smile on his face, with a long braid on his head, and looks like a good wife and mother. Okay everyone, let's go into groups first. The subject is the same as in the morning. Use the ingredients in this quarantine area to make any dish that satisfies me, even if it is qualified. As Inui Hinako said, he took out the snacks he brought with him and ate it. He just opened the snack bag and seemed to think of something to add, saying, by the way, all the props, condiments, etc. in this cooking room can be used at will, but not the snacks I brought. Since the content of the assessment in several classrooms is basically fixed, the students who passed the assessment in the morning will communicate with each other about the content of their own assessment. Therefore, before coming here, many students already know the content of the assessment, and even the material that has already been done is ideal. Tong Yu also knew that there was this assessment, but he did not listen to what others said, but learned from the original work. Okay, let's hurry up and form groups, the assessment needs to be completed by 2 people together. Inui Hinako reminded everyone while eating snacks. Soon everyone in the cooking classroom took action, and students who knew each other directly formed a team. Tong Yu glanced around the cooking classroom, trying to find a teammate who could work with him. But he soon discovered that the students around him were looking at him with hostile eyes, as if they were interested in being with him. When looking around, Tong Yu also found a few acquaintances. A guy with dyed yellow hair and 3 other teenagers who look ruffian, aren't these Aizen Jijin's subordinates? Among them, this little yellow hair is particularly impressive. He was the one who invited Tong Yu to Aishin Zijini's office. Finally, there is an acquaintance, that is, Nakiri Arena. Tong Yu didn't expect to meet this little tsundere in this assessment. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Hey, 2 classmates over there, is there anything you don't understand? At this time, the assessment has begun, and the other students have all gone to the outside with their partners to start looking for ingredients that can be used. In the classroom, only Nakiri Arena and Tong Yu were left standing here. Inui Hinako saw the 2 of them standing there and thought she had something to say. However, the real situation is that neither of them has found a suitable partner, but they don't want to team up with each other, so they will hang in place. The reason why Tong Yu couldn't find his teammates was because other people felt that he was a bit pretentious and challenged him for the 9th seat of the Elite 10. As for Nakiri Arena, it is the exact opposite. Because of her fame and identity, many people are afraid to join her. Just imagine, if the tongue of God is dragged down, resulting in unqualified dropping out of school, they dare not imagine such consequences. What a mistake, I didn't expect to be separated from Hisako, and I didn't expect to be in the same test site with this guy, and it's a 2-person test. Nakiri Arena secretly said in her heart. After thinking for a while, Tong Yu looked at Nakiri Arena not far away. Shaking his head, he came to Inui Hinako and said, "Master Chef, I apply for a separate group." Hey, why? The classmates over there are not without partners, you just happen to be in a group. Inui Hinako wondered. Because I'm afraid someone will support me on my hind legs, I'll be fine by myself. Tong Yu said and glanced at Nakiri Arena intentionally. Nakiri Arena could not hear that Tong Yu was talking about him. What do you mean, who do you say is holding you back? Whoever speaks, speaks. You are so rude. Hey, you can't make a single group. The rule for this class is a group of 2. Inui Hinako couldn't help interrupting the 2 who were flirting, and said, if you don't hurry to find the ingredients, and you don't complete the task within the stipulated time, you will be expelled from school, so act quickly. After finishing speaking, Inui Hinako continued to eat snacks, and at some point she had another manga in her hand. Tong Yu took a look at the content of the comics, the good guy Dacia one. Humph. Nakiri Arena Tsundere snorted coldly, still not reluctant to team up with Tong Yu. Tong Yu knew that it would not be good to continue to waste time like this, so he added, Nakiri, it is not good for both of us to continue to waste time. If God Tongue is expelled from the school in the first day's assessment, it will spread out. People will laugh off their teeth. So that's fine. Nakiri Arena silently watched Tong Yu waiting for his next words. Under the condition of not breaking the assessment rules, the 2 of us will form a partner. However, we will act separately, do our own cooking, and not interfere with each other. In this way, there will be no one who is holding back, and we can also compare by the way, in the end. Whose food is more delicious? Tong Yu looked at Nakiri Arena with a smile. Nakiri Arena heard this and regained the queen's pride. Are you planning to challenge me? Ha, you can think so too, you wouldn't dare to compare, would you? Hee, I heard that you are going to eat halberds with Senior Ruishin. Tong Yu hesitated, and Nakiri Arena suddenly asked what to do. Yes, what do you want to say? Before the official halberd was eaten, would losing to another Elite 10 greatly damage your self-confidence, or even abstain in advance? Tong Yu's forehead turned black. As expected of the tongue of God, the words were so damaging, so let's change it to tongue of poison. Student Nakiri, you don't need to worry about it, can you just compare it with one sentence? Tong Yu asked. Humph, I, Nakiri Arena, won't be afraid of people like you. Nakiri Arena agreed. Inui Hinako, who was sitting on the bench eating snacks, listened to the conversation between the 2. She couldn't help muttering in her heart. This year's students like to ask others to compete. There are 2 students in the morning assessment, and 2 more in the afternoon. The 2 people in the morning were Yukihira Sōma and Aldini Takumi. The 2 good friends finally met in this assessment. No one was convinced by the other, so they tried this assessment. Sōma also stole Inui Hanako's snacks during the competition and put the snacks into the dishes as auxiliary ingredients. No, with the experience in the morning, Inui Hanako specially emphasized that she should not snatch the snacks in her hand when the assessment in the afternoon began. But the morning test between Sōma and Takumi was a test between the 2 groups. Now Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena are doing well, and they are in a civil war, each doing their own cooking. Inui Hanako doesn't care what form the 2 want to cook 1 or 2 dishes, as long as they can complete a work that satisfies her within the specified time, they are considered qualified for this group. Nikiri, let's just wait and see, this time I must let you admit my cooking. Tong Yu said to Nikiri Arena and walked out of the classroom with the tools he had prepared. Humph, don't approve of your common people's cooking, vulgar comics. Nikiri Arena mumbled a few times and walked out of the cooking classroom with buckets, fishing rods and other tools. Tong Yu walked out of the cooking classroom and headed directly towards the forest area of the quarantine area. Before Inui Hanako announced the content of the assessment, he had already thought about the cooking to be done. Along the way, he also saw many students fishing by the river with fishing rods. Most people have limited vision and limit their ingredients to clear rivers. As everyone knows, most of the best ingredients exist in the mountains and jungles. Yep. Tong Yu stopped and glanced behind him. Sure enough, Xiao Huangmao followed with 3 other gangsters. A strange smile appeared on Tong Yu's face, and he continued towards the forest pretending he didn't know anything. When walking into the forest area, there are hardly any other students in sight. Tong Yu finally stopped, turned around and said to the 4 stalkers behind him, "Okay, you are tired after following all the way, come out." As these words fell, the bushes shook for a while, and 4 Eisen Edison subordinates got out. The leader, Xiao Huangmao, was holding a bucket in his right hand and a wooden stick he had picked up from somewhere in his left hand. "Hey, it's really thanks to you that you dare to come to such a place. If you are in a crowded place, we really wouldn't be able to attack you." Xiao Huangmao, who was headed by him, waved the wooden stick in his hand and said rudely, "Boy, remember me, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Xiao Huangmao, who was in the lead, shook the wooden stick in his hand, looked at Tong Yu with a playful smile on his face and said, "Since everyone is acquaintance, I will not embarrass you, just wait here and wait for the end of the assessment time." "What if I say no?" Tong Yu said lightly. "No. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us now? Don't be ashamed." Xiao Huangmao pointed at Tong Yu with the stick in his hand. "Big brother, why don't you just beat this kid, we can go back if he can't get up. Yeah, we may have passed this accommodation training, and the boss of Aishin will reward us more. Yes, there are no other people in this place anyway, and there is no monitoring." When Tong Yu heard this, his eyes narrowed into a line. "What did you just say? There is no surveillance here." "Yes, no matter what happens here, no one will know, but it's too late for you to regret it now, we decided to beat." Before the little b************ D could finish speaking, he flew out. A person weighing 100 pounds was knocked out by Tong Yu. What kind of power is this? Xiao Huangmao and the 2 little gangsters froze in place. Tong Yu withdrew his fist. "I don't have to monitor it, so I can rest assured. This time, it will be counted together with the previous account." After saying that, Tong Yu walked towards Xiao Huangmao, who was headed by him. Xiao Huangmao, who was headed by him, looked at Tong Yu who was walking towards him step by step, and then looked at the younger brother who was lying unconscious on the ground after being punched by Tong Yu, and took a few steps back involuntarily. This guy, brothers, come on together, knock him down." Tong Yu looked at the 3 people rushing towards him, and said disdainfully, "Just the 3 of you, 1 hand is enough for me." This is not Tong Yu's big talk, you must know that he has mastered all the cooking skills of Dasha 1. The mastery of cooking skills is not the same as the recipe. Most of the recipes do not have too many restrictions on physical strength, and even if you are tired during the cooking process, you can stop and rest. The cooking skills are different. He has to use it in a short period of time or in an instant, which requires quite high physical strength and skills. Especially in terms of physical strength, it must be different from ordinary people. This is why Tong Yu asked Sōma to improve his physical fitness first, and then learn cooking skills. Therefore, when Tong Yu unlocked the second privilege, cooking skill, his body was also transformed by the system. Tong Yu's physical strength and other aspects are now no ordinary people. Even in Tong Yu's body, there is a special qi flowing through it. Every time he uses a cooking skill, this qi will automatically run. In less than half a minute, Xiao Huangmao and the others were lying on the ground with bruised noses and swollen faces, moaning. Little Huangmao, who was still conscious while lying on the ground, also understood that the last time Tong Yu was able to walk with them in such a way, it was not because he couldn't beat them, but because there was surveillance in that place and it was difficult to do it. Yo, you actually found so many ingredients, river prawns, shiitake mushrooms, sweet potatoes. Oh, they are all the ingredients I need, so I'll take them all. Before Tong Yu left, he took all the ingredients that the 4 unlucky bastards caught, leaving nothing with them. With these guys delivering ingredients, Tong Yu also saved a lot of time. In less than 20 minutes, Tong Yu found most of the ingredients needed for cooking, and then returned to the cooking classroom. When Tong Yu returned to the cooking class, he found that there were not many people. Although he went out later than the others, the ingredients delivered by 4 people saved him a lot of time. Looking at the students around, I found that most of the fish caught were aquatic animals, especially carp and crucian carp, and some were lucky enough to get some vegetables. Although this area is an isolated area, considering that this place will be used as an examination room for dormitory training every year, there are still people who come to manage it. Otherwise, how could there be so many ingredients for students in this isolation area? Tong Yu looked back and started processing the ingredients. Potatoes, shiitake mushrooms, burdock, spring vegetables, ginseng vegetables, and river prawns. Except for the river prawns, the others are all vegetables, and it doesn't seem to have any bright spots. Tong Yu was the first to put a casserole on the platform, and after adding water, he started to process other ingredients. After washing and cutting all the ingredients, students from other groups began to return, including Nikiri Irina, a little tsundere. What? Tong Yu gave a suspicious sound and set his eyes on the ingredients caught in Nikiri Irina's hands. In the bucket was a pound of grass carp, as well as tomatoes, herbs, wild fruits and other ingredients. Student Nikiri managed to get the ingredients by himself. I can't believe it. You didn't get it from intimidating other students, right? Tong Yu pretended to be surprised. Hearing this, Nikiri Irina immediately said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, I captured these with my own hands, and I didn't rely on anyone." Ha, I thought the pampered eldest lady couldn't get the ingredients. It seems that I underestimated you. Tong Yu smiled. Hey, I'm so sorry for disappointing you. Nikiri Irina didn't talk to Tong Yu anymore, she picked up her ingredients and went to a cooking station beside Tong Yu and started to get busy. Seeing that Nikiri Irina was ignoring him, Tong Yu withdrew his gaze and focused on his own cooking. The time for this assessment is 3 hours. When 1/3 of the time has passed, almost all the students have entered the cooking stage. No, there are still 2 groups that have not returned. Since most of the ingredients chosen by the students come from the river, the entire cooking classroom is almost always cooking dishes related to fish. There are also various cooking forms, such as steamed fish, braised fish, and even sashimi. Tong Yu's cooking has also entered the final stage. It only needs to be simmered for about half an hour before it is ready to serve. He glanced at Nikiri Irina next to him again, just in time to see her wrapping the modified grass carp in tinfoil. Although the main ingredient Nikiri Irina chooses is also fish, the preparation method is very different from others. After folding the four corners of the tinfoil up and making sure that the ingredients and sauce inside would not flow out, she then sent the tinfoil wrapped around the ingredients into the oven. Is this a dish similar to boiled fish with tomato? But it doesn't look like it. Tong Yu murmured hard, staring at Yukihira. At this moment, the four students who were beaten by Tong Yu came back. However, the guy who was punched by Tong Yu was brought back by the other three people. The four with bruised noses and swollen faces entered the cooking classroom, rushed in front of Inui Hinako, and began to cry. Asterisk. Chef Gon, you have to decide for us, this guy Tong Yu not only beat us, but also took away the ingredients we were looking for. Yes, you must make him drop out of school for this kind of bad behavior. The four of them snot and cried, and it was extremely miserable. Tong Yu glanced at the four people with bruised noses and swollen faces. It's really a pity not to win an Oscar for their acting skills. Inui Hinako is not a fool either. Looking at the appearance and dressing of these four people, you can see that they are confounding black and white. At the same time, he is also secretly complaining in his heart. The four of them have not beaten one so badly, so how dare they say it? You said Tong Yu stole your ingredients, is there any evidence? Inui Hinako asked with a smile. This sentence made the four of them speechless. They thought that Tong Yu had chosen a place that no one knew about, but now it has become a place where they can't speak. Instead of complaining here, the four of you might as well take advantage of this time to find ingredients. There's only an hour and a half left. If you give up early, go pack your bags. Inui Hinako said that this is all with a smile, but this smile is so scary when everyone sees it. Hiding a knife in a smile, maybe she was talking about Inui Hinako at this time. As long as the four of them dared to talk nonsense, she would definitely make the four of them get out of the way. The four who suffered from the dumb loss could only look at Tong Yu with resentment, and then rushed out of the cooking classroom to catch fish by the river. Tong Yu couldn't help laughing at this. How did these four people get into Totsuki with such an anxious IQ? Also, with the IQ of Aizen Izunya, to let these four people deal with him, is he looking down on others? Yep. Just when Tong Yu laughed secretly, he noticed the contemptuous eyes on the side. I said Nikiri-kun, I know you have a problem with me, but you don't have to stare at me all the time, right? Sure enough, it's vulgar, and they actually robbed their ingredients. Tong Yu's forehead turned black, and he didn't bother to explain to this little girl. At this time, the time has come to 1600 hours exactly, 2/3 of the time has passed, and many groups have also submitted their own dishes. The dishes presented at this time are nothing more than works that can be completed without much cooking, such as sashimi, vegetable salad, and steamed fish. The first few groups submitted are fine, as long as it is a little passable. Inui Hinako will be judged as qualified. However, after the continuous sashimi and steamed fish, Inui Hinako almost vomited. After that, the same dishes were served only if they were very well done, and those with slightly worse taste were directly judged to be unqualified. Fortunately, there is still some time left, and there is still hope if you hurry up and redo it. When there was only 1 hour left, Tong Yu put on heat-insulating gloves and moved the casserole away from the table. Tong Yu's cooking is complete. Nikiri, my cooking is done, how about you? Tong Yu asked Yukihira next to him. Yukihira ignored Tong Yu. She took it out from the tin foil from the oven, and when she opened the foil, a smell of tomato mixed with fish came out. The scent was also strong, attracting all the students around. Okay, it smells so good, Yukihira-sama's cooking is done. What are you doing, boiled fish with tomato? But the same fish is used, why is there such a big difference? Damn it, is that B************* D Tong Yu in a group with Yukihira-sama? You're lucky too, this gorgeous and delicious dish must pass. It is true that the same ingredients are used, but Yukihira makes it completely different, especially when it is placed on a plate, it is like a work of art. Yukihira debons the whole grass carp, then modifies the rest of the fish to carve patterns. It is marinated and delicious, then coated with a series of seasonings and placed in a frying pan for frying. This practice is somewhat similar to a famous dish in Wuxia cuisine, squirrel mandarin fish. However, the method after that is different. Nikiri boils the removed fish bones and seasons them with tomato and other ingredients to make soup. Then wrap the fried fish with the soup and other ingredients in tinfoil, and put it in the oven for forging baking without destroying the beautiful appearance of the fish. After a short period of high temperature, the soup and fish meat are thoroughly stimulated, so the fragrance will be so strong the moment the tin foil is opened. Mine is also done. Nikiri said lightly after finishing the dishes and withdrew her hands. Tong Yu also praised Nikiri cooking secretly when he saw Nikiri cooking, but it was Nikiri, and he usually tsundra a little, but the craftsmanship is really nothing to say. And this kind of cuisine with a gorgeous appearance is indeed in line with her food concept. As expected of classmate Nikiri, the dishes you make are gorgeous, so you can take it to the judges first, and I will come later. Tong Yu said with a smile. Nikiri snorted again from tsundra, and walked towards Inui Hinako step by step with her dishes in hand. However, at this moment, a sharp look flashed in the eyes of Xiao Huangmao, who had passed by before, and charged towards Nikiri with a look of carelessness. This little yellow hair has completely given up on dormitory training and is ready to drop out. No. To be precise, he had made such a plan from the moment he received the task of Aizen Itsuya. Aishin Jijin also made it very clear that as long as they can make Tong Yu drop out of the dormitory training, they will get a lot of money. These gangsters knew how much they weighed. Rather than being thrown out of school in Totsuki sooner or later, they might as well fight to get the money and leave. This gangster, like Aizen Jin, will do anything for money, even if the current target is Nikiri, who has a strong background. Why do you say that? This can only be blamed on the words of the students just now. They all think Tong Yu and Nikiri are in the same group. The dishes that Nikiri is currently submitting are the work of the two of them. Nikiri looked at the little yellow hair rushing towards her, but she didn't react. Under the impact, she fell backwards and fell to the ground, and at the same time, the plate containing the dishes fell out of her hands. Snapped. The plate fell to the ground and shattered, as did Nikiri exquisite dishes. This sudden scene made many people not react. Tong Yu frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect these guys to be so daring, but why did they target himself and why would they attack Nikiri? After thinking for a while, Tong Yu wanted to understand, and thought this was a lying gun, right? Nikiri was knocked to the ground by Xiao Huangmao, and the finished cooking also fell on the ground. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, but a few students gloated. Ah, right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Huangmao apologized to Nikiri with a hurried look, but couldn't hide the joy in his expression. I can only blame you for being a group with Tong Yu. You two will be dropped out of school together. Xiao Huangmao was secretly happy in his heart, and he was also imagining the moment when he was rewarded by Aizen Jijin. You. Nikiri was very angry. She could also feel that this little yellow hair was intentional, but she couldn't do anything about him. Nikiri is really sorry. In order to make up for my fault, I will make amends by dropping out of school, so you won't blame me. Xiao Huangmao smiled successfully. Of course I won't blame you, so please get out of here with your ugly face now. Bang! Tong Yu kicked the little gangster's stomach, which made him scream again in pain. Chef Dry, did you see it? This kid is hitting us again, this time you should have seen it. Xiao Huangmao shouted at Inui Hinako. Inui Hinako has noticed the situation here since just now, and she also knows that this little yellow hair is intentionally knocking down Nikiri. I see, so you should drop out of school immediately. Inui Hinako came over and said. What? I said, drop out of school and leave here immediately. If you have difficulty moving, I can ask someone to help you. Inui Hinako said coldly, losing the usual smile on his face. I can walk by myself. Xiao Huangmao hurriedly ran out of the cooking classroom from the ground. Seeing Xiao Huangmao fleeing, the other 3 gangsters stopped staying and ran out of the classroom as well. How did such a person get into Totsuki? After Inui Hinako shook his head, he set his eyes on Nikiri Arena and said, I saw what happened just now. They did it on purpose, so I will deal with your group specially and give you time again. I don't think it's necessary. Yep. At this time, Tong Yu had already come over with the prepared dishes. Nikiri-san and I are in the same group, so if you pass one dish, you'll pass, right? The smile returned to Inui Hinako's face again. Well, that's right. Then please taste the dishes I made. Tong Yu put the casserole on the table. Nikiri Arena curled her lips, a little reluctant in her heart, but this is the only way to do it in the current situation. If you have to start all over again, it will waste a lot of time. The most important thing is that she may not be able to catch the ingredients just now. She took a lot of effort to catch the grass carp, and almost fell into the river. This is my cooking. Tong Yu said and opened the casserole, and at that moment a golden light shot out. Everyone was shocked, but the golden light only lasted for a while and then disappeared. Both Nikiri Arena and Inui Hinako immediately set their sights on the casserole. The inside of the casserole is crystal clear, like a spring water in the mountains. There are various wild vegetables and mushrooms in this clear soup, and among the many dishes are a few pink shrimp balls. The red, white and green of various wild vegetables are green, and the color of shrimp balls is matched with the color of shrimp balls. The visual effect of this dish is very shocking. When I saw this dish for the first time, one word came to mind, beautiful. At the same time, an indescribable fragrance is also blowing. This is my cooking, Baoshan Flying Dragon Pot. Tong Yu said and handed the prepared small bowl and spoon to Inui Hinako. Baoshan Filong Pot, a very powerful name. It is a soup pot that stews all kinds of wild vegetables and river prawns together. The soup is clear, without any impurities, and it is handled well. Inui Hinako took the lead and scooped up a spoonful of soup and slowly put it into his mouth. Tong Yu also turned around and handed another pair of bowls and spoons to Nikiri Arena's hands, saying, Nikiri-kun, try it too, this dish will satisfy your god's tongue. Who wants to eat your cooking? Nikiri Arena said that, but she couldn't take her eyes off the casserole. Chef Gon, you can't finish this pot. It's okay to let Nikiri taste a little bit. Hey, you are. Tong Yu looked back and saw that Inui Hinako's face was full of ruddy, as if he was about to reach his peak. The fragrance of various wild vegetables and mushrooms, coupled with a little sweetness of the shrimp meat, makes the body and mind wander in the beautiful mountains and forests. I feel it, this is the breath of nature. It took a while for Inui Hinako to recover from the delicious enjoyment. Seeing this, Nikiri Arena finally couldn't help it. She picked up a small bowl and scooped some soup, wild vegetables and shrimp. The first to taste was the soup, and after drinking it, Nikiri Arena's pupils dilated with an incredible look. Impossible, how could this be? Nikiri Arena took a second sip in disbelief, but the soup was still like a clear spring, without any impurities. Nikiri Arena then tasted shrimp, wild vegetables and shiitake mushrooms. When the soup and all the ingredients were tasted, she exclaimed in disbelief, and at the same time her face was a bit rosy. Impossible, using so many mushrooms and wild vegetables, the soup pot made without any impurities. As we all know, no matter what ingredients are used to cook a soup pot, it will produce a certain amount. Especially wild vegetables and mushrooms, no matter how you filter, more or less will remain. However, the dish called Baoshan Filong Pot, cooked by Tong Yu does not contain any impurities. Even the god's tongue could not find any impurities, not a single blemish. Nikiri Arena has also tried a lot of soup pot dishes like this. When she bet on the 10th seat in Godabayashi Kiyoshi's halberd, what how Tianlin made was similar to this soup pot. However, Kobayashi Kiyoshi's cooking is full of flaws and cannot be compared to this one. And the most unbelievable part is the current situation. If you only know that the ingredients for this assessment are very limited, you can still cook such a perfect meal under such circumstances. It took a long time for Yukihira to come back to her senses. She couldn't help but set her eyes on Tong Yu and looked again. At this moment, she couldn't see through this person. Well, this dish didn't disappoint you. Tong Yu looked at Yukihira with a smile. You, how did you do it? Are you asking about the impurities in this dish? Yukihira nodded silently. Yukihira originally refused to taste Tong Yu's cooking. But this pot of soup with a clear bottom and an alluring fragrance made her body go soft just by smelling it, and she couldn't refuse the strangeness coming from her body. After tasting it, she couldn't believe that the soup was the same as what she saw on the surface, there was no impurities at all. At that moment, she seemed to be in the mountains and forests, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. There was only the sound of birds and flowers in her ears, and the warm sun above her head, bathed in the sun, and enjoyed the embrace of nature. After drinking 2 bowls of soup, Inui Hinako let out a sigh of relief, looked at Tong Yu and asked, "This soup has no impurities, you boil so many wild vegetables and mushrooms together, it should cause floating the end, impurity, is right, how did you do it?" Tong Yu smiled, then picked up an unknown ear-cone-shaped plant, and said, "The key to removing impurities is this." "What is this?" "This plant is called hopsindashia, because it is used for brewing beer. This plant has a super strong effect of absorbing impurities. It is bundled with gauze and placed in a pot and stewed with other ingredients. Cooking can not only completely remove impurities, but also increase the flavor." Tong Yu explained briefly. Not only Yukihira has never heard of this plant, but even Inui Hinako has never heard of the name hops and its ability to remove impurities. In fact, the original method of removing impurities in Baoshan Fialong pot is to use a paper pot, and then cook in a paper pot to remove impurities. This method is too cumbersome. Later, Lu Piaoxing and others discovered this plant by chance during their travels and used it in cooking. They found that it was especially effective in absorbing impurities. The practice of Baoshan Fialong pot was also improved. After listening to Tong Yu's explanation, Yukihira's heart still couldn't calm down. In this test, the main test is the student's vision, and Tong Yu's strength is completely beyond the standard of everyone, whether it is vision or cooking skills. Not only that, but also good at making use of ingredients, making perfect use of the characteristics of each ingredient. Is such a person really a commoner cooking chef? Yukihira began to doubt in her heart. "Chef, then our group is qualified, right?" Tong Yu asked, looking at Inui Hinako, whose rosy face had not yet faded away. Inui Hinako picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth, and said, "Well, the taste of this dish is not bad, although there are certain flaws, but even if you are qualified, it is fine." "Barely qualified?" A question mark appeared on Tong Yu's head after hearing this. And Yukihira was also puzzled after hearing this. Is there a flaw in this recipe? She also tasted this dish just now, and even her God's tongue couldn't find anything wrong. Why did the chef say that it was defective? Could it be that the ingredients used are too thin, and there are no outstanding ingredients? Tong Yu was also puzzled after hearing this. He was intoxicated when he ate it just now, as if he had grown high, but now he said it was barely good. This duplicity is too obvious. To know that this is a luminous dish, the taste is absolutely guaranteed. "Chef, it's not a good habit to be honest." Tong Yu stared at Inui Hinako suspiciously. "Duplicitous, do I have it?" "Okay, if you are qualified, leave as soon as possible. Inui Hinako waved his hand and urged Tong Yu to leave quickly. After passing the assessment, Tong Yu did not stay in the cooking classroom. He planned to return to the hotel to rest for a while. Just as Tong Yu was walking out of the cooking classroom, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and he turned around to see that little Tsundere was following. Tong Yu, I have something to ask you. Nakiri Arena stopped Tong Yu. Student Nakiri, is there anything else? Tong Yu turned around and asked suspiciously. Nakiri Arena walked up to Tong Yu. The dish you cooked just now also appeared in Dasha 1, right? Yes, there is a detailed description in the 9th chapter of the 2nd volume. If you are interested in this dish, you can buy the comics to read. Tong Yu said. If it was before, Nakiri Arena would have laughed at Tong Yu's words, but now her opinion has changed. Actually, the recipes that appear in Dasha 1 are all your recipes. Nakiri Arena was silent for a while before speaking. Nakiri Arena is already thinking about this in Yukihira Sōma and Mito Ikumi's halberd, a food manga author who can create so many recipes. The key is to fully reproduce them in reality. At first he was reluctant to admit it, because to admit it was to recognize Tong Yu. However, the cooking just now once again shook her inner opinion. Well, that's about it. Tong Yu didn't notice Nakiri Arena's change to him. Thinking of the incident that Xiao Huangmao deliberately sabotaged her cooking, he couldn't help but say, I have to apologize to you for what happened just now. What happened just now? What do you mean? Those gangsters are actually coming for me, but because we are a group, they mistakenly think that the cooking you presented is a work that we have done together, so they deliberately bump into you. Tong Yu said. Nakiri Arena frowned slightly after hearing this. Why are they trying to get along with you? Is it because you stole their ingredients? It's here again. How could it be because of this kind of thing? Because they are the younger brothers of Aizen Jijin. Tong Yu then told Nakiri Arena about the holiday with Aishin Ijin, including the previous threats he had been threatened. Nakiri Arena didn't show much surprise after listening to it, and it could be seen that she also knew a little about Aizen Arena's personality. If it's really like what you said, I don't want you to lose this halberd. Ha, don't you want me to drop out of school right away? Is it because you have eaten my cooking just now, and your opinion of me has changed? Nakiri Arena's face immediately flushed and she hurriedly said, It's not, I still hope that you will be expelled from school, but I don't want to see such a villain's conspiracy succeed. Okay, let's not mention this matter. See you later, Nakiri-kun, this time we couldn't decide the winner. Next time we have a chance, we will be in Bibi, bye-bye, Tong Yu said to Nakiri Arena and then went alone. Leave. Nakiri Arena looked at Tong Yu's leaving back, and couldn't help but murmured on the spot, this guy isn't that annoying either. Asterisk. From the conversation just now, Tong Yu knew that the little Tsundere Nakiri Arena was gradually changing his opinion of him. This gave Tong Yu a sense of accomplishment. For a beautiful girl like Nakiri Arena with excellent conditions, it would be hypocritical to say that she doesn't like it. Tong Yu didn't have to make Nakiri Arena fall in love with him, he just made this little Tsundere recognize Dasha 1 and blushed and said, yummy, and, you are great. Compared to falling in love, Tong Yu prefers to let the girls recognize his strength and obey him. He doesn't like dog-licking love, and he doesn't need it. Tong Yu went back to his room at the Totsuki Hotel to rest for a while, when he heard the sound of the broadcast announcing the assembly. Coming to the meeting place, Tong Yu also found a few people from Polar Star Dorm. All members of Polar Star Dorm passed today's assessment without any risk. Great, everyone has passed, and then it's reward time. Bonus time, what is that? Of course it's a deluxe package, bathroom and guest room. Totsuki Resort is so luxurious, how can we deserve this accommodation training if we don't enjoy it? Yoshino Yuki said excitedly, she thought it was the Totsuki party who informed the assembly that they wanted to treat them to a luxurious dinner. Yuki. Have you forgotten what Lecturer Chappelle said this morning? There are 3 tests every day, morning, noon and evening. So, the call to gather is just to prepare everyone for the evening test. Tong Yu replied. Yoshino Yuki said. Upon hearing this, Yoshino Yuki petrified in place. At this time, the lead lecturer squinted Guan Shuping and walked in front of the crowd, followed by a group of muscular men behind him. Those who have finished their dinner are free to move around. Guan Shuping pointed to a group of tall, muscular men with shiny skin behind him, and said, "They are members of the fitness club of the nearby Upper Arm University, and the rugby club and wrestling club will come over later. This is also a special event tonight. Training. Today's menu is a steak set, and everyone can leave after serving 50 people." Wait, what about our deluxe package?" Yoshino Yuki asked hastily. "Luxury package? There is no such thing. All the kitchens have ingredients. Let's solve it by yourself after free time." "Resolve it by yourself?" Yoshino Yuki was completely petrified in place, and everyone in Polar Star Dorm heard her heartbroken voice. Guan Shuping also ignored the people who complained, took out a pocket watch and said, "The time is 1 hour. Anyone who fails to complete the 50-person steak set within this time will be expelled and the timer will start." It's not difficult for a professional chef to make 50 copies of the same dish. But it's not just the pursuit of speed that can fool you, because Guan Shuping will personally check the quality of each serving. If the quantity is not enough and the taste is not good, he will ask to redo it. However, this kind of assessment of drawing a gourd is very simple for Tong Yu. He completed 50 people very easily, and it took less than half an hour. Tong Yu's speed was naturally the first to complete it, which surprised the others. At this moment, many people also understand that this guy who dares to challenge the 9th seat is not ordinary. After Tong Yu completed the assessment, he grabbed some food in the kitchen and went back to his hotel room. After taking a comfortable hot bath, he changed into a suit of clothes, and took out the tool for drawing cartoons from the middle of the system space. Dashia 1 has officially ended, and he is now preparing a new comic. But what to choose for the new work, he is still hesitating. Because the selected comics are different, the rewards are also different. The Captive of Food, Japanese Bread King, The Lonely Gourmet, Otherworld Cafeteria, Sushi of Shota, have all been thought of by Tong Yu. However, the most popular among them is Captive of Food, which can be said to be the highest existence in all the food worlds. The release of this comic is bound to be a big hit, and the popularity will even be higher than the current Dashia 1. After thinking back and forth for a long time, Tong Yu decided to release Captive of Food first. So I picked up the paintbrush and started painting. Before Tong Yu had painted 10 pages, the voices of Sōma and others came from outside the door. Even in the dormitory training, this group of people could not be quiet, and they shouted that they were going to play poker in Marui's room. Tong Yu knew that it was impossible not to go, so he could only put away the drawings and went with them to Marui's room. This group of people had also been tired all day, and they were already at the end of the fight. After a while, tiredness came to their minds, especially Marui Zenji, who was already short in terms of physical strength, and fell asleep while playing poker. There will be an assessment in the morning tomorrow, and everyone will not dare to play too late. After chatting for a while, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day came soon. Tong Yu and others also got up early, washed and ate breakfast, and came to the cooking classroom for their assessment before 8 o'clock. Tong Yu walked into the cooking classroom and found another group of unfamiliar faces. But unlike yesterday, no one whispered to him after he walked in. In the corner of the cooking classroom, a girl with disheveled hair and a dark aura all over her body was smiling. Her long hair covered most of her face, and only her right eye was exposed. In addition, she wore a black robe, which made people feel that he was not a student, but a witch in a fairy tale world. It's really unfortunate to be in the same assessment classroom as Nao Sadazuka. Hey, I just hope she doesn't do dark cooking later. A group of students cast contempt and disgust at the black-robed woman in the corner. That's right, Nao Sadazuka was the one who made the others in the cooking class very jealous at this time. Nao Sadazuka, who likes to cook stinky dishes like dark dishes, has caused many commotions in Totsuki Academy, and is called the witch in front of the pot. Her cooking room always gave off an ominous stench, and even children ran away, so her fame was quite famous throughout Totsuki. Tong Yu is not afraid of Nao Sadazuka. He has a certain understanding of her from the original book, but thinks that she is a more interesting and talented chef, but some interests are more special. After waiting in the classroom for a while, Fuyumi Mizuhara, the lecturer in charge of this round of assessment, walked in. "Well, is everyone here? Let's start the assessment." Fuyumi Mizuhara said to everyone with a blank expression. After hearing it, everyone was confused for a while, and this started. "What about the theme? Chef Suwon, you don't seem to be talking about the theme." The appearance of Fuyumi Mizuhara caused everyone in the classroom to temporarily divert their attention from Nao Sadazuka. "I haven't said the topic yet." "Well, just use this." Fuyumi Mizuhara thought about it for a while, then turned around and wrote 4 characters on the blackboard: set meal. Asterisk. Set meal, which does not refer to a single dish, but a combination of multiple dishes. The most common is Western-style set meal, which generally consists of 5 dishes: appetizer, soup, side dish, main dish, and dessert. The composition of set meals in different regions is different, but it is nothing more than the same. No matter what kind of set meal it is, there must be a combination of 4 dishes, among which the appetizer, soup and main course are essential. After Fuyumi Mizuhara wrote down the subject of the assessment on the blackboard, she turned around and continued to use her face with no emotion, and said, "Because the amount of assessment is relatively large and it takes a long time, so your morning and afternoon sessions the assessments are all here, and the deadline is before 1600 hours. At the same time, the assessment is in the form of a team of 2, and each person needs to complete at least 2 dishes. As for the ingredients needed, go to the ingredient store next door to find them." After explaining the basic rules, Fuyumi Mizuhara sat on the stool on the podium, bowing his head and ignoring everyone in the cooking class. Course meals, and there are 4 dishes to be prepared. As expected, the most difficult thing to pass is Chef Suwon's assessment, apart from Chef Shinomiya. Yes, I heard that just yesterday, there were more than 50 people who were expelled from the classes of the 2 chefs, Shinomiya and Suwon. Forget it, there's no need to waste time discussing the dishes to be made when complaining. The students in the cooking class all took action one after another and found someone they could cooperate with. Tong Yu looked around and found that the other students didn't intend to form a team with him. He didn't care at all, and turned his eyes to Nao Sadazuka, who was ignored in the corner of the classroom. Under the surprised gazes of the other students, Tong Yu walked to Nao Sadazuka, who was crowded out by the others and could only stand in an empty corner. Sadazuka now also noticed that someone was walking towards her, and thought that it was obstructing other people, and wanted to prepare to leave. "Sadazuka-san, let's make a group for this round of assessment." Tong Yu's words made Nao Sadazuka, who was about to leave, tremble. She stopped, turned and looked at Tong Yu in disbelief. "You, are you talking to me?" "Ha, who else is here besides Shinjong?" Tong Yu said with a smile. Nao Sadazuka froze in place for a while, with huge waves in his heart. Someone approached her and asked to form a partner. Seeing Nao Sadazuka like this, Tong Yu became more certain of what he was thinking. Nao Sadazuka's own personality is inclined to a cheerful type, but because she likes to cook dark dishes, she is regarded as an abnormal person, and then she is gradually excluded by others, which brings a lot of psychological shadow to her. Gradually, Nao Sadazuka stopped caring about other people's eyes and immersed himself in the study of self-care, so that he has now become a security guard at Totsuki Academy. Tong Yu knew that if she didn't use her hair to cover her face, but instead tied her hair up to reveal her face, and put on a white dress, she would definitely attract many people's attention. Nao Sadazuka herself is not ugly. As long as she dresses up a little, she is also a complete beauty. It is only because she has been ostracized by others for a long time that she has the depraved appearance she is now. After a brief absence, Nao Sadazuka returned to her normal color and showed her witch's smile again. "Hee, okay. Let's form a partner and cook dishes that Nikiri Arina-sama will praise." Hearing this, Tong Yu remembered that now Sadazuka was also a big fan of Nikiri Arena. No, this Sadazuka now is definitely an avid fan, and it seems that she wrote 30 confession letters a day to Nikiri Arena for a while. Okay, then let's discuss the cooking to be done and the parts that each is responsible for. The other students in the classroom laughed when they saw that Tong Yu was actually forming a team with now Sadazuka. No one wants to partner with him and can only go to the which now Sadazuka. Huh, it must be like this, who let this kid challenge the elite 10 beyond his capacity. With now Sadazuka's team, that means it's not far from dropping out. Tong Yu didn't want to pay attention to this kind of guy who only chewed his tongue. As for now Sadazuka, he was already used to this kind of remarks. Tong Yu thought it would be more difficult to communicate with now Sadazuka, but in just a few words, they would divide their work. That's it, my appetizers and main dishes, you are in charge of soups and desserts, let's go to the ingredients library to select ingredients first. The two of them have agreed on the part they are responsible for, and the next step is to think about what kind of cooking to cook. Hey, you have to make interesting dishes, just use this for the ingredients. Yep. Tong Yu wondered, and saw now Zenzuka crouched down and took out 2 sacks from under the cooking table, and saw a creature wriggling in one of the sacks. What is this? Hey, good stuff, the ingredient store doesn't necessarily have this ingredient. Tong Yu looked closer to the sack, whether Rao was mentally prepared or was taken aback. F***Kami, snake. That's right, in the sack is a living king brocade snake. You caught it? Tong Yu pointed at the sack with wide eyes. Yes, I went to the quarantine area to catch them yesterday, not only that, but also scorpions, hares, and ducks. As now Sadazuka said that, he opened another sack, which was full of game. Tong Yu now understands why Totsuki treated now Sadazuka as a security guard. If he didn't control her, he would probably have caught all the wild animals in Totsuki and stewed them. If another person saw now Sadazuka taking out these ingredients, he would definitely be quite frightened. However, Tong Yu was not only not afraid, but showed an excited look. Seeing Tong Yu's excited look, now Sadazuka couldn't help but chuckle, so you know these ingredients very well. Of course, these ingredients are enough to make several delicious dishes. Tong Yu thought of several recipes. Let's go to the ingredient store to find some side dishes, and then deal with these ingredients. Now Sadazuka followed behind Tong Yu, and there was laughter from the cheeks covered by his hair, which made the other students look at it. Tong Yu didn't know what she was laughing weirdly all the time. Could it be that she was happy because she found a common man? Or is it a long-term dark personality, a habit formed? Sadazuka-san, aren't you tired of walking in this kind of clothes? On the way back to the cooking classroom from the ingredient store, Tong Yu couldn't help but said looking at the black robe that now Sadazuka was wearing. Now Sadazuka's black robe is so big that when she walks, part of her clothes is dragged on the ground. If it wasn't for other students warning her to keep a certain distance, she would have been trampled on her clothes. Hey, wearing this dress at night will not be easily discovered by others. Now Sadazuka replied. Tong Yu was speechless for a while, it was obviously only daytime now. Tong Yu knew that now Sadazuka couldn't change the dark character he had cultivated for a long time, so he didn't continue talking. Soon, the two returned to the cooking classroom with the ingredients they needed. When they first walked into the door of the classroom, Tong Yu found that Fuyumi Mizuhara, who was sitting in front of the podium, was actually watching Dasha 1. Hey, Chef Suwon also read this manga? Tong Yu asked curiously behind Fuyumi Mizuhara. Fuyumi Mizuhara raised his head and glanced at Tong Yu, lowered his head and continued to read the manga in a 3-0 state. Well, why don't you read such a wonderful comic? At this time, Fuyumi Mizuhara is watching the second chapter of the second volume. These chapters mainly tell the story of the protagonist Lu Subaru breaking through many tests and becoming a super chef. It's a coincidence that I'm also a big fan of this manga. If you have time, I must discuss this manga with Chef Suwon. Oh, good. Fuyumi Mizuhara said without looking up. Tong Yu didn't talk much with Fuyumi Mizuhara, and he didn't even intend to get close to her. I just feel that, no girls, like Fuyumi Mizuhara actually like food comics. Tong Yu returned to the cooking station with the ingredients, and after negotiating with Nao Zenzuka, he picked up a sack on the ground. Then I'll take care of this. Tong Yu poured the snake out of the sack, a move that attracted several students next to his cooking table. When he saw it was a snake, he jumped up in fright. Snake. It's a snake. A student shouted and immediately attracted the attention of others. Everyone looked at Wang Jinshi, who was crawling slowly on the ground, with fearful eyes, and involuntarily backed away. Snake is indeed a rare ingredient, but not all chefs can handle it. Did Nao Sadazuka caught it again? Sure enough, he took out such a disgusting thing again. Hurry up and get it away. A group of people shouted, fearing snakes, and they were still alive. Fuyumi Mizuhara also saw the situation here, but she just glanced at it and ignored it, lowered her head and continued to read the manga, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Tong Yu has some contempt for this group of students who are afraid of snakes. A chef is still afraid of ingredients, which makes people laugh out loud. Tong Yu said this, stretched out his right hand at a very fast speed and grabbed Wang Jinsha's head, and his left hand was already holding the greedy wolf knife and stabbed the snake's heart. Puff. With a light pick with the tip of the knife, the snake gall is removed. The snake gallbladder was taken out, and Tong Yu grabbed the snake's head and came to the cooking table. Grab the head with the right hand and the tail with the left to pull the whole snake straight, and then use a knife to fix the head and tail of the snake respectively. After doing this, he picked up the greedy wolf saber again, starting from the head and breaking it along the stomach to remove the internal organs. From catching snakes, to removing snake gallbladders, and now to removing internal organs, Tong Yu's movements are smooth and smooth. This made the other students surprised for a while. Not only can they catch live snakes so recklessly, but they can also open their stomachs so skillfully. The group knew that Tong Yu was definitely not the first to deal with this ingredient. No. I didn't expect this guy Tong Yu to be as interested in this kind of ingredients as Nao Sadazuka. The smell is the same, so stay away from these two guys. Tong Yu's superb swordsmanship not only was not recognized by others, but he was excluded like Nao Sadazuka. Tong Yu disagreed with this. He didn't need the approval of these three-legged cat chefs, how they thought it would be up to them. It didn't take a few minutes for Tong Yu to deal with the snake completely. At this moment, Tong Yu noticed that Nao Chenazuka was staring at him. Yep. Tong Yu turned around and saw Nao Zenzuka staring at him with frenzied eyes. Sadazuka-san, don't you handle the ingredients? Nao Sadazuka didn't seem to have listened to Tong Yu's words, and stared at Tong Yu with a look of admiration. The way you handled the snake just now was so handsome and stylish. Are you sick of Nympho? Sadazuka-san, hurry up, be sure to submit your works as soon as possible, and shut up those guys who laugh at us behind our backs. Okay, Master Tong Yu, I won't let you down. When discussing the division of labor just now, Tong Yu told Nao Sadazuka his name. However, Tong Yu did not expect that because of dealing with snakes, Nao Zenzuka worshipped him and called him adult. Tong Yu didn't stop her from calling herself like that. After all, he had planned to accept Nao Sadazuka as a die-hard fan from the very beginning. Soon, Nao Sadazuka also acted and began to cook the two dishes she was in charge of, only to see that she began to deal with the scorpion she had captured. After processing, put the scorpion into the soup pot for stewing. Tong Yu turned around and continued processing the snake meat. In fact, there is a method for dealing with ingredients such as snake in Dashya 1. In the third volume released, there is such a plot. Lu Subaru and his party passed by the village, which has a place called Dragon God Marsh. Local villagers rumored that there was a dragon living in Ryujin Marsh. Then Lu Subaru and his party figured out the truth of the matter. It turned out that it was just a huge eel in the lake. The handling of eels is similar to that of snakes, so Tong Yu is also very easy to handle, without any difficulty. Tong Yu's cooking speed has always been fast, and he is good at handling ingredients. It only took him half an hour to prepare the appetizer. However, instead of serving the appetizer immediately, he turned around and continued with the main course portion in charge. At the same time, it is necessary to wait until now Sadazuka completes the 2 dishes she is responsible for before they can be presented together. You must know that the so-called set meal means that several dishes are presented uninterruptedly, which can be called a set meal. After the appetizers are the soup dishes. You can't use up the appetizers and serve the main dishes for the guests to eat because the soup is not ready, then the meaning of the set combination itself will be lost. Asterisk. When the time came to 11:15, Tong Yu stopped his movements and turned to look at now Sadazuka beside him. Sadazuka-san, how is your cooking done? Hey, it's done. Then bring it over and let Chef Suwon taste it. Under the watchful eyes of the others in the cooking class, no, to be precise, while watching a joke, Tong Yu and now Sadazuka delivered the 2 dishes they had each made, a total of 4 dishes to Fuyumi Mizuhara, who was still reading the manga. Before. Is it done so soon? Fuyumi Mizuhara raised his head and asked in surprise. It takes at least 3 hours for Fuyumi Mizuhara to complete the 4 dishes according to the cooking speed of ordinary students. Tong Yu and now Sadazuka only spent 2 hours. Oh, it's you. Tong Yu said, oh, to Tong Yu because he had acquainted with Fuyumi Mizuhara and discussed Dashya 1, and the snake caught just now caught her attention. Chef Suwon, try the game set meal made by the 2 of us together. Tong Yu pointed to the 4 covered dishes in front of him. Tong Yu's remarks immediately drew sneer from other students in the cooking classroom. Game set? I think it's almost like a dark food set. TSK, this is to let Chef Suwon test the poison. Poor Chef Suwon became a test for these 2, in a low voice. Now Sadazuka must have done some terrible dark cooking again. Hearing this, Tong Yu chuckled and opened the first dish. The first is the appetizer I made, lemon snake meat. As Tong Yu opened the lid, he saw the thinly sliced snow-white snake meat delicately placed on the plate. The snake meat quilt is very thin, surrounded by 3 circles and 3 circles. In appearance and this dish, it is similar to seafood sashimi, because the color and thickness of the cut are exactly the same as the fish fillet. Is this snake meat sashimi? The expression on Fuyumi Mizuhara's face finally changed. Well, it can also be called sashimi. But please don't worry, Fuyumi Mizuhara, I have processed this snake meat at high temperature, and it is absolutely safe and green food. Tong Yu said. Hey, did you hear that? Snake meat sashimi. I really dare to serve this dish to Chef Suwon. This is a proper dark dish. The 2 tongue-chewing students said this again. Fuyumi Mizuhara remained expressionless, picked up a piece of snake meat with chopsticks and looked at it in front of him. Snake meat, an ingredient rarely tasted. After saying this, Fuyumi Mizuhara put the snake meat into his mouth. After chewing 2 bites, her expression changed and her pupils dilated. It's really hard to eat. Using snake meat for sashimi, just thinking about it makes me sick. However, Fuyumi Mizuhara's next sentence directly slapped the mocking people in the face. Well, this texture. The texture of snake meat is as smooth and tender as silk, but it is surprisingly chewy when you bite it. Along with chewing, the deliciousness spreads in your mouth. Fuyumi Mizuhara changed from 3 no to 2 no, the expression on his face changed obviously, and a trace of rosy rose from his cheeks. What? The students also exclaimed. This was the first time they saw Fuyumi Mizuhara blushing after tasting the food. Fuyumi Mizuhara also seemed to have noticed his gaffe, and slightly put away the surprised expression on his face, but the blush on his face couldn't go away. Is this really the taste of snake meat? Fuyumi Mizuhara lowered his head and took a piece of snake meat into his mouth to taste. Snake meat, as one of the game meats, it is reasonable to use a method similar to sashimi slicing to have a great strange taste, but there is no peculiar smell at all, and the taste is still so delicious. Well, it turned out to be the case, because a lot of lemon juice was used, and the sweet and sour taste of sweet vinegar completely blocked the peculiar smell of snake meat. The high-temperature treatment cleans and matures the snake meat, and at the same time, it can fully stimulate the delicious taste. In addition, because the sour and sweet tastes act as an appetizer, it is also ready for the taste of the next dish. This snake meat dish is really good as an appetizer. The seemingly simple dishes contain superb cooking techniques, and the taste is different from any of the students' dishes that they tasted yesterday. Thinking of this, Fuyumi Mizuhara raised his head and glanced at Tong Yu. What's the next dish? Fuyumi Mizuhara is looking forward to the next dishes because of the appetizing effect of the appetizers. The next one is the soup dish, the cuttlefish scorpion soup made by me. Amidst a series of laughter from Nao Sadazuka, the second course was revealed. I saw that this was a bowl of black ink soup that looked like gutter water. If you look closely, you will find that there is a whole scorpion floating on the top of the soup, and a few black hairs can still be seen on the two claws of the scorpion. Rao was Fuyumi Mizuhara, who had seen many strange dishes, and was stunned in front of this dish. Why is the soup made from scorpions black? Fuyumi Mizuhara asked with an unnatural expression. The scorpion soup, which was originally made by ordinary methods, is white and looks quite appetizing. Although scorpions are poisonous, they are also a delicacy in Wuxia cuisine. One of the more famous dishes is fulling scorpion soup. However, Nao Sadazuka did not make it according to the normal method. After boiling all kinds of seafood, the soup was boiled with scorpions, and strange things like cuttlefish juice were added, so the whole soup appeared black. Tong Yu also saw the process of making this dish by Nao Sadazuka just now. There is absolutely no problem with this soup and it can be drunk directly, and the taste should be pretty good. After hesitating for a moment, Fuyumi Mizuhara picked up the spoon and scooped up the jet black soup and slowly sent it to his mouth. Putting it into her mouth, the soup was surprisingly delicious, which made her look change a bit. The base soup boiled with several kinds of seafood, the umami of seafood spreads in the mouth. This umami is mixed with the special taste of scorpion. In addition to the unsightly color, this soup dish is very novel in taste and cooking techniques. Amid the amazement of the crowd, Fuyumi Mizuhara could not help but stop after drinking several spoonfuls. Call. Fuyumi Mizuhara let out a breath, and the rosy color on her face became more obvious. What's the main course? Fuyumi Mizuhara asked. The main course, as the name suggests, is a dish that dominates. In the set meal, the appetizer and soup are prepared for the main course. Fuyumi Mizuhara knew that the two dishes just now were just foreplay, and the main dish was the highlight. Maybe Chef Suwon has seen this main dish somewhere. After speaking, Tong Yu lifted the lid of the third main course. As Tong Yu lifted the lid covering the third course, a steaming bowl of noodle soup appeared in front of Fuyumi Mizuhara. This is a bowl of noodles that looks very ordinary, whether it is the noodles themselves or the shaozi placed on the noodles. In addition to minced meat, there are also side dishes that are cut into long strips or in the shape of round slices. There are many kinds of side dishes, piled up on the noodles, other than that there is nothing special about this dish. The main dish is actually noodles. If these side dishes... Fuyumi Mizuhara seemed to have found something, picked up the chopsticks on the side and took the lead in picking up the noodles and inhaling them. Chilling. At this moment, the expression on Fuyumi Mizuhara's face changed again. Her cheeks, which were already rosy, turned pink at this moment. Many students rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and the continuous changes in expressions made them wonder if they were wrong. After taking the first mouthful, Fuyumi Mizuhara immediately inhaled a second mouthful, followed by a third. It wasn't until after eating the 3 sandwich noodles that she picked up a side dish and put it in her mouth. The moment she ate it, her pupils dilated, and her face was full of incredible color. Then she put 2 second kinds of side dishes in her mouth, and after tasting all the side dishes one by one, she couldn't help exclaiming, these side dishes are game. That's right, the side dishes are all game ingredients. Hare, scorpion, snake, frog, pheasant, and duck. The best part of the 6 ingredients is used as a side dish for the ramen. Not only that, but the soup of the noodles is also mixed with jelly. Tsukasa's cuttlefish scorpion soup. Tong Yu said. Well, a main course with game as the main theme? Yes, this is the wild game noodles. Tong Yu said the name of the dish. Hearing the name of this dish, Fuyumi Mizuhara's expression changed again. Game noodles are also a dish from the comics of Zhonghua Ian. The person who created this dish is a female chef named Jilin. This female chef is called the Witch of Guangzhou, and is good at making all kinds of strange dishes, and the cooking method is also different from other chefs. In the assessment of the special chef, she successfully passed the preliminaries with this noodle dish. It's just that this female chef has a bad mind. In order to win the final assessment, she used poisonous and prohibited ingredients. In some ways, this female chef named Kairin is similar to Nao Sadazuka. Wait, game noodles. I seem to have heard the name of this dish somewhere. I remembered, it's a comic. It's the cuisine in the food comic, Zhonghua Ian. Why say it again? Because in yesterday's assessment, there were also a small number of people who tried to cook the dishes on Dasha 1. It's just that these people who have the courage to try have failed because of their lack of technology. Fuyumi Mizuhara also suddenly remembered, isn't the episode she watched just now with this game noodle? It just made her unable to believe that someone actually made the recipe in the comic, and it was as delicious as. Well, I can't stop at all. The indescribable taste formed by the mixture of these kinds of game is completely irresistible to the body. After Fuyumi Mizuhara ate the whole bowl of ramen and drank a few more gulps of the soup, she saw that her cheeks were already flushed. His eyes became watery, and he could even hear a mumble from his mouth. This pitiful appearance made others feel as if Tong Yu and Nao Sadazuka, 2 dark magicians, had bullied her together. This made many students dumbfounded again. They thought that Tong Yu and Nao Sadazuka were done so quickly and the cooking was bad. However, after Fuyumi Mizuhara finished eating, it was like being drugged. However, Fuyumi Mizuhara's bullied expression did not last long before returning to normal. Well, this game noodle is not bad, it highlights the wild delicacy of each ingredient, so what is the last one? Tong Yu's mouth twitched again when he saw this. What does it mean? He clearly showed that look just now. Yesterday's Inui Hinako was like this, and today's Fuyumi Mizuhara is the same. Is it really that difficult to admit that the student's food is delicious? Hey, women are really duplicitous animals. Fuyumi Mizuhara immediately tasted the 4th course, which was the dessert made by Nao Sadazuka. The main ingredient that makes up this dessert is also game. Although the taste is not as good as the game noodles made by Tong Yu, it can satisfy Fuyumi Mizuhara. After tasting the 4 dishes, Fuyumi Mizuhara wiped his mouth with a napkin with satisfaction. Well, your group is qualified, you can all move freely before the assessment starts at night. Fuyumi Mizuhara said to Tong Yu and Nao Sadazuka. Originally, this assessment was to last until the afternoon, but Tong Yu and Nao Sadazuka joined forces to pass the assessment directly before noon. This speed of completion made the other students in the cooking classroom realize that the cooking skills of these 2 are extraordinary. And the few students who sneered at the cooperation between the 2 would definitely be expelled from school before, also had burning pain on their faces. Just like that, Tong Yu and Nao Sadazuka left the cooking classroom under the envious eyes of others. When he walked out of the cooking classroom, Nao Sadazuka, who had been walking behind Tong Yu, disappeared. It's really haunted. Tong Yu thought Nao Sadazuka had left, and he didn't stay where he was before heading back towards the hotel. Just after Tong Yu left, now Sadazuka appeared in the corner like a ghostly figure. Hey, it turns out that Master Tong Yu is the one I follow. Tong Yu had lunch and went straight back to his hotel room. Because he passed the assessment in the afternoon ahead of time, he had several hours to arrange freely. He was not idle either. After returning to the room, he took out the tools for drawing comics and prepared to sort out the first episode of The Captive of Food. It took Tong Yu an afternoon to complete the first and second episodes of The Captive of Food. Seeing that the time was approaching 17 o'clock, he put away his brushes and came to the place where he gathered in the evening. The assessment in the evening was the same as yesterday, and it was still a designated set meal for 50 people. However, during the assessment process, everyone in Tong Yu and Polar Star dorm found that Tadakoro Megumi and Sōma were absent, and their phones were also turned off. This worried everyone at Polar Star dorm for a while. Tong Yu recalled this episode in the original book, and immediately thought that the two should have an unofficial halberd eating with Shinomiya Kojiro. Asterisk. Shinomiya Kojiro, the first seat of the 79th Totsuki Elite 10, the chef of Shino's, a French restaurant in Paris. He specializes in French cuisine, and is especially good at cooking and processing vegetables and fruits, so he is known as the magician of vegetable cuisine. However, there is something wrong with him. His tone of speech is very flat and his personality is also very bad. The nitpicking on cooking requires employees to handle the recipe steps completely, and cannot allow their recipes to be changed at will by others. No, in this morning's class, in order to show his strength, Kojiro Shinomiya specially asked the students to make the recipe, 9 Treasures French Vegetable Jelly, created by him. Tadakoro Megumi can only make it with spoiled cauliflower because it is slow in selecting ingredients. In order to improve the taste of this spoiled cauliflower, Tadakoro Megumi had to change the recipe. Although it tasted very good, Shinomiya Kojiro ordered him to drop out of school. The reason is very simple, you can't change the chef's recipe at will. Sōma happened to be in the same exam room with Tadakoro Megumi, and when he saw this scene, he had a theory with Shinomiya Kojiro. In the end, things got bigger, and other graduates such as Dojima Jin, Fuyumi Mizuhara, Inui Hinako also showed up. Dojima Jin has long seen through Shinomiya Kojiro's stagnation because of the Prosper Order, and is ready to take this opportunity to wake up Shinomiya Kojiro. Therefore, an informal halberd eating was specially arranged. This informal halberd meal was cooked by Tadakoro Megumi himself, with Sōma assisting. Although the final result was that Tadakoro Megumi's cooking failed miserably in Shinomiya Kojiro, but Tion's cooking also moved Shinomiya. The final result is also very satisfactory. Kojiro Shinomiya cancels Tadakoro Megumi's decision to drop out of school, he also has his own greed. Tong Yu didn't worry after thinking about the plot in the original book. Because as long as he, the transmigrator, doesn't get involved, all of this will follow the original plot. Sure enough, Ryoko Sakaki received a call from Tadakoro Megumi at about 9 o'clock in the evening. Tadakoro Megumi explained everything on the phone, and everyone broke into a cold sweat after hearing it. However, everyone was relieved to hear that Tadakoro Megumi was cancelled. Yukihira, you are still as reckless as ever. But this time, for the sake of helping I will forgive you. Yoshino Yuki said to Sōma with a big sister's head. Tong Yu's eyes fell on Sōma's slightly swollen right hand. Sōma, what's wrong with your right hand? It's nothing, little problem. Sōma took a deep breath. Tong Yu didn't ask any further questions. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open again, and 2 good friends, Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji, came in. Seeing Sōma sitting in the house, they were all surprised. Ah, Yukihira, are you still alive? I thought you had been kicked out. Hey, I'm so sorry to make you worry. Sōma quickly recovered his usual mental retardation, and took out a playing card from his arms and said, okay, let's hold the flower card championship tonight. Hey, start now. I said it all, can you guys not be in my room? Tong Yu accompanied the people of Polar Star Dorm and went back to his room after making a fuss for a while. Just as Tong Yu was about to take a shower, there was a slight knock on the door outside the room. Tong Yu guessed that it might be Sōma who came to the door. Although Tadakoro Megumi was the main cook in tonight's informal halberd, it was Sōma who was in charge, not to mention that the halberd itself was initiated by Sōma. So losing this halberd, the blow to him is not small, the redness and swelling on his right hand is the best proof. But when Tong Yu opened the door, standing outside was Tadakoro Megumi with blue hair and double braids. "Xiao Hui, what's the matter with you?" Tadakoro Megumi crossed his hands on his stomach, looking very restrained, and said, "Tong Yu-kun, I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late, no. But I have something to ask you. Let's talk about it first." Well. After Tadakoro Megumi walked into Tong Yu's room, he sat on the sofa nervously. Seeing this, Tong Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Xiao Hui, we've known each other for so long, why are you so nervous? Is it because I'm too scary?" No. No, this has nothing to do with Tong Yu-kun, it's my own problem. I know that I get nervous easily. If Sōma-kun didn't help me today, I would have been expelled from school. When Tong Yu heard this, he had already guessed the purpose of Tadakoro Megumi's coming here. Sure enough, Tadakoro Megumi immediately said again, "So, I'm here to ask Mr. Tong Yu to teach me how to become stronger. I don't want to continue to be the tail of the crane, and I don't want to be a burden to everyone." The fact that Tadakoro Megumi was here to speak to Tong Yu shows that today's events had a great impact on her. Previously, Sōma and Mido Ikumi's halberd seemed to outsiders to be the halberds that Sōma learned from comics and won by his own strength. But everyone at Polar Star Dorm knew that the recipe and cooking skills were taught by Tong Yu. It can also be said that Sōma was able to win Shurji and has the current strength because of the guidance of Tong Yu. Even in everyone's heart, Tong Yu's strength has surpassed Ishiki Satoshi's 7th seat. "Shall we, are you sure you want to learn from me like Sōma? You should know it will be very hard, can you persevere?" In fact, in Tong Yu's heart, Tadakoro Megumi is also one of the alternative hardcore fans. You know, Tadakoro Megumi has huge potential, and it can be fully stimulated with a little guidance to improve his strength. The reason why Tong Yu asked this was just to further confirm or to see Tadakoro Megumi's determination. I will definitely be able to persevere, no. No matter how hard it is, I must become an excellent cook. Tadakoro Megumi said that he was sitting on the ground with his legs bent and his hands prostrate on the ground, so, please don't refuse my request, Mr. Tong Yu. Ding, detect that Tadakoro Megumi is willing to become a die-hard fan of the host, do you establish contact immediately? Tong Yu came to Tadakoro Megumi, helped her up from the ground and said, "Shall we, let me guide you in your cooking training from today." "Thank you Tong Yu-kun." Tadakoro Megumi said happily. When Tong Yu agreed, the system also sent a reminder of the successful establishment of die-hard fans and rewards. Asterisk. Ding. The third hardcore fan Tadakoro Megumi was successfully bound. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully owning the third die-hard fan, the host will get the reward item Identity Bead, and the die-hard fan, Tadakoro Megumi, will get the ability to be attentive and cordial. *1. Well, another prop reward. Tong Yu opened the system backpack space out of curiosity, ready to check the props he just got. I saw a blue orb in the second grid of the backpack. Character beads. Introduction, only the props can be used in the comic world, and you can get a designated identity after using them. Hosts and hardcore fans can use it. This thing is a good thing. Just imagine, entering the comic world and getting the identity of a restaurant chef will be much more convenient no matter what you do. Of course, if there are no restrictions on this designated status, it would be a waste of this prop to become a restaurant chef. As for what kind of identity to choose, this will have to wait until he officially enters the comic world. In addition, Tong Yu's current number of fans has reached 9 million fans, and he is only a few 100,000 fans away from unlocking the 4th stage privilege. After successfully binding with Tadakoro Megumi, this system also has the panel properties of Tadakoro Megumi. Hardcore fans. Name, Tadakoro Megumi. Talent type, Special Chef. Cooking talent, A, from low to high D, C, B, A, S, S plus 6 levels. Recipe, no. Cooking skills, none. Ability, none. System suggestion, a rare and special talent chef with great potential, it is recommended that the host focus on training. Sure enough, Tadakoro Megumi people are extremely rare chefs of speciality. The reason why this type of chef is rare is that with the awakening of her ability, her strength will be greatly improved. And the reward just now is the ability class, which is a dead wood for the current Tadakoro Megumi. Attentive, friendly and capable. The dishes made are very friendly, and the diners can feel this emotion resonate after tasting it, and at the same time, it can also enhance the deliciousness of the dishes. This is one of the abilities hidden inside Tadakoro Megumi. It is equivalent to adding a buff to increase the deliciousness of each dish made, which is a very abnormal existence in the ability category. Now Tong Yu has 3 die-hard fans, and he has met one of the conditions for entering the world of comics. Immediately afterwards, Tong Yu integrated the abilities obtained from the system into Tadakoro Megumi. Like the last time he taught Teruki Kuga, Tong Yu brought Tadakoro Megumi into the kitchen to give a series of explanations in the form of cooking a dish before integrating the abilities. Doing this, just not wanting to make Tadakoro Megumi feel too outrageous. After all, if you don't do anything, you directly master the ability, which can easily make others doubt. The next day was also the 3rd day of the residential training. Tong Yu came to the designated cooking classroom as usual, and finally saw an acquaintance after walking in this time. Hojo, you're actually here too. If it's a 2-person assessment later, let's do it together. That's right, the acquaintance I met in the cooking class was Hojo Miyoko. After seeing Tong Yu, Hojo Miyoko was also a little surprised. Yes, but I hope the Lord will not dislike me and drag you down. I won't dislike it, how dare I dislike classmate Hojo. Just as Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko expected this, 2 more figures entered the door of the cooking classroom. Seeing these 2 people, Tong Yu was stunned for a moment. After walking in, the girl with fair skin and short hair couldn't help complaining, "Liang, you're too slow, what should I do if I'm late?" The boy who was called Cool, looked like he didn't wake up, and said lazily, "Miss, there are still 5 minutes before the start of the assessment, so it's too late." Nakiri Alice and Kurikiba Ryo. These 2 people are actually in this cooking classroom, so the next assessment will definitely be very interesting. Thinking of this, Tong Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances at Nakiri Alice. Her beauty and temperament are not inferior to Nakiri Irina, a little tsundere. Perhaps sensing someone staring at her, Nakiri Alice turned and glanced at Tong Yu. What? Nakiri Alice put her right thumb to her lips and stared at Tong Yu suspiciously for a few seconds. At this moment, another figure entered the door of the classroom. It was not the students who came in this time, but the graduates who were in charge of this round of assessment. This graduate has a ponytail tied, but his eyes are fierce, and he doesn't seem to be very good at speaking. Seeing this lecturer, Tong Yu was stunned for a moment. How could it be her? She should not have been among the graduates when they assembled on the first day of the residential training. Tong Yu wondered in his heart. It's over, it's actually Kakazaki-senpai who is in charge of this round of assessment. Hey, I didn't see her when the graduates gathered on the first day. I heard that one of the graduates had a sudden illness yesterday, and she was temporarily transferred. It's really bad luck. Yesterday it was Shinomiya-senpai, and today it's Kakagasaki-senpai. Tsunezaki Taki, the second seat of the 88th Totsuki Elite 10, is currently the chef of the Spanish restaurant, Taki Amarillo. Although he is a chef, he is extremely powerful. He opened his own store within 2 years of graduation. In terms of personality, he is quite irritable and extremely easy to anger, and he was quite persistent in corporal punishment in his student days. Therefore, many students are very afraid of her. You all listen to me. I hate guys with no strength the most. If you want to quit, it's as early as possible. Tsunezaki Taki said this domineering as soon as she came up, which fully highlighted her strong woman's way of doing things. Hearing this, the students below didn't dare to say anything. This round of assessment is also in the form of a team of 2. You find a suitable partner by yourself. Then, the next thing is the theme of the assessment. Tsunezaki Taki turned around with a smile at the corner of his mouth, picked up the ink pen and wrote a large character, noodle, on the blackboard. Noodle. Noodle dishes. After writing the word noodle, Tsunezaki Taki wrote the word non-noodle at a distance. Face, not face. Seeing that this was the theme, Tong Yu was stunned again. The other students finally noticed something after a while. Face not face. What do you mean? I don't understand at all. Idiot, you want to cook dishes that look like noodles but not noodles. Simply put, they have the shape of noodles, but they are not noodles made of flour. Ah, why do you know so well? Nonsense, because I watched Dasha 1. That's right, the theme of the face is not face assessment comes from the theme of Lu Pingxing's special chef assessment in Dasha 1. Apparently, Tsunezaki Taki had read the manga, otherwise he wouldn't have face but face as the theme. So, this Tsunezaki Taki is also a big fan of Hushia Ichiban. Although some students felt that the theme of the assessment was a little tricky, but after seeing Tsunezaki Taki's ferocious look, they swallowed the words on their lips. The theme of the assessment is face not face, the time limit is 2 hours, and the dishes are not limited. Tsunezaki Taki's style of doing things has always been resolute. After speaking, he sat in front of the podium and took out the manga to read. Needless to say, the cartoon I read is of course Dasha 1. I didn't expect that these graduates also have your fans, and they are still so fanatical. Hojo Miyoko whispered beside Tong Yu. Tong Yu doesn't know what to say either. Tsunezaki Taki likes his manga and of course he's happy as an author. It's just that the theme of the assessment of the accommodation training is based on the setting of the comics, face is not face, and the object of the assessment is also himself, which always feels strange. Great writer, the setting of this face is not face is in your hands, so it's up to you what to do in this assessment, and I'll be responsible for helping you. Hojo Miyoko clasped his hands, ready to hug thigh, said. In the assessment plot of face is not a face, in Dasha 1, a total of 4 contestants successfully made dishes that matched them. The first is the catfish noodles of the protagonist Lu Subaru. As the name suggests, this is a non-noodle dish based on catfish. The meat of catfish is plump and tender, without the fishy smell of traditional fish, so it is most appropriate to use catfish meat as the theme of face not face. The method is to peel and debone the catfish, put the catfish meat into the noodle press, and press it directly into the boiling water. However, because the fish meat is too soft, the noodles produced lack the crisp texture of traditional noodles, so squid shreds are interspersed in the middle of the noodles to make a unique sandwiched squid noodles. This looks so simple, just finely sliced squid threaded through the catfish noodles. But it is very troublesome to do. It takes a lot of energy to thread the squid into the noodles one by one, and it is not necessarily successful. Then there are Lan Feihong's potato noodles, Xiaohan's beef noodles, and Jilin's noodles made with rice noodles. It can be said that these 4 non-noodle dishes are relatively classic, and Tong Yu has also mastered the preparation methods. What makes him a little confused now is which one to do. While Tong Yu was thinking about what to cook, the other students in the classroom acted. Students who have watched the anime Dasha 1 have directly thought about the dishes to be made, and are ready to go to the ingredients library to select ingredients. As for the students who haven't seen it or have no idea what to cook, they directly read the comics on the spot. Seeing this scene, Tong Yu felt ashamed in his heart, these dishes are not guaranteed to be made by reading the methods described in the comics several times. Nakiri Alice tilted her head and pondered, face is not a face. Such a profound theme. Have you read the comic called Dasha 1? Kuroki Chang-ryong put his hands on the ground, his eyes were blank, and he still looked like he hadn't woken up, and said, "Oh, I don't seem to have seen it before." "Are you going to buy it now?" "Idiot, it's definitely too late to buy it now, why don't you borrow a copy from other students?" Nakiri Alice said. "Okay." Kurikiba Ryo responded and was ready to borrow the manga. "Wait, put this on." Nakiri Alice handed Ryo Kurikiba a hood with a flame icon. After Kurikiba Ryo put it on his head, he completely changed his appearance. The languid look on his face disappeared, replaced by violence. "Hey, the kid over there borrowed your comics." Kurikiba Ryo took it directly regardless of whether the other party wanted to. Tong Yu saw this scene in his eyes, and there was a drop of sweat on his forehead. "Where is this borrowing? It is clearly a direct grab." "I haven't figured out what to do yet." Hojo Miyoko asked, seeing that Tong Yu had not gone to the ingredient store to pick up the ingredients. "Not yet." Hojo Miyoko is a smart person, and when he heard Tong Yu say this, he immediately understood something and said, "You want to cook non-noodle dishes that haven't appeared in the comics, right?" Tong Yu, as the author of Zhonghua Ian, has mastered all the dishes that have appeared in the comics. If you want to make one of these recipes, you don't have to think for so long, just go to the ingredient store to get the ingredients to make, because no one knows these recipes better than Tong Yu. However, now Tong Yu has not picked up the ingredients for a long time, which only means that he has no recipe in mind. Well, that's true. After all, he is also a comic book author. If you copy the cooking from the comics like everyone else, wouldn't it be too boring? However, this is only one of the reasons, Tong Yu still wants to try his abilities again. Thinking of this, Tong Yu couldn't help closing his eyes. The two major abilities, imaginative and taste image deduction, were activated at the same time. Hojo Miyoko saw Tong Yu closed his eyes and didn't understand what he was doing. "Mysterious, what are you going to do?" Hojo Miyoko whispered. After a few minutes, Tong Yu slowly opened his eyes, and he had already deduced the dishes that he could make. "Maybe, we can try this." Soon Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko went to the ingredient store to retrieve the ingredients they needed: bean skin, carrots, purple potatoes, spinach, shrimp and other ingredients. "What are you going to do with non-noodle dishes?" Hojo Miyoko asked curiously, looking at the ingredients Tong Yu was holding. "Hee, a very interesting dish, you'll find out later," Tong Yu said mysteriously. When the two said this and walked towards the door of the classroom, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind them. Just when Tong Yu was about to turn his head to see who it was, he only felt a hard hit on his left shoulder. Fortunately, Tong Yu's horse was steady enough that the ingredients in his hands did not fall off his hands. This level of impact is not painful to Tong Yu, after all, the body has been strengthened. However, he frowned, because he clearly felt that the person behind him did it on purpose. "I'm really sorry, I took a lot of things, and I accidentally bumped into it." Tong Yu looked back and saw a student who was big in size and 3 in roughness, smiling strangely at him with a disgusting expression on his face. "You are Mimasaka Subaru." In front of Tong Yu at this time is none other than Mimasaka Subaru, nicknamed King of Tracking. Mimasaka Subaru, a first-year student of Totsuki Gakuen High School, has a mantra of meticulous, and has a delicate mind that does not match his huge body. Cooking skills are considered first-class among first-year students, and there is also a stunt called perfect tracking, which can, by thoroughly investigating the opponent, completely imitating the opponent's cooking, and improving it on the basis, to create an advanced version that is higher than the opponent's original cooking. In addition, he also has a habit of looting other people's kitchenware and trampling on each other's self-esteem. From the beginning of school to now, he has plundered more than 20 kitchen utensils in the form of eating halberds. Now everyone mentioned Mimasaka Subaru in the first grade, and he was afraid of being targeted by this stalker. Hojo Miyoko also frowned after seeing Mimasaka Subaru, apparently disgusted with this guy too. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. After saying something insincere, Mimasaka Subaru walked into the cooking class with the ingredients. There was another student following behind Mimasaka Subaru. Judging from the expression on his face, he was forced to join Mimasaka Subaru. Are you alright? That be ********D, he clearly hit you on purpose. Hojo Miyoko also saw that Mimasaka Subaru did it on purpose. Tong Yu chuckled lightly, it's okay, I just think this assessment is getting more and more interesting. Interesting? Forget it, I don't want to see such a be **************D who desecrates kitchen utensils for a moment. Hojo Miyoko didn't understand what Tong Yu meant. When Mimasaka Subaru entered the classroom, he also received hostile glances from the rest of the cooking classroom. Compared with Soma's big talk on the ceremony platform to draw hatred, Mimasaka Subaru's behavior of looting kitchenware and trampling on the dignity of others is even more unforgivable, and many people even think that he is unworthy of being a chef. It's this guy. From the beginning to the present, the *******************D who used the halberd to plunder other people's kitchenware. Hey, be quiet, be careful of his revenge. What are you afraid of, as long as you don't eat the halberd with him? No, you don't know how scary this guy is. He is very good at tracking. Once he is targeted, he will control everything. The most important thing is that he is good at analyzing other people's emotional weaknesses and using this to force them to eat halberds. Okay. What a terrible guy, it's better not to provoke this kind of person. This remark also reached the ears of Tsunezaki Taki, who was reading the manga on the podium, and she couldn't help frowning and looking at Mimasaka Subaru. Plundering other people's kitchenware. If it appeared in my student era, I would never spare you. Tsunezaki Taki said in a low voice. Don't look at Tsunezaki Taki's vicious look, she is meticulous about cooking and hates chefs who don't respect cooking and have no skills, let alone Mimasaka Subaru's behavior. At this time, Tsunezaki Taki had already imagined various scenes of corporal punishment of Mimasaka Subaru in her mind, and she was also thinking to herself that if there was a little flaw in this guy's cooking, he would drop him out of school. The assessment starts at 9 a.m. When the time comes to 9:20, most of the students have already decided what they want to cook and start making them. Although the theme of this time is, face is not face, it is also face in any way. As mentioned before, a complete bowl of noodles must have three things. Noodles, soups, side dishes. Of course, it is not just a combination of the three that can be called a noodle dish. Now all the students in the cooking classroom know that the test question, Mienfei Mian, is from the cartoon, Dashia 1, which has recently become popular on the internet. Face is not face, the difficulty of this assessment topic can appear in the finals of the special chef assessment, indicating that this test question has a certain degree of difficulty. Many students want to come up with a whim and cook a dish that has not appeared in the comics, but they can't think of it even if they cut their heads. In desperation, many people can only imitate one of the 4 non-noodle dishes that appeared in the comics. For dishes, the most difficult catfish noodles to make, even a little self-aware person would not choose to make this. Potato noodles and rice noodles are moderately difficult, and students with certain strength may succeed. Finally, the least difficult of the 4 dishes is beef noodles. Choose beef with tendons, then cut it into the size of noodles along the tendon of the beef, add the soup base made from the beef bones and the side dishes to complete. 1/3 of the students in the cooking class chose to make beef noodles, and most of the production methods were the same as in the comics, except that the egg as a side dish was replaced with other side dishes. Another 1/3 of the students made from the 2 dishes, potato noodles, and rice noodles. In the end, some of the remaining students, in order to be unconventional and different, chose catfish noodles that almost no one dared to try. There are also only a very small number of students who did not make any non-noodle dishes in the comics, but made bold innovations. The same is true for the groups of Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko, as well as the group of Nakiri Alice and Ryo Kurikiba. Hojo, take care of the carrots and spinach. Okay. Hojo Miyoko handled the side dishes as instructed by Tong Yu, who picked up a piece of bean husk and handled it. A large piece of bean curd was placed on the cooking table, and Tong Yu secretly took out one of the 7-star knives. Call. Holding the Wenshu knife in his hand, Tong Yu let out a sigh of relief before unfolding his cooking skills. The 7 stars are cut straight. Swish. Tong Yu instantly swung dozens of knives. In this bizarre knife work, a whole piece of bean skin turned into filaments about the size of noodles in an instant. This is the backbone of Tong Yu's non-mian, bean skin noodles. The bean skin itself has a certain chewiness. After a little processing, the taste will be quite kyubum. It is suitable for use as non-noodles. Tong Yu's non-noodle dishes are definitely more than that. He immediately processed the cut bean skin for the first stage. When the time came to 10:10, a group had already finished cooking. Katazaki-senpai, please try the non-noodle dishes that the two of us made. Since Tsunezaki Taki is a graduate of the 88th class, she is not much different from the people present, so more students call her senpai instead of calling her chef like the earlier graduates such as Shinomiya. Tsunezaki Taki looked down at the dishes served by the first group. I saw that the surface was covered with a thick layer of eggs, and there were a lot of chopped green onions on the eggs as embellishments. Obviously, this is made according to one of the 4 non-noodle dishes in the comics, beef noodles. If he hadn't known the subject of the assessment and had some knowledge of Daxia 1, he wouldn't have been able to tell that he was cooking noodles, because a thick layer of eggs and chopped green onion completely covered the noodles and soup. Tsunezaki Taki frowned slightly, but picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. Unqualified. Tsunezaki Taki gave the judging results after tasting the dishes submitted by the first group. Why? We made it according to the cooking method in the comics, which completely fits the theme of mesh but not noodles. Yeah, we've also tasted it, and it's delicious. The first 2 students who submitted their dishes could not understand why their dishes failed. The theme of this assessment is indeed derived from the setting of the food comic, Daxia 1, but I have said that I have to make the cuisine that has appeared in the comic. Tsunezaki Taki's tone was unmistakable, staring at the 2 students in front of him, and said, and the most important point, you actually copied the recipes from the manga as they were, and copied the wrong places together, without going through your brain at all. Thinking. Wrong place. The 2 trainees hadn't realized their mistake. Tsunezaki Taki pointed to the dishes the 2 of them were cooking in front of him, and said, see for yourself, the side dishes completely cover the noodles and soup. In my opinion, you guys are not a noodle dish at all, but eggs mixed with beef. The 2 students were at a loss for words when they heard this. They just wanted to make dishes that fit the theme, and they didn't expect to carry so much about the production process of zhonghuaihan cooking, but they ignored the characteristics that noodles themselves should have. This also serves as a great warning to other students who have not yet completed or are about to complete it, and the team who copied the comics as they were, hurriedly made improvements on a temporary basis. In fact, it's not that they were carrying the dishes intact, but the beef noodles, made by Xiao Han in the comics was originally an unsatisfactory, non-noodle dish. The large amount of eggs as a side dish completely overshadows the noodles itself, which is unreasonable when you think about it. Compared with the non-noodle dishes made by Lan Feihong and Lu Subaru, the layout is too small. After the 2 students realized their mistakes, they immediately went back to the cooking station to make a new one. There was still about an hour left, so there was still time to redo it. When the time came to 10:30, there were already quite a few groups serving Tsunezaki Taki the cooked dishes. However, among the submitted dishes, 8 of the 10 dishes are beef noodles. Although they have learned the lessons of the first group just now, most of them have been improved, but the improvement is not very successful, only a small number of 1 or 2 groups barely pass. In this way, only 3 of the more than 10 groups passed. This pass rate is lower than that of Shinomiya Kojiro. This made many students feel sorry for themselves. Is this Tsunezaki Taki a little too strict? Tsunezaki Taki himself is tasteless, because it is the same beef noodles. Even if it is improved, it is just a change of soup instead of medicine. At this moment, the group of Nakiri Alice and Kurikiba Ryo also submitted the cooked dishes. The two did not imitate the cooking in the comics, but made a brand new, non-noodle, dish based on their own understanding of cooking. This is a non-noodle dish that is made by crushing the shrimp and pressing it into the shape of noodles. Please enjoy it while it's still hot. Kurikiba, who was not wearing a headscarf, said slowly to Tsunezaki Taki. Tsunezaki Taki immediately became interested when he heard that it was actually a non-noodle dish made with shrimp. Finally, someone creates their own dishes, instead of copying the recipes from the comics. Tsunezaki Taki said that he was the first to pick up the spoon and put the soup in his mouth to taste. The soup was scooped up with white smoke, and it seemed to be very hot. After gently blowing it twice, it was slowly put into the mouth. Well. After taking a sip of the soup, Tsunezaki Taki immediately felt a delicious taste called Art of Violence. This noodle soup is actually a seafood soup made from a lot of seafood. A lot of shrimp heads and fish innards are integrated into one. What a rough and uninhibited taste. Tsunezaki Taki sucked the pink-colored ramen into his mouth in surprise. Since the noodles are made with shrimp meat, they are full of elasticity and have the sweet taste of shrimp meat. The taste is really wonderful. Tsunezaki Taki ate a few mouthfuls of noodles in a row, and his face was a little rosy. What's this side dish? Is it a slice of bread? Tsunezaki Taki picked up a side dish and put it in front of his eyes. Nakiri Alice, who was on the side, explained, "This is the side dish I made. It's 3 kinds of cheese cut into shreds. It turns out that it is made by baking, so it has a golden color." Tsunezaki Taki said and put the side dish in her mouth and tasted it, and her face changed suddenly after eating it. This side dish is also incredibly delicious, with a distinct roasted aroma, because it's even more intense when mixed with the rich seafood base. Tsunezaki Taki's face was surprised and rosy, and he took a few more bites. From the ramen to the soup to the side dishes, this bowl is made of non-noodle dishes made of seafood. The taste is simple and crude, and the deliciousness is even more popular. Tsunezaki Taki's face finally showed satisfaction this time, and announced, "Ryo Kurikiba and Nakiri Alice's team passed." After speaking, Tsunezaki Taki couldn't help but look at Nakiri Alice and Kurikiba for a while. This non-noodle dish is not only very creative in terms of creativity. And the taste is nothing to say. It is hard to imagine that such a work is from the hands of 2 students. Sure enough, innovation is the true meaning of food. Brainless copying can't make real delicious food. Just when Tsunezaki Taki was thinking of this, a tall figure appeared in front of her carrying the dishes. Seeing Mimasaka Subaru appearing in front of him, Tsunezaki Taki frowned. From the comments of the students just now, Tsunezaki Taki had a very bad impression of Mimasaka Subaru. Looking down, I saw a non-noodle dish made with beef instead of noodles. Is it copying the dishes from the comics again? However, unlike many students just now, the side dishes of this bowl of beef noodles are very special. Not only that, the soup base is also special, and it smells strong. Tsunezaki Taki tasted it silently. After tasting it, he raised his head and asked Mimasaka Subaru and his partner students, "What processes are you both in charge of?" Mimasaka Subaru said, "I made the side dishes and the soup base, and he was in charge of replacing the noodles with beef." The expression on Tsunezaki Taki's face was obviously unhappy, and he stared at Mimasaka Subaru and said, "You are qualified." After speaking, he turned to Mimasaka Subaru's hapless partner and said, "You dropped out of school. This hasn't happened to any group before, with one passing and the other failing." This was apparently caused by Mimasaka Subaru's responsibility for the soup base and side dishes to Tsunezaki Taki's satisfaction, and the noodles part apparently went wrong. This also indirectly shows that Mimasaka Subaru's copying is very successful and perfect. Although Tsunezaki Taki was very unhappy with Mimasaka Subaru, but he was in charge of all aspects impeccable, she would not deny a delicious dish because of her personal selfishness. After passing the assessment, Mimasaka Subaru walked towards the door of the cooking classroom. He deliberately passed by the Tong Yu cooking station and stopped. I heard that the recipes in the comics are all your original recipes, but it's a bit ridiculous. I can read these recipes once, which means that your recipes have become something in my pocket. Nowadays, many people are rumored that you are a master chef, and they all say that the recipes that appear in your comics are all created by yourself. But I can see these recipes when I see them. Is this the so-called chef's recipe? This is really laughable. Mimasaka Subaru came to Tong Yu's land and taunted. B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e Hojo Miyoko, regardless of Mimasaka Subaru's height of nearly 190 centimeters, looked like he was going to rush up to teach him, but was stopped by Tong Yu. Hojo, calm down and don't fall for this guy's aggressive tactics. Tong Yu stopped Hojo Miyoko behind him, then set his eyes on Mimasaka Subaru, and said, "You actually know that I am the author of Zhonghua Ichiban. Did Aizen tell you?" A weird smile appeared on Mimasaka Subaru's face, but he didn't admit it himself, it was a default. In fact, Tong Yu had already guessed this when Mimasaka Subaru deliberately bumped himself. In the original work, Mimasaka Subaru was instructed by Aishin Eden also to go to Takumi, Soma and others to eat halberds. In addition, Xiao Huangmao and the other four who came to trouble Tong Yu before, were too stupid, and Tong Yu guessed that there must be a backup for this Ruishin. No, Mimasaka Subaru is an ace that Aizen Edison also used against Tong Yu. After thinking about this, Tong Yu couldn't help laughing. What's so funny? Mimasaka Subaru said, staring at Tong Yu who kept laughing. Tong Yu then stopped laughing, looked at Mimasaka Subaru and said, "You said just now that you have learned all the recipes in Hushiawan. Hehe, if so, then I have to admit that you are a genius. However, don't you really think I only have the recipes that appear in the comics?" After that, Tong Yu walked towards Tsunezaki Taki with the finished dishes. "Taki-senpai, come and taste the dishes our group made." Tsunezaki Taki frowned slightly, not because Tong Yu called her Taki-senpai too close, but because she thought Tong Yu was too cautious. Because the dishes he served were covered with lids. The other groups served them directly. The distance from the cooking station to the podium was about 10 steps. There was no such thing as a loss of delicious food in such a short period of time. In Tsunezaki Taki's eyes, being too cautious is a lack of self-confidence, and only incompetent people would do such a thing. Humph, it must be another recipe from the manga, Tsunezaki Taki thought to himself. Tong Yu didn't speak, and lifted the lid over the cooking with a confident smile on his face. At that moment, 7 colors of light flew out from the plate. When he saw this moment, Tong Yu's mouth evoked a strong smile. He knows he's succeeded in creating a new recipe, and it's also a top, glowing cooking. 7 different colors of light illuminate the entire cooking classroom. In this colorful light, Tsunezaki Taki suddenly saw a Huxia dragon soaring into the sky. It took a long time for the 7-colored light to dissipate, and everyone in the cooking classroom came back to their senses one after another. "Rio, did you see it just now? Lights of different colors flew out of that dish." Nakiri Alice said to Kurikiba excitedly as if she had discovered a UFO. Even Kurikiba Rio, who is not wearing a headscarf now, has a look of surprise under his lazy expression, and his panda eyes are also wide. Tsunezaki Taki was also surprised, and his expression was sluggish for a few seconds before he gradually recovered. After the light faded, Tsunezaki Taki saw several colored noodles in a large bowl. Red, purple, orange, green, yellow. 5 colors of ground. Tsunezaki Taki said unexpectedly. Tong Yu gave a preliminary explanation and said, 5 colors of noodles, 7 different colors, this is my original dish, 7 colors dragon noodles. The noodles are replaced by chewy tofu skin, and then 5 different colors are used. The vegetables are mixed into it to make it rich in color. The 5 vegetables correspond to the red of tomatoes, the purple of purple potatoes, the yellow of pumpkin, the green of spinach, and the orange of oranges. The base soup is white and the side dishes are black. A total of 7 colors make up this dish. After listening to the explanation, Tsunezaki Taki was surprised again. It actually uses bean skin instead of noodles, and gathers 7 colors in a whole bowl. Just from the color of the appearance, this is a very visual feast, and it is almost an impeccable dish. So this taste. Tsunezaki Taki picked up the chopsticks and took the lead to put the red part of the noodles into his mouth. Inhaled into the mouth, the tomato spreads in the mouth with a sweet and sour taste, coupled with the aroma and chewiness of the bean skin itself. The more you chew, the more fragrant you can't stop. Since this noodle is soaked in the base soup, it absorbs the delicious taste of the soup, and the taste is even more wonderful. It turns out that this soup is also a seafood-based soup made with a lot of seafood. Yes, the soup used by Tong Yu is also seafood soup, but the taste is not the violence like Kurikiba Ryo, but the softness that gradually penetrates the hearts of the people. Tsunezaki Taki tasted purple, orange, yellow, green in turn. The surprised expression on Tsunezaki Taki's face became more and more obvious as he tasted one by one. Each different color represents a different taste, and as the number of different tastes increases, a new taste will be formed in the mouth. After tasting the 5 different colored noodles, there are dozens of flavors lingering on the tip of the tongue. Tsunezaki Taki couldn't stand the deliciousness in the end. He made a humming sound, and his face turned crimson as if he was about to be conquered. I didn't expect to use bean curd to make this kind of taste, different colors and different flavors, each one can be perfectly combined. From the noodles, to the soup, to the side dishes, each one is impeccably done. Many students heard Tsunezaki Taki gave this kind of evaluation and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Looking at Tsunezaki Taki's face again, it has become extremely rosy, as if he had taken a drug. Tong Yu was not surprised to see Tsunezaki Taki's expression like this. After all, this is a luminous cuisine, and anyone who came to him would have such a reaction, unless the other party's cooking skills were superior to him. Taki-senpai, have we passed? Tong Yu asked. Tong. Passed, both of you are qualified. Tsunezaki Taki didn't ask Tong Yu and Hojo Miyoko what they were responsible for. Her consciousness seemed to be still stuck in the delicious food just now. Tong Yu, who was recognized by Tsunezaki Taki, turned to look at Mimasaka Subaru, who was also absent-minded not far away. You said you could copy all the dishes I created just now, so can you copy this one? Tong Yu came to Mimasaka Subaru and smiled. Mimasaka Subaru's face gradually darkened after hearing this. Mimasaka Subaru has also heard people talk about the recipes appearing in Chunghwa Ian, and if they are completely successful, they will appear golden light. Although this natural phenomenon is very incredible, it exists, and some people have succeeded. The meal between transfer students Yukihira Soma and Mido Ikumi was the best proof, and many people saw the golden light emanating from the dishes. Mimasaka Subaru can also be regarded as a fan of Zhonghua Ian, but he is only interested in the above recipes. As for the plot, he doesn't care at all. Except for the more special recipes such as Mother-Son Ball and Gang River Fried Noodles, he has copied most of the recipes that appear in the comics. Using his unique talent, Mimasaka Subaru's copied dishes are almost the same as in the manga, and he even thinks that it has surpassed the original recipe's deliciousness. But there is only one thing that makes him feel very uncomfortable, because each copied work has no glowing effect. This casts a big psychological shadow on Mimasaka Subaru, who doesn't know what went wrong. Even if he thought that the lack of this glowing effect would not affect the deliciousness of the dishes, it just caused a shadow in his heart. Mimasaka Subaru has always considered cooking to be the easiest thing to do. Since he was a child, he has developed a routine of imitating others and then improving them to make an evolutionary version to defeat the opponent. Now there is something he can't replicate, which has caused a lot of blow to his heart. Of course, Mimasaka Subaru only has a shadow on copying the recipe. He didn't copy the exaggerated cooking skills in the comics, because he thinks it doesn't exist. Compared with exaggerated cooking skills, he is more willing to believe in the fact that cooking will glow. In order to completely solve this shadow, he decided to beat the author of the comic. In the beginning, Mimasaka Subaru didn't know that the author of Fushia One Piece was Tong Yu, but Aishin Jijin also took the initiative to find him and tell him. Mimasaka Subaru is not Eisen Edison's subordinate, the two are only a temporary mutual agreement, because they have a common goal. How about, can you copy this recipe? Tong Yu asked Mimasaka Subaru, who had a gloomy face. Mimasaka Subaru let out an eerie laugh after a low groan. He walked towards Tong Yu step by step, looking like he wanted to fight Tong Yu. Seeing this, Hojo Miyoko, who was standing beside Tong Yu, sneered. She has never been afraid of anyone in a fight, even if the other party is such a tall and strong man. Want to fight? I can accompany you. Fighting? How could everyone be a cook in such a rude way? Mimasaka Subaru looked like, I'm a civilized person, and said, Tong Yu, since you are so confident in your dishes, let's have a comparison. Competition? What do you want to compare with me? Tong Yu looked at Mimasaka Subaru with interest. In the next few days of accommodation training, we will definitely have projects that can be compared. I will still copy your dishes. If I win you, you will give me your kitchen utensils and recognize my dishes. Mimasaka Subaru knows that if he gets the approval of the manga author Tong Yu, even if he can't make glowing dishes, the shadows in his heart will be cleared. And it will also cause a lot of blow to Tong Yu, so that the agreement with Eisen Jijin can also be completed. Approval of your dishes? You mean approval of the dishes you copied, right? Don't you think it's ridiculous to let me, the original author, approve of your theft expert? Tong Yu said with a smile. Seeing you chefs who talk about cooking all the time makes me disgusted. Mimasaka Subaru said with a gloomy cheek. It's okay if you want me to accept it, but if you lose, you have to be my sidekick and listen to me during the 3 years of Totsuki. Not only did Mimasaka Subaru stun for a moment, but even Hojo Miyoko, who was beside him, was also surprised. Tong Yu, what do you want this kind of person to do as a follower? Tong Yu ignored Hojo Miyoko and continued to look at Mimasaka Subaru, who seemed a little hesitant. Why, don't you dare to accept it? After being silent for a moment, Mimasaka Subaru said with a strange smile on his face, these two conditions are not equal, this cannot be established, I can accept it, unless you add. Dividing line. How can you agree to his request? He clearly wants to humiliate and trample on your self-esteem. After walking out of the cooking class, Hojo Miyoko said what he had just said, even if you win, that kind of B***************** D won't necessarily keep his promise. Besides, it's disgusting to think about making such a person a sidekick. It can be seen that Hojo Miyoko is very disgusted with Mimasaka Subaru. I'm afraid it's not just Hojo Miyoko. Most first graders think Mimasaka Subaru is an all-or-nothing B*******************************. D. However, because Tong Yu knew the original work and knew that Mimasaka Subaru's nature was not bad, he was only bewitched by Aishin Ijin, so he would plunder other people's kitchen knives. As long as he wakes him up in the form of cooking, like the original Sōma, there is still salvation. And Tong Yu took a certain risk and agreed to this bet because he saw Mimasaka Subaru's perfect tracking ability. If this person can use it for his own use, it will definitely come in handy in the future. Tong Yu also knew that Hojo Miyoko was caring about himself, and said with a smile, oh, don't worry. I will handle this matter. I don't care about a guy like Mimasaka Subaru. Forget it, you can do it yourself, I can't help you. Hojo Miyoko said helplessly. Just as the two were talking about this, Tsunezaki Taki's voice came from behind. Student Tong Yu, wait a minute. Tong Yu was stunned when he saw that Tsunezaki Taki was calling him. Tsunezaki Taki quickly came to Tong Yu. Taki-senpai, do you have anything to do with me? Tong Yu asked. Tsunezaki Taki glanced at Hojo Miyoko next to Tong Yu before saying, I have a personal matter with you. Hojo Miyoko didn't understand the meaning of those words, so he turned around and waved at Tong Yu before leaving. After Hojo Miyoko left, Tsunezaki Taki looked at Tong Yu and said, Tong Yu junior brother, if you don't mind, have a meal with senior sister, we will chat while eating. Hearing this, Tong Yu wondered if he had heard it wrong. Tsunezaki Taki invited him to dinner. You must know that Tong Yu and Tsunezaki Taki have never been in contact with each other, and the two of them during the test just met for the first time. Tong Yu thought about it and only thought of one possibility. As expected, Taki-senpai has long known that I am the author of Dasha 1. At this moment Tong Yu and Tsunezaki Taki were walking towards the restaurant of Totsuki Resort together. As Tong Yu thought, Tsunezaki Taki already knew that he was the author of Chunwa Ichiban. Tsunezaki Taki is an avid fan of this manga. Even though the author is younger than her, she still cannot stop her admiration for Tong Yu. But how did Taki-senpai know? Tong Yu asked curiously. Not many people know about Tong Yu being the author of Zhonghua Yifan, and it stands to reason that Tsunezaki Taki doesn't know. I accidentally overheard your conversation with Mimasaka Subaru. Tsunezaki Taki said. What, you were clearly on the podium at that time, and you could hear it from such a distance? Tong Yu exclaimed in surprise. Tsunezaki Taki laughed and pointed to her ear, You senpai, my hearing is very sensitive, and I can hear your conversations clearly. Well, that means you know about my bet with Mimasaka Subaru. Originally, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but I thought that the student named Mimasaka Subaru threatened you in private, so I eavesdropped on the conversation, and I didn't expect to discover the secret. Tong Yu recalled that when Tong Yu and Mimasaka Subaru were in the corner of the classroom, they deliberately avoided other people. Not to mention that he couldn't hear it from the podium, even the students closest to Tong Yu couldn't hear it clearly. However, Tsunezaki Taki could hear clearly from the podium position. What a horrible hearing. But then again, that B************* D named Mimasaka Subaru is really a scum among chefs. If it weren't for his identity, I would have put a foot on his face, beat him hard, and took off his clothes, stripped his clothes and tied them up on the playground to dry for 3 times. Day and night. Tsunezaki Taki is starting to imagine torture and corporal punishment Mimasaka Subaru again, and his obsession with corporal punishment is really unusual. Could it be that Taki-senpai is a shaking S? Thinking of this, Tong Yu couldn't help but secretly looked at Tsunezaki Taki. After that Tsunezaki Taki didn't mention Mimasaka Subaru again, but asked some questions that many fans would ask. For example, where did the inspiration for Dasha 1 come from? Are the recipes in the comics original in reality? What is the name of the next new work? Tong Yu answered all these questions one by one. In this way, Tong Yu and Tsunezaki Taki came to the restaurant of Totsuki Resort while chatting. There are many restaurants in Totsuki Resort, and this time the place for graduates to eat is a place called VIP Cafeteria. Only important guests of Totsuki can enter this restaurant, and ordinary guests cannot eat here and can only go to ordinary restaurants. Tong Yu entered the restaurant with Tsunezaki Taki. It was lunchtime, and upon entering the restaurant, I saw quite a few other graduates, as well as some important guests of Totsuki Resort. Tsunezaki Taki took Tong Yu to an inconspicuous corner and sat down, then went to pick up the meal. Tong Yu didn't know what to eat either, so he asked Tsunezaki Taki to bring something to eat. After waiting for a few minutes, Tsunezaki Taki returned with some food, and another girl came with her. This girl looks very young like Tsunezaki Taki. However, the look is completely different from Tsunezaki Taki. Tsunezaki Taki has a ferocious face, and she has a weak face, as if she would cry if she was a little wronged. In addition, this weak girl has another attractive point, that is, her waves. Young and with such characteristics, it is difficult for Tong Yu not to recognize it. This is the same name as Tsunezaki Taki. Tsunezaki Taki, the second seed of the 89th Totsuki Elite 10, is 1 year younger than Tsunezaki Taki. Now he is the chef of the Western restaurant, Chungworing. Like Tsunezaki Taki, she started her own business and opened her own store within 2 years of graduation. She is also a powerful group, but it can't be seen from the outside. I saw Tsunezaki Taki and Kikuchienko talking and walking to the table. You are the author of Dasha 1. Oh my god, you're actually a junior. Mu Juzyuengwo said excitedly. Tong Yu was taken aback, because Kikuchi Yuangwa spoke very loudly. I looked around and found that no one noticed here, so I was relieved. Senpai Yuangwa, can you keep your voice down? If others find out, I'll be miserable. Sorry, I was too excited. I just heard Taki-senpai say that she met the author of Dasha 1, and I couldn't wait to rush over. Mu Juzyuengwo patted the stalwart on his chest and apologized. It can be seen that Tsunezaki Taki is a big fan of Tong Yu, just like Tsunezaki Taki. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just grabbed some food. Tsunezaki Taki brought the food to Tong Yu. Thank you Taki-senpai. After thanking them, the three of them sat around a table, eating food and chatting about comics. Of course, it's more that two fans, Tsunezaki Taki and Kikuchienko, are asking Tong Yu questions. When Mujuengwangwo learned that the recipes that appeared in the comics were all created by Tong Yu, she was surprised. Hey, it's all recipes created by Tong Yu, this is too amazing. Mu Juzyuengwo was surprised. Whether it's Kikuchienko or Tsunezaki Taki, they, as restaurant chefs, understand that creating an entirely new recipe is extremely difficult. What's more, there are dozens of original recipes appearing in Dasha 1. And what surprised them the most was Tong Yu's age. Only under the age of 16, still under their age, just act like this. So, junior brother, you already have such strength, there is absolutely no need to stay far away, or you can come directly to my restaurant, and I can make an exception for you as the sous chef. Tsunezaki Taki suddenly said to Tong Yu. Hearing this, Kikuchi Yuangwa was shocked again. Hey, Taki-senpai, are you joking? Let the junior go to your restaurant and serve as the sous chef. Tong Yu also knows exactly what it means to be a sous chef in a restaurant. So he was very surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect that Tsunezaki Taki valued him so much, and he felt flattered. I'm not joking, Junior Tong Yu's culinary skills. Before Tsunezaki Taki could finish her words, a voice came from behind her. Hey, Tong Yu, why are you here? Hey, Tong Yu, why are you here? Tong Yu looked up and saw that Inui Hinako was passing by with the food he took from the self-service counter in his hand. Inui Hinako was very impressed with Tong Yu's Baoshan Flying Dragon pot that day, so he recognized him at a glance when passing by. This made her a little strange, why Tong Yu appeared in this restaurant, knowing that students could not enter this restaurant. It turned out to be the head chef. I came in with Taki-senpai to beg for stuttering. Tong Yu said with a smile. She brought you in. Inui Hinako glanced at Tsunezaki Taki with some surprise. Tsunezaki Taki saw Inui Hinako's expression, and his heart suddenly became unhappy. Why, can't we bring students in? I'm just surprised that Taki, who only uses corporal punishment, actually cares about students. Inui Hinako said. Hey, I want you to take care of it. Tsunezaki Taki turned his head away. Okay, then I'll sit here and eat too. Inui Hinako also sat down at the table despite Tsunezaki Taki's objection. Tsunezaki Taki immediately stared at this. Hey, whoever allowed you to sit here on the 30 road, hurry up and leave. 30 road refers to the meaning of 30 years old. Hearing this, the blue veins on the top of Inui Hinako's head jumped, and his body trembled slightly as he stared at Tsunezaki Taki and said, Taki, repeat what you just said. Hey, what a shame, we can't have a pleasant chat with you here. Tsunezaki Taki knew that even if Inui Hinako was here, he couldn't continue talking about Hushia one. One is that Tong Yu's identity cannot be exposed, and the other is that Inui Hinako doesn't want to know that she is a loyal fan of Dashia one. Tong Yu also knew that Tsunezaki Taki and Inui Hinako didn't have a very good relationship, and they couldn't get used to each other, so they always said a few words to each other when they met. Ha, those seniors, it's actually pretty good for everyone to eat together. It's more lively to eat. Yes, yes. Tong Yu and Kikuchienko could only play rounds on the sidelines, and Tsunezaki Taki and Inui Hinako temporarily stopped fighting each other. But a few minutes later, Fuyumi Mizuhara came over again. Seeing Tong Yu sitting with a few graduates, she had a hint of surprise on her face. Well, why are you all here? Fuyumi Mizuhara asked, and his eyes finally fell on Tong Yu. Tong Yu can only explain the reason for coming here. The scene of Tong Yu eating and chatting with several graduates happened to be seen by Dojima Jin, who had just finished lunch. Who is that student? Standing beside Dojima Jin at this time was Totsuki Resort's deputy head chef, Hiromi Sena, who used to be Totsuki Elite 10. It seems to be called Tong Yu, a student from Dashia. Hiroshi Sena said. Oh, this student can be recognized by these graduates at the same time. It seems that his strength is extraordinary. Dojima Jin looked at Tong Yu, who was chatting with several graduates in the distance with a smile on his face. Tong Yu left the VIP restaurant after lunch. This lunch was not particularly pleasant. Basically, it was when Tsunezaki Taki and Inui Hinako were fighting each other, and neither he nor Kikuchienko could talk. When he left, Tsunezaki Taki also told Tong Yu that he would have a good chat with him after the residential training was over. Tong Yu also agreed. As expected of the food world, a food comic can cause such a huge movement. These graduates have also become loyal fans of Tong Yu. If the second comic is released, will it cause even more waves? Tong Yu sighed secretly in his heart, and at the same time also has expectations for the upcoming release of The Captive of Food. In addition, Tong Yu's fan count has just reached 1000 W, and he has unlocked the 4th stage privilege, kitchenware. It is different from the 1st and 2nd stage privileges. The kitchenware perk unlocks only one of the designated kitchenware, not all of them. In other words, Tong Yu can only choose one of the 8 legendary kitchen utensils, and the remaining kitchen utensils can only be obtained after unlocking the 5th privilege and entering the comic world. After thinking about it for a long time, Tong Yu didn't know which legendary kitchen utensil to choose, so he didn't go to collect the reward for the time being. Tong Yu went back to the hotel to rest for a while, and then came to the place for the afternoon assessment on time. The graduate that he met in the afternoon assessment was a passer, who did not appear in the original work. His assessment was not difficult, and he just cooked a dish like a gourd. Tong Yu passed very easily. In the evening, it was about the assessment of set meal, but today's requirements have changed. Originally required to complete 50 servings in 1 hour, but also increased to 80 servings. This made many students cry out, and this residential training is too difficult. However, they didn't know that the really difficult assessment had not yet begun. After the set meal assessment was over, the exhausted students finally had time to rest. After taking a shower, they prepared to return to the hotel, but they heard the voice of the gathering. People who don't know why can only go to the gathering place. Tong Yu and the people from Polar Star Dorm came to the meeting place, Totsuki Palace, together. When they arrived, most of the people on the scene looked listless. Thinking about it, these students don't have the physical strength of Tong Yu. The continuous day of assessment has exhausted them, and now they just want to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Really, let's gather so late. Yoshino Yuki couldn't help complaining. Sakaki Ryoko flipped through the instruction manual of the accommodation training, and soon she noticed a very strange place. Strange, today's schedule doesn't include the bedtime for the 3rd day. It's impossible not to let us rest, it must be a typo. Yoshino Yuki just finished saying this. Dojima Jin has already appeared at the position of the summit. I saw him holding the microphone with a serious face, and said to the people below, I have called everyone here just to announce the content of the assessment tomorrow morning. Hey, why should we announce the content of tomorrow morning's assessment now? A group of people were puzzled, because none of the assessment topics in the 3-day accommodation training will be announced in advance. Just when everyone was wondering, Dojima Jin explained. The topic of tomorrow morning's topic is breakfast dishes worthy of the guests of Totsuki Resort. The plan of the year lies in the spring, and the plan of the day lies in the morning. Morning is the brand of a shop, and it is for the guests to start a new wonderful day. An important meal. I want you to make a dish that will brighten the table with something new and surprising. Hearing this, many students have realized that the next assessment will be the most difficult one for the residential training in the past few days. Dojima Jin said, holding an egg in his hand, and said to everyone, the main ingredient for the assessment is eggs. Japanese, Western or Huxia food can be used. There will be fresh and sufficient ingredients in the kitchen for everyone to use. Please make it can be provided in the form of a buffet, and the review will start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please make it possible to try it at that time. 6 o'clock in the morning. I must have heard it wrong, it must be 6 o'clock in the evening. No, Yuki, you heard it right, it's 6 in the morning. In other words, can't sleep at all tonight? Yoshino Yuki's heart began to shatter again, and this was a veritable hell training. From now on, all kitchens can be used, and you can go back to your room to sleep freely. As for the qualifications, there are 2 points. First, the ideas approved by the tasters. Second, within 2 hours reaching 200 people, meeting these 2 conditions is considered qualified. Then we will see you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and disband. After Dojima Jin was announced, he left the summit stage. And the many students who stayed in the same place screamed and howled. No, it's definitely not going to work this time, I can't breathe at all. This kind of tired state simply can't exert its original strength. Damn it, is this the end? Many students are exhausted from the continuous assessment, and have no confidence in the assessment tomorrow morning. However, for Tong Yu, these assessments are not too difficult. After all, he has long known that there will be such assessments. The breakfast assessment with eggs as the theme ingredient is the same as the original, and it has not changed. If he hadn't made a bet with Mimasaka Subaru, Tong Yu would have already thought about making the dish 3 shaomai. It is suitable for eating in the morning and has a brand of noodles. This is the only dish in Zhonghua Ian. Mimasaka Subaru said to beat Tong Yu with a copy of the dish, so he must also cook this dish. Tong Yu is not afraid of losing to Mimasaka Subaru in terms of taste when cooking the same dish, but doing so makes him feel unsafe. Just as Tong Yu was thinking of this, Mimasaka Subaru moved towards him. I didn't expect the chance of a duel to come so soon. Let's see who gets more servings to compete. No problem. Mimasaka Subaru said to Tong Yu. Tong Yu chuckled, yes, but you won't break the contract if you lose, right? Hee, wait until you beat me. Mimasaka Subaru turned and left after saying that. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone in Polar Star Dorm was puzzled because they didn't know about the bet between Tong Yu and Mimasaka Subaru. Tong Yu didn't explain, and they didn't ask much. This assessment is quite difficult, not only to satisfy the appetite of the guests of Totsuki Resort with quirky tastes, but also to reach 200 copies within 2 hours. This means that while deciding what you want this evening, there is also a series of preparations. Therefore, after the announcement, many students did not choose to go back to their rooms to sleep, but went to the kitchen to prepare for trial production. There is an exception for Tong Yu, who also needs to make a series of preparations. On the way to the kitchen, Tong Yu bumped into Hojo Miyoko. Mimasaka Subaru came to you just for a bet, right? Hojo Miyoko asked. Tong Yu nodded. Well, he wants to decide the winner with me in this assessment. Then what are you going to do? If it's the cooking that appears in the comics, he will definitely copy it. Hojo Miyoko is also a big fan of Tong Yu and knows the recipes in the manga very well. Well, this time I can only make 3 xiaomai, because this is the only one of my many recipes that fits the theme of this time. As Mimasaka Subaru is accustomed to, he will definitely track you. Be careful when you try it tonight. Tong Yu knows this better than anyone, and all he wants is to show Mimasaka Subaru, otherwise the guy won't take the bait. Thinking of this, Tong Yu's mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. After Tong Yu chose the kitchen, he went to the ingredients store. 3 eggs simmered wheat. The 3 kinds of eggs needed are egg, crab egg, and preserved egg. The first 2 are very common, but I don't know if there is this preserved egg. But Totsuki Resorts did not disappoint Tong Yu. The ingredients library has a lot of preserved eggs, and other ingredients are also very abundant. After picking enough ingredients to go back to the kitchen, Tong Yu starts to prepare. Xiaomai is a very popular specialty snack in Wuxia cuisine. It is said that the inspiration for the production originated from steamed buns. The main difference between it and steamed buns is that, in addition to using unfermented noodles to make the skin, the top is not sealed and it is shaped like a pomegranate. Using the noodles as the skin, the meat as the filling, and the top as the stamens, it is called shumai in the dialect. The skin and stuffing are the components of siamai. The skin is the torso, the stuffing is the soul, and both are indispensable. Tong Yu's first step is to start with the basic xiaomai skin. It is not difficult to make shimepi. It took an hour to prepare enough shimepi. Just as Tong Yu was about to prepare the filling, the door to his kitchen was gently pushed open. Yep. Tong Yu looked back and saw that it was no one else who entered the kitchen, but Mimasaka Subaru. Mimasaka Subaru, what are you doing in my kitchen, investigating the enemy? Tong Yu asked coldly, staring at Mimasaka Subaru. I just came to remind you not to forget the bet between us. Mimasaka Subaru said that, but his eyes glanced at Tong Yu's cooking table. Eggs, crab eggs, preserved eggs. Sure enough, all you have to do is 3 courses of xiaomai. The corner of Mimasaka Subaru's mouth evoked a strange smile. You really want to do 3 eggs xiaomai. So what? I said that I will beat you with the recipes you created. I will also cook this dish this time. Let's see who makes it more popular. Mimasaka Subaru was so confident in his perfect tracking that he came to Tong Yu's kitchen to try it out and told him the recipe directly. The purpose of this is to further trample Tong Yu's self-confidence, and to successfully erase the shadow in his heart. This is not the first time Mimasaka Subaru has tried others, and he is not at all worried that Tong Yu will temporarily change the recipe after knowing what he is going to copy. In his view, all opponents can be summarized into 3 types. Type 1, bluffing, coaxing attacks, announcing in advance what they want to cook, but when it comes to the competition, they come up with the opposite dish to disturb Mimasaka Subaru mind. The more confident people are in themselves, the easier it is to do so. Type 2, improvised cooking. It's a way of stepping into the battlefield without thinking about what to do beforehand, and without thinking about anything, ideas won't be stolen. While this makes some sense, most chefs get thrown into chaos and fail to even produce a finished product. Type 3, abandoning the game entirely for fear of perfect tracking. According to Mimasaka Subaru, Tong Yu belongs to the first category. So thinking of this, Mimasaka Subaru said to Tong Yu again, it doesn't matter if you're bluffing, coaxing to attack, or preparing for improvised cooking, my perfect tracking has reached a 100% success rate, you just wait, kneel down and apologize to me. After Mimasaka Subaru finished speaking, he left Tong Yu's trial kitchen. That's right, Mimasaka Subaru asked Tong Yu to put up a bet in the morning to kowtow and apologize. If Tong Yu loses to Mimasaka Subaru in tomorrow's assessment, he will not only lose a kitchen utensil, but also recognize Mimasaka Subaru's cooking and apologize to him as a kowtow. This is also Mimasaka Subaru's usual method of defeating opponents. However, Mimasaka Subaru's blind confidence in himself caused his fatal injury, but it was too late when he found out. After Mimasaka Subaru left, Tong Yu spent another hour in the kitchen preparing the fillings for the sayamai before leaving. Tong Yu left the kitchen on his forefoot, and Mimasaka Subaru's sneaky figure reappeared outside the kitchen where he was trying to cook. Mimasaka Subaru, who had gone back and forth, came to Tong Yu's trial kitchen again and checked the ingredients he had prepared on the countertop. Shao-mai skin, chopped preserved egg, crab roe. It exactly matches the ingredients needed for the recipe of 3 eggs shao-mai. This time, Mimasaka Subaru was completely relieved. Hehe, I thought you would make a temporary improvement, but now it seems that you are not very good. If this is the case, you have no chance. Mimasaka Subaru left Tong Yu's kitchen with a conspiracy smile and reassured. Tong Yu went back to the hotel room to take a shower, set the alarm on his mobile phone to 4 o'clock in the morning, and went to bed. At 4 o'clock, get up on time. After getting up, he went to the ingredient store to get some ingredients, and then went back to the trial kitchen to prepare again. At 5:10, Tong Yu got the ingredients he prepared and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. There are 5 cafeterias in total for the assessment. One cafeteria has hundreds of self-service counters, and each student corresponds to one self-service counter. Tong Yu was assigned to number 26 of cafeteria. Walking into the cafeteria, Tong Yu found many acquaintances. First is the Little Tsundra located opposite, then Soma next to the Little Tsundra. In addition, there are Tadakoro Megumi, Aldini Takumi. When Soma saw Tong Yu walk in, he immediately waved to him, "Ayu, you are here too." Originally, Little Tsundra didn't notice Tong Yu, but when Soma called her, she immediately raised her head. "Tong! Master Tong Yu!" The moment Nakiri Arena saw Tong Yu, her face was rosy with honey. "Oh, you're all here, so let's do our best." Tong Yu simply said hello and started preparing his own dishes. Now Tong Yu doesn't have the heart to chat with other people, he wants to finish the rest of the work before 6 o'clock. When Tong Yu prepared all the ingredients, it was 6 o'clock. At this time, the sound of the broadcast notification also came over. "The time is up, are you ready to cook?" Next, I will explain the content of the assessment again. First, I will introduce the judges this time. When Dojima Jin's words fell on the radio, the doors of various cafeterias were pushed open, and a group of men, women and children walked in. These are the ingredients producers who assist Totsuki Resort and their families. We invite them to be the judges of this assessment every year, and we have informed them in advance of the egg dishes that can bring surprises, and they will prepare for you. Review the dishes. The qualified conditions are the same as what Dojima Jin said last night. The dishes approved by these evaluators were eaten by 200 people. Okay, now please enjoy this breakfast time. I announce that the review will now begin. When Dojima Jin's words fell, everyone in the cafeteria started to get busy. In order to reach 200 people, most of the students cooked a lot of finished dishes at a time stuck, and now they are directly serving them. However, Tong Yu didn't do that, because he knew that in order to gain more recognition, the first thing he had to do was to attract customers. Placing the finished product in front of the self-service counter and passively waiting for customers to taste it will be very difficult. In the cooking world, there is such a term as live cooking. The dishes are not traditionally served directly to the guest's table, but are cooked on the spot in front of the guests, which can not only make the guests expect better taste, see the ingredients turn into dishes with their own eyes, and make the guests' emotions even higher. Then let's begin. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he took off his upper body clothes, which immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students and guests. A large lump of kneaded flour was already placed on the cooking table. Tong Yu took out a long and large rolling stick and placed the wooden stick on the dough. Then, he closed his eyes and took a breath. Call. Then his eyes opened suddenly. Tong Yu let out a low voice, propped up a wooden stick in his right hand, his feet gradually got off the ground, and the whole person actually stood upside down with one hand. What? This surprised many people and didn't understand what Tong Yu was doing. Tong Yu took off his upper body clothes, revealing a perfect figure that did not match his age. His body is not as thick as a muscular man, but his muscle lines are clearly visible, which is rare among students. Even Dojima Jin, who is very fond of exercising, lit up when she saw Tong Yu's beautiful muscles. How did he achieve this perfect figure? Dojima Jin touched his chin and stared at Tong Yu's perfect figure. I'm more curious about what he's going to do next than his figure. Hiromi Senna said. Not only Hiromi Senna was curious, but others who were staring at Tong Yu were also curious about this question. Soon Tong Yu answered their question with action. Tong Yu took a breath and placed his right palm on top of the stick. Then, I saw him supporting the whole body with one hand, and the whole person slowly stood upside down. What? Everyone was stunned again. What is this doing, performing acrobatics? Tong Yu stood upside down on the cooking table, with both hands pressing the wooden stick, which was pressing the flour ball below. This scene made the audience who watched Dasha 1 feel déjà vu. That's right, this is Gangbangji's unique technique for making xiaomai skins, and he is the only one who has this technique in the entire Zhonghua Ichiban. Since there is no steel rod, Tong Yu can only temporarily find one such wooden rod instead. This will feel a little worse, but it will not affect the overall operation. Surprised, Tong Yu, who was standing upside down on the cooking table, spread his legs in a straight line. Then Tong Yu's waist suddenly exerted force, and then an unbelievable scene appeared. With the strength of the waist, the whole person spun like a propeller. Along with the body's rotation, Tong Yu's wooden stick in the palm of his hand also rotated. The speed of rotation is getting faster and faster, and the dough pressed under the stick is gradually thinning under the pressure of high-speed rotation and weight. Look, the dough is gradually being opened. There is actually such a skill. He pressed the dough so thin. What is he going to do? Mom, look at how powerful this big brother is, he can actually spin upside down. A little girl took her mother's finger and pointed in the direction of Tong Yu. Not only the two mothers and daughters, but also the guests in the A cafeteria were gradually attracted by Tong Yu, and were slowly moving closer. The live cooking has already paid off, and many guests are looking forward to what Tong Yu will cook next. Tong Yu pressed the stick and rotated upside down for a few minutes, until the dough was pressed to the point that it was almost transparent. After finishing, Tong Yu jumped off the cooking table, looked at the many guests who were already around the cooking table, and said, "Everyone, please wait a moment, the cooking will be ready soon." After Tong Yu finished speaking, hurry up and make it on the spot. The speed of his hands is dazzling. Since the fillings are prepared early, it takes no time at all to make. Chef Dojima, what do you think of this student named Tong Yu? The skills he just performed are unheard of. Hiromi Senna said with a surprised expression. Every movement looks very rough, but unexpectedly has such a delicate result. He shows the cooking skills like a street performer with superb skills. Dojima Jin said with a smile on her face, now I kind of understand why Tong Yu is favored by several graduates at the same time. Yeah, students with such superb skills, graduates, they will definitely try their best to win over to their restaurant. Hiromi Senna also smiled. The reason why graduates are so willing to come to dormitory training as assessors is not just because they are entrusted. You must know that these graduates have their own restaurants. For the accommodation training, they have to study the shop or the restaurant. The sous chef is here. Even Totsuki graduates don't have to be obligated to do so. Another important reason for them to come here is that they may meet good employees for the accommodation training. For a chef who owns his own store, the top priority is securing the staff, and graduates are well aware of how difficult it is to secure a kitchen with good staff. Residential training is a place where outstanding employees can be screened in advance. So when we ate today, it was because Tsunezaki Taki saw Tong Yu's abilities that he told Tong Yu to go directly to the store to help. While Tong Yu was cooking on the spot, the students who had prepared for a long time had already presented their dishes. Not everyone has the strength and guts to be the first to attract guests with live cooking like Tong Yu. Most of the students have prepared some of the dishes in advance, and they will be served directly when the review is announced. For example, Takumi, who is good at Italian cuisine, has made French egg salad, which has been well received by the guests. This dish was inspired by egg omelette, which was originally baked with eggs and cheese, but Takumi made it as a salad. Cut the baked frittata into chunks, toss with chunks of vegetables, serve with balsamic vinegar, and serve with a sprinkle of Parmesan cheese. The taste is refreshing, which is very in line with the taste of young people. Coupled with the addition of green vegetables, it is even more popular with female diners. Because Tadakoro Megumi became a fan of Tong Yu, she activated her ability to be attentive and friendly. The dishes she cooks have a very strong affinity, and she will be intoxicated after taking a bite. This time the theme, egg, is not limited to this type of egg. So Tadakoro Megumi came up with the idea of using quail eggs as the main ingredient, and presented it in the form of boden. Quail eggs are paired with various vegetables cooked in broth. Compared with Takumi's salad vegetables, this is more popular with the elderly and children because it does not taste greasy. After cooking, potatoes, kelp, konjac, fish balls, bamboo wheels, etc., the taste is very soft, and it is also good for digestion. The warmth in the dishes of Tadakoro Megumi is passed on to the hearts of diners, and they are also recognized and praised. Of course, there are also many students who have made unsatisfactory works, either too superficial in terms of creativity, or not very good in taste. After everyone else had served their dishes, Tong Yu's first batch of siamai had been put into the steamer for steaming. The guests around Tong Yu's self-service counter witnessed the whole process of Tong Yu's siumai making with their own eyes, and couldn't help but be amazed. Because they have never seen such a skillful and fast production method, the most important thing is the shape and structure of this siumai, which is even more incredible. The guests around the Tong Yu self-service counter already knew from the production process of Tong Yu that the dish to be made is siumai. In Japan, siumai is also called, because its top fluffy bunches are folded like a flower, shaped like a pomegranate. However, the siumai made by Tong Yu is not pomegranate at all, nor is it flower-like. The whole siumai is in the shape of small pockets. At the same time, the small pockets are divided into 4 unequal portions, and each small pocket has corresponding fillings. Hey, the shape of this siumai is so strange, it's completely different from other siumai. Yeah, the shape is so ugly, why do it like this? The diner's onlookers looked at the siumai that had been taken out of the steamer and wondered. Indeed, the shape of Tong Yu siumai is indeed unsightly compared to other siumai. But the color is quite attractive, and along with taking it out of the steamer, an attractive fragrance spreads around. Well, but this smells good, let's try it first. Okay, I'll have one too. The diners surrounding the cooking station all picked up a siumai that Tong Yu had just finished and tried it. When they put a steaming siumai into their mouths and ate it, their expressions changed obviously. As he chewed, his pupils dilated with an incredible look on his face. Well, this siumai, it's surprisingly delicious. Ah, it's really delicious, although I don't know what's going on, but give me another one. Soon the first batch of siumai made by Tong Yu was snatched up by the diners at the front of the buffet, and some of the diners in the back had not tasted it. No more. Make some more. Seeing this, Tong Yu smiled and said, "Everyone, please wait a moment, it will be all right." After finishing speaking, Tong Yu used his skillful technique again to make the siumai one by one in the same way, then put 12 siumai in a steamer, and finally put them on the overlapping steamer. Since the siumai made is quite special, 3 can be counted as one serving. The stacked steamers can serve more than 30 people at one time, and the Tong Yu self-service counter is not the only one. 3 or 4 stoves are placed on the steamer at the same time. If the speed is fast enough, he can complete the production of siumai for 60 to 80 people at one time. Just when Tong Yu's second batch of siumai was about to be released, a notification sounded on the radio. The sound of this notification is not a collection, but a notification of a qualified situation. Congratulations to Nikiri Arena in District A, the first to reach 200 people. When this notification came, Tong Yu looked up at Nikiri Arena, who was not far from him. I saw that her self-service counter was also crowded with guests, and the plates that had been eaten were also pushed up into hills. Nikiri Arena's dish is Eggs Benedict, which is actually what's called an Eggs Benedict muffin. A side dish like poached eggs and bacon, it's finished with a slightly sour hollandaise sauce, and it's one of the breakfast staples in the United States. Nikiri Arena improved it and added mullet roe on top of the dish. Mullet roe is also a kind of egg. The noble sour taste of this ingredient is perfectly combined with the egg yolk to form a beautiful taste. This little tsundere is still very powerful. The first one reached 200 people, but this time I won't give you the first one. Tong Yu lowered his head and continued to work. About 10 minutes later, Tong Yu's second batch of siumai was finally finished. This time I made more, about 80 servings. Almost everyone in front of the self-service counter has one serving. Among these guests were Dojima Jin, the head chef of Totsuki Resort, and Hiromi Nagase, deputy chef. The appearance of the two chefs at the same time surprised the other diners. Although in previous rounds of assessments, they could also be seen tasting the students' dishes, but it was rare for them to appear together in front of the same self-service counter. Hiromi Sena held a serving of siumai made by Tong Yu and looked at it. Chef Dojima, the shape of this siumai is very special. Accurately, the ratio of the divisions is very special. It seems to be divided according to a certain proportion. And what are these small black and shining shards? Dojima Jin was also curious about this siumai, and put the siumai that was divided into quarters into his mouth. Even Dojima Jin had a look of surprise on his face after eating this siumai. This taste is. So it is, the small black debris is a pine egg. And this kind of elastic, it will burst when you bite it, is the crab roe. It turns out that crab eggs are also a kind of eggs. Besides, there are eggs with siumai skins, so it's 3 eggs siumai. The unique fragrance of songhua egg is combined with the umami of crab roe, and it tastes extremely delicious. Moreover, because of the addition of pork filling, shrimp filling and vegetables, the taste of the whole siumai becomes very harmonious. This kind of feeling is like a fitness trainer with a perfect figure. Dojima Jin felt the unique delicacy of this siumai, and he came to the self-service counter and put down the empty plate in his hand. Student Tong Yu, the reason why you divided the siumai into 4 portions of unequal size is to maintain the taste of the golden ratio, right? Tong Yu had been busy making siumai, so he didn't notice Dojima Jin in the crowd just now. Oh, Chef Dojima, you're actually here. As expected, you've already eaten it. That's right, it's the golden ratio. The name of the siumai I make is golden ratio 3 eggs. Tong Yu said the name of his dish. In the comic Dashia 1, there are a total of 4 siumai that have appeared. Big Universe siumai, and 3 eggs siumai, originally created by Lu Subaru. Golden Ratio siumai, and Huanglong twice-cooked pork siumai, created by Steel Stick Solutions. The 4 siumai dishes have their own characteristics, and they are all very innovative recipes. Tong Yu expects Mimasaka Subaru to copy the 3 siumai, and he won't choose the same recipe for the perfect victory. So he came up with a whim, and once again activated the 2 abilities of imaginative and taste image deduction. Combining 3 eggs siumai and golden ratio siumai into one, a new dish has been created. The combination of the 2 is essential to highlight the theme of this breakfast assessment, 3 eggs. Both dishes are siumai, and the siumai skin must also be present. As for the remaining ingredients such as pork and shrimp, Tong Yu only took them out of the ingredient store this morning. So in the kitchen that I tried last night, I created an illusion for Mimasaka Subaru. Mimasaka Subaru believed that Tong Yu would make 3 egg siumai, but he never expected Tong Yu to combine the 2 siumai in the comic to create a brand new recipe. Golden ratio 3 eggs siumai. When Dojima Jin heard Tong Yu say the name of this siumai, he touched his chin and thought for a while. So it turns out that the shape of your xiaomai is so special because you consider the golden ratio? Not only did you add 3 kinds of eggs that fit the theme, but also showed the deliciousness in the form of the golden ratio. People of Dojima Jin's level understand what the golden ratio of cooking means, but many diners don't know what the golden ratio means. The golden ratio, what does that mean? A diner asked curiously. Tong Yu specifically explained, the so-called golden ratio is the knowledge and culture that came from ancient Greece to Dacia through the Silk Road. It is a method of dividing all things, and it is also the most harmonious and beautiful division ratio. After all, the protagonist of Siamai is the stuffing, but if there is no supporting role, the protagonist cannot be brought out. The ratio of the two determines the taste of Siamai. Therefore, the ratio of my xiaomai is 8 for meat, 5 for 3 eggs, 5 for vegetables, and 5 for shrimp. It is a balanced ratio of 8 to 5 with whomever I pair it with, which is the golden ratio of taste. Relying on this optimal ratio, you can present the most perfect taste of siamai. After Tong Yu's explanation, everyone understood. It turned out to be because of the golden ratio, no wonder the shape and size of this xiaomai are different. It's really amazing creativity to be able to use the golden ratio in food. The golden ratio, 3 eggs siumai, but it seems that someone in the B area made siumai just now, and the names of the dishes seem to be similar. Apparently, this siumai is also made in area B, and the only student whose name is 3 eggs in the dish is Mimasaka Subaru. At this time, Mimasaka Subaru was completely unaware that Tong Yu had innovated the recipe, and he was still complacent about the results he copied, because he would be able to make 200 servings in no time. Although the first 200-player title was snatched by Nakiri Arena, it was enough for him to get it before Tong Yu. At this time, many customers gathered in front of Tong Yu's self-service counter. The dishes that have been approved by the head chef and deputy head chef of Totsuki Resort are naturally attracting many people. Tong Yu immediately started the preparation of the third batch of dishes, and his skillful approach was praised by the diners who were waiting to see it. 2 hours of cooking time, 40 minutes have passed now. Voices of other practitioners reaching 200 announcements were also heard on the radio. Congratulations to Tadakoro Megumi for reaching 200 copies. Congratulations to Nakiri Alice in District B for reaching 200 people. Congratulations to Kuroki-chan Rio in Area C for reaching 200 people. Congratulations to Yi Shanliang in District D for reaching 200 people. Congratulations to Hojo Miyoko in District E for reaching 200 people. Congratulations to Mimasaka Subaru in District B for reaching 200 people. At present, the qualifications for this stage are completed, and all of them are relatively excellent students in the first grade. Tong Yu's expression changed slightly until he heard Mimasaka Subaru's name. It's not surprising that Mimasaka Subaru was able to reach 200 Tong Yu in time for himself. After all, his strategy at the beginning was different from that of others, and the live cooking to attract more guests took about 15 minutes. 15 minutes is enough for the top students of the first year to complete a round of cooking. Tong Yu is not in a hurry, everything is going according to his plan, it is only a matter of time before Mimasaka Subaru is surpassed. Hojo Miyoko and Tsunazaki Taki are known to have a bet between Tong Yu and Mimasaka Subaru. They all became anxious when they heard that Mimasaka Subaru's name appeared on the announcement broadcast and Tong Yu's name was not available for a long time. What the hell is Tong Yu doing? Haven't completed the basic 200 at this time. If this continues, he will lose to that B************ D Mimasaka Subaru. Hojo Miyoko was secretly worried in his heart. At this time, Tong Yu's third batch of golden ratio 3 eggs xiaomai has been completed. There are more than 80 servings in this batch, and it can reach 200 servings if all are eaten. Everyone, a new batch of siamai has been released, eat it while it's hot. Tong Yu said that he took out a dozen drawers of siumai and placed them on a plate in 3 portions. The siamai that was just taken out from the steamer was steaming hot and full of fragrance, stimulating the appetite of many people. Coupled with a wave of publicity from Dojima Jin just now, more and more customers gathered in front of the Tong Yu self-service counter. Some of these guests came from other cafeterias to taste it. Well, the shrimp meat still retains its elasticity after being mashed, and the delicious vegetables are full of hearty taste. The taste formed by the combination of 3 different eggs is the essence of the whole dish. The sweetness of spinach and jinhua ham make it fat but not greasy and smooth. Anyone who has eaten the siumai made by Tong Yu is full of praise. Whether it is the innovation of the cuisine or the taste, it has refreshed their understanding of food. Tong Yu didn't care about the compliments either, he started making the 4th batch of siumai. If it was someone else in this wave after wave, the non-stop production process, their arms would already be sore. But this will not affect Tong Yu, who has a special physique. Just when Tong Yu was about to make the 4th batch of siumai, there was a notification on the radio. Congratulations to Tong Yu, District A, for reaching 200 dishes. In fact, it is very good to be able to reach 200 students at this time point, because no more than 50 students can meet the qualification conditions within 1 hour. For ordinary students, it is worth showing off, but for Tong Yu, who has a bet with Mimasaka Subaru, it is very ordinary. You must know that Mimasaka Subaru has already completed 200 people 20 minutes ago, and now he is almost reaching 300 people. So, when he heard Tong Yu's name, he sneered disdainfully, it seems that it's only this level of evil, and he dared to ask me to be his sidekick. Is it worthy? Hee, wait for me to kneel down and apologize. Bar. After taunting Tong Yu to himself in this way, he immediately changed his face and went to greet the guests in front of the self-service counter. Welcome to Mimasaka Subaru 3 Eggs Siumai. Mimasaka Subaru put a new batch of 3 egg siumai on the buffet. Hey, is there siumai here too? I heard that there are also siumai dishes in Area A. Mimasaka Subaru knew from the announcement just now that Tong Yu was in Area A at the self-service counter. He also guessed that the roast food the diner was talking about was the 3-egg roasted wheat made by Tong Yu. Although the recipe is the same, but improving the pirated version to make an advanced version that surpasses the original version, this is his housekeeping skills. Therefore, he is very confident that the taste of his 3-egg siumai is definitely better than Tong Yu. But before Mimasaka Subaru could say anything, another diner spoke again. It's also siumai, but this 3-egg siumai is a lot worse than the golden ratio 3-egg siumai in Area A, both in terms of creativity and taste. Really? The siumai in Area A has also been approved by the chief chef, Mr. Dojima, and now many people are going there to taste it. Then what are you waiting for, let's go right away. As the 2 diners said this, they turned around and left towards cafeteria regardless of what Mimasaka Subaru had just finished. Mimasaka Subaru was startled, and after a while his expression turned gloomy. Golden ratio 3-egg siumai. Mimasaka Subaru is familiar with Huxia edition, and is very familiar with and researched the recipes in it, so after hearing the name of this dish, he immediately thought of a possibility. Did it combine golden ratio siumai and 3-egg siumai to create a new dish? No, there can't be such a thing, how is it possible to do it? Mimasaka Subaru kept comforting himself in his heart, he tried his best to keep himself distracted, and seized the time to continue making 3-egg siumai. But he soon found that the number of guests gathered at his self-service counter dwindled over time. Not only in front of the self-service counter of Mimasaka Subaru, but all the diners in the self-service hall in Area B are pouring in towards Area A. This was a bad idea, and Mimasaka Subaru started to panic. But seeing the plates piled up on the self-service counter, he seemed to calm down for a while. At 7:15, Mimasaka Subaru finally reached 300 servings. Immediately, the announcement sounded on the radio. Congratulations to Nikiri Arena in District A for reaching 300 people. It turns out that someone is reaching 300 people at the same time as me. Then the name of the next notification should be me. Mimasaka Subaru thought so, and looked a little smug. Congratulations to Tong Yu in District A for reaching 300 people. The name of the second announcement was not Mimasaka Subaru, but Tong Yu. When it was the third announcement, it was Mimasaka Subaru's name. In this regard, Mimasaka Subaru could no longer remain calm, and his expression became extremely shocked. How come, Tong Yu also reached 300 copies? Not only Mimasaka Subaru couldn't believe it, but the other students also wondered if he had heard it wrong. Tong Yu finished 200 servings at around 7 o'clock, and now less than 20 minutes later, he has finished 100 servings. What is the speed? Not to mention that it takes 20 minutes to complete a meal for 100 people and let the diners eat it, even if it is just for 100 people, it will take at least half an hour. Mimasaka Subaru had beads of sweat on his forehead, and he realized the seriousness of the matter. Tong Yu didn't plan to make 3 eggs shāumai from the beginning, and he tried it in the kitchen last night to show Mimasaka Subaru a look. Mimasaka Subaru is very confident in his perfect tracking, and among all the recipes appearing in Zhonghua Ichiban, only 3 shāumai fits the theme of this time. He also expected that Tong Yu might temporarily change the recipe, but he never expected to make such a change on the basis of 3 eggs shāumai. For the same 3 eggs shāumai, Tong Yu also uses the golden ratio, which surpasses him in terms of creativity and deliciousness. And the worst thing that makes Mimasaka Subaru feel right now is that other diners ignore Tong Yu's shūmai after eating his shūmai. When Mimasaka Subaru discovered this, it was too late, and he could only continue to carry out this 3 egg shāumai to the end, and now he could only pray in his heart that Tong Yu made a mistake and did not surpass him in the number of copies. But will Tong Yu make mistakes to give Mimasaka Subaru a chance to overtake? The answer is obvious. When the time came to 7:45, the announcement sounded again on the radio. Congratulations to Tong Yu in District A for reaching 400 people. When the news was announced, the students were once again shocked. Mimasaka Subaru was exhausted, and after watching only a dozen or so dishes were eaten in 20 minutes, he knew that the tide is over. Even if Tong Yu is doing nothing now, it will be difficult for Mimasaka Subaru to overtake. A few minutes before Tong Yu reached 400 shares, there were others who also reached 300 shares, namely Nakiri Alice and Hayama Ryo. Nakiri Alice's own strength is not weak, and this time she applied the best molecular cooking technology to cooking, and made a refreshing 3-style egg breakfast. It is also an egg, but she expresses it in a different form. The creativity is novel and the taste is very good, and it is also well received by the diners. As a spice expert and, God's knows, Ryo Yeshan has also made use of his own field of cooking this time, attracting guests with fragrance. However, when he reached 300 copies, Yi Shanliang deliberately slowed down his actions, as if he didn't want to pursue the number, so he only had 310 copies until the end of the review. Whether it is Hayama Ryo or Nakiri Alice, their strength is more than that, and they all hide a certain strength. The same is true for Kurikiba Ryo and others who only stepped on the qualified line to achieve their goals. They just passed this round of assessment and did not show much strength. Of course, there are still some students who are not used to or have no experience in this area, and only pass the grades with reluctance, such as Yukihira Sōma, Marui Zenji, etc. Therefore, until the review is completely over, only Tong Yu and Nakiri Arena have reached more than 400 people. However, Tong Yu reached 500 people at the last 750, far more than others. When the review officially ended, the total number of Tong Yu's eaten was also counted, a total of 546. Tong Yu won the first place without any suspense, followed by Nakiri Arena 457, Mimasaka Subaru 344, Nakiri Alice 321. In the original plot, the first place should be Nakiri Arena 407 copies, and the second place is Nakiri Alice 380 copies. But now with the emergence of Tong Yu, this situation has been broken. The fact that Nakiri Arena can serve 50 more people than the original is entirely thanks to Tong Yu. Because Tong Yu's shūmai is very famous, it has spread in various cafeterias with 10 or 10 stories, which has led to the influx of customers from other cafeterias towards Area A. The loss of diners at other restaurants also indirectly results in fewer servings. No, Nikiri Alice should have reached 380, but for this reason there is 60 less. But no matter what, this round of assessment has just passed. Tong Yu's name is once again deeply rooted, and now there is no one in the first grade who doesn't know the name. At the same time, Tong Yu's bet with Mimasaka Subaru was naturally won by Tong Yu. Everything that happened during the breakfast assessment was also seen by graduates such as Dojima Jin. At this time, many graduates were gathering and discussing. The graduates leave their jobs in stores and come to Totsuki Resort to serve as examiners for accommodation training. The main purpose is to select outstanding employees in the store in the future. And this round of breakfast assessment is the final question in the annual training, and the graduates are naturally very concerned about the student's situation, even that Tsundere boy Shinomiya Kojiro is also in the room. Tsunezaki Taki was obviously relieved when he saw from the surveillance computer that Tong Yu had won the breakfast test with the first place. Call. This relieved expression was seen by the other graduates in the room. Hey, Taki, do you also have a student you're following? A graduate asked Tsunezaki Taki, looking at him. Yes. Tsunezaki Taki responded indifferently. Dojima Jin also set his eyes on the surveillance computer in front of him, and his eyes stayed on you, Nikiri Arena, Nikiri Alice, and many other students. As the commander of the academy said, the 92nd issue is really the era of Jade. Dojima Jin sighed. That's true, but who is Chef Dojima more optimistic about so many outstanding students? Hiromi Setana asked. Dojima Jin thought for a while and said, well, I'm still optimistic about Nikiri Arena. After all, she has inherited the God's tongue of the Nikiri family and has unlimited potential. The innate talent of a chef is something that can't be achieved through hard work. Replaced. Potential. Seina Hiromi pondered for a moment, then said, if you talk about potential, I think this little girl named Tadakoro Megumi has great potential. The cooking she cooks gives me a very special feeling, a kind of heartwarming warmth. When he heard Hiromi Sena's words, the expression on Shinomiya Kojiro's face changed obviously. But then again, that student named Tong Yu is really amazing, and he can reach more than 500 copies, which is rare in the history of Totsuki. Guan Shuping said. The golden ratio Xiaomai he made this time always feels like I've seen it somewhere. It seems to be a certain comic. Donato Gotoida also said. Hearing this, Inui Hinako immediately said, it's Dasha 1, this comic has about the production of golden ratio Xiaomai. Is it a food comic that has been in a mess recently? You mean that the recipe Tong Yu made this time is from this food comic? Dojima Jin was a little surprised. Dojima Jin was so surprised that he had only heard of this manga, but had not seen it. But even if you imitate the dishes in the food comics, it is very good to be able to reproduce it so perfectly. A graduate praised. If you just copy the recipes on the food comics and are not original, it only means that the student's imitation was successful, and it doesn't mean anything. Another graduate said this. Tsunezaki Taki immediately became upset when he heard this. Hey, don't comment on others if you don't know the truth, it's very annoying. Tsunezaki Taki folded his hands. I'm right. The recipe created by the student named Tong Yu comes from comics, and it's not his own recipe. Don't talk about it, Taki will really be angry if you continue talking, don't you know that Tong Yu is a student she is optimistic about? She even asked others to go directly to her restaurant to help. Tsunezaki Taki suddenly became angry when he heard Inui Hinako's yin-yang tone, 30 road, can you speak properly? This is not the first time Tsunezaki Taki has called Inui Hinako 30 ways, and his forehead also has a black line. Did I say it wrong? I took Tong Yu to the VIP restaurant for dinner yesterday. Humph, you must have fallen in love with this student who is a few years younger than you. Teacher-student love, that's really interesting. Inui Hinako not politely fighting back. Seeing that Tsunezaki Taki and Inui Hinako were fighting again, Kikuchienko was so frightened that she didn't dare to interrupt. Tsunezaki Taki resisted the urge to explode, and sneered, "I understand, you are jealous. Right, after all, it is already 30 ways, you can't even find love with a junior." "What did you say?" "Ha, didn't you hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again." Seeing that the two of them were talking more and more unpleasantly, Dojima Jin, who was standing beside him, couldn't stand it any longer and stopped him. "Enough, you let the students see how well they are. Go back to rest and prepare for the afternoon test." Dojima Jin is also the chief chef of Totsuki Resort, and the general person in charge of accommodation training, whether it is Inui Hinako or Tsunezaki Taki. After saying this, the two of them snorted and stopped talking. After a while, the graduates also left the house one after another, and Tsunezaki Taki and Kikuchienko also left. It's very popular when you hear it. What does it mean to be a successful imitation, and that the 30 road, is also very damn it. Tsunezaki Taki said angrily. "Taki-senpai, don't be angry, that's because they don't know that Tong Yu senpai is the author of Zhonghua Yifun, and it is understandable to say that." Tsunezaki Taki calmed down after a while and said, "Yuangua, you said I invited Tong Yu to help in my restaurant, will he agree?" "Hey, I don't know about this, and Taki-senpai, are you serious?" "Ah, do you think I'm kidding you? Taki-senpai, you won't really treat Tong Yu." "Big-breasted monster, what are you trying to say, can you say it directly?" Facing Tsunezaki Taki's ferocity, Kikuchin Kosama swallowed the words that were on his lips. After the assessment, Tong Yu found Mimasaka Subaru. I lost. I will fulfill my promise to give you the kitchen knife that I plundered at the beginning of the school year, but I didn't bring the kitchen knife here, I will give it to you when I get back to Totsuki. Mimasaka Subaru said with his head lowered. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief, Mimasaka Subaru knows this very well. Although he was not reconciled, he did lose to Tong Yu this time. "Hey, our bet isn't just this one, right?" Tong Yu reminded. I know, let me be your sidekick for 3 years, but I can't do it now." Tong Yu was not surprised when he heard this, and said calmly, "Oh. You want to break the contract and not fulfill the promise?" "No, I can't fully accept being your sidekick. When you become an Elite 10, I'll let you send me." Mimasaka Subaru raised his head and stated his final conditions. "I understand, do you still doubt my strength? You can also think so, and you don't have the right to be dispatched by the Elite 10, and Aizen Edema will definitely take revenge on me after knowing it." Mimasaka Subaru expressed his concerns.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.